Chapter 14. Ulver was up early, and he knew it. He was probably the first one awake. Silence lay like a blanket across the beach, broken only by the lap and hiss of waves and the gentle oral tapestry of many people sleeping. He opened his eyes, half expecting to see sky, but of course they had tents, so all he saw was thick, off-white fabric. He rolled to the other side and could see through the tent door out into the early morning. It was still dark. Very early then. On the other side of the tent, Varlov rasped quietly in his sleep. The tents were all makeshift, pulled together from canvas sheets and rough-hewn poles, the ones used by the workers shared by anywhere between 5 and a dozen men, even 3 to each tent for the wolves, though by general consent no one had expected Ulver as their leader to share a tent. He'd offered Varlov, though. The sound out there was faintly hypnotic, and he almost found himself drifting off again, but that would be a waste of such an early rise. Instead, he lay, comfortable and warm, the blankets insulating him, the sand beneath moulded to his shape, and let his mind drift back. It had been a productive week. The ship was properly underway, and they should have everything they need on the beach to complete it, barring oars and sail. He was content they could source those by the time they were ready. The local harbours had a sort of network of gossip spread by local traders and fishermen, and he'd put out a call for what he needed. There were tantalizing messages of a sail available somewhere in the north of the peninsula, and a local sailmaker who already had a backlog had given them the option that he would have a spare ready in roughly 2 months. That might be a little late for Ulver, and so he kept searching, but it was a good fallback to have. In the perfect world, he'd have had the sail made on site too, but the shipyard workers from Fulkerville were not trained in such things, for they always bought from local craftsmen, which explained the backlog. At least that and the fact that every ship of war in the region had been refitted over the past half-year in anticipation of trouble. The oars were another issue. There were actually sufficient oars of good quality at the local harbour, but they were already spoken for. And since the speaker was a captain of Hautville's, Ulver was not ready to try and argue that one yet, but there were rumours reaching him of others. Certainly work was going on at a satisfying pace, and if everything continued the way it was, they would hit their 2-month target, and possibly even complete early. Which might be a good thing. He had a distinct feeling that they had begun to outstay their welcome. Serlo de Hautville remained polite and courteous, and still came through when Ulver needed anything, but there was something in the man's manner that suggested he would pay money for the wolves and their work to be gone from his land. Of course, Serlo was probably trying to prepare for the coming trouble, and that would be made more difficult by the fact that all the farms and craftsmen in his fief were busy working for Ulver. At least, as something of a relief, Hautville's riders had returned 2 days earlier with word from Falaise. William and the wolves had made it to the ducal fortress and safety in good time, and though there were rumours that the whole of Cotentin and Bessin lands, as well as mercenaries from Burgundy and a number of lesser lords, were mobilizing to move against William, there was no need to worry yet. The Duke had not been idle. He had sent out messengers to loyal lords, calling them to his banner, and had sent overtures and offers to the King of France, whose own army was gathered not too far from the border. War was coming, but for now the messengers said that Halfdan was safe, and if Halfdan was safe, the others would be too. There was one odd thing there, though. The Duke had sent plenty of information and instructions to Hautville, yet the Jarl had sent nothing to Ulver, not even a hurry up with the ship. It seemed odd for Halfdan not to have contacted him. Still, there was little Ulver could do from here. He had managed to speak to Geoffroy, at least. He liked the quiet-spoken knight. The man was a little lost at the moment, for his original fief, a rather small one, had been in Cotentin's lands. The larger fief he had been granted by the Duke during some incident the previous week was also of Cotentin's. Yet that lord had rebelled and shown himself a traitor to the Duke, while Geoffroy remained loyal. He could hardly go home and rouse any man in either land right under the nose of Cotentin, and so he remained a refugee in Serlo's house at Pirou. At least his wounds were healing, and he was about ready for the world again, though his companion would be some months before he could comfortably fight or ride a horse again. Still, for now, Geoffroy and his man were safe. Beatrix was oddly silent. Ulver had only secured permission to visit her once, and had expected her to be railing against her imprisonment, throwing things and shouting. Instead, she was quiet. "My brother will not send me to Ur at the moment, not with the land in such turmoil," she said, "so I am saved the pillory of matrimony for a time." "Can he not send you by ship?" Ulver had frowned. "Or with sufficient escort around the south? He sent riders to Falaise that way." "Serlo is no sailor. He will not commit something as valuable as me to the sea, as he does not know what is happening further along the coast. And by horse? Falaise is but 60 miles distant. Ur is almost 3 times that, at the very eastern edge of our lands. No, I am too useful as a bargaining piece, so Serlo will hold on to me until he can use me without risking my loss." And that had been more or less that. He'd stayed with her for a time and listened to her woes, but in the end he had left and returned to his work. Ulver rolled over again. For some reason, moving had changed the lie of the sand beneath him, and something was uncomfortable, digging into him just under his left shoulder blade. With a sigh, knowing that he was done with sleep, he pulled away his blankets, folded them, and dropped them onto the locked chest of Byzantine coins that he was currently using to pay various bills. He stretched, changed tunics for his favourite mustard-yellow one, and retrieved his belt. No armour, just clothes. Pulling on his boots, he spent a moment with his bone comb, raking it through his hair, and then his beard, before tying a bead into the bottom. Finally presentable, he took a quick look at Varlov, considering whether to wake him, but decided to let him sleep, and, stretching once more, crossed the tent and emerged into the night. It was true dark, without that first pre-dawn glow. The camp was completely still. He looked about. His makeshift shipyard was perfectly organized. He had divided the camp into 2 sections. The local levy workers varied in habit, some sleeping in their own homes with their families within a few miles of the camp and coming to work at first light, others preferring to stay on site and live a life with late-evening camaraderie. The latter occupied 6 tents on one side of the work area, bounded by piles of timber. The part-built ship lay between them and the wolves. 3 tents occupied the wolves' area on the other side of the ship, one for the 2 leaders, one for the 3 Apulians, and one for the 3 Varangians. Each night, 2 of those tents would each supply 2 shifts of watchmen, the third having a full, uninterrupted night's sleep. In some ways it was not the best arrangement. Mixing the 2 groups, wolves and locals, would have made for more of a sense of community and equality in the work, and would improve both morale and work speed. But the decision had been made for expediency and safety. They had a small fortune in gold to keep secure, and while Ulver felt he could trust any man on this side of the yard, the local levies were not even aware of the vast treasure that lay so close by. The wolves had carefully secured the gold from the wagons without being observed. Ulver stretched. No one else was up. The fire from the previous night had died, and the only light was that strange shimmer that the sea seemed to offer up from its heart. The ship stood in the middle of the camp, the one thing that rose proud and immediately visible. The frame was solid and complete, and sat sturdy in the sand, with the keel atop it. The work so far was excellent, and even Ulver was satisfied. The timber was smooth and well worked, the joins barely visible, so neat were they. The bow and stern rose to challenge the night sky. The first strakes were in place too, and soon the whole ship would start to properly take shape. He spotted the figure of the man on watch up there, seated on the keel below the prow, the highest point in the camp, with the best view, leaning back against the timber, wrapped in his cloak. He gave the man a nod. Nothing. Frowning, Ulver moved toward the ship. As he closed, he realized something was wrong. He could see it, the glistening on the timbers from all the blood. Hurrying, sensing disaster, he reached the work and clambered up the frame toward the watchman. It surprised him not at all when he saw the arrow. The shaft jutted from the man's chest, driven so deep that only a couple of inches showed before the flights. The arrow had come at short range and from an expert, an instant kill, for the man had not been wearing a chain byrnie. It had happened maybe an hour before at most, for the blood was fresh enough to glisten, but the man was grey and cold. Alert, Ulver dropped back to the sand. If one watchman was dead, there was every chance that the other had gone too. His mind raced as he dodged this way and that, making for the edge of the camp where the other man would be watching the beach. An arrow. That meant a professional, a soldier, or potentially a hunter, true, but what hunter would risk such an attack? No, this was the work of a soldier, and a soldier would not do such a thing without good reason. After the bollocking Ulver had given them all following that incident in the castle sheds, there was no way any wolf was going to let anyone sneak up on them, and so the only way anyone was going to overcome Ulver's watchman was silently and from a distance. The whole thing did suggest that this was a repeat of the wagon house incident, probably by the same man or men. Clambering across a pile of wrapped lengths of pine, he found the other watchman, an arrow in his throat. He cursed. He could not afford to lose men at such a rate. There had only been 8 wolves staying here in the first place, and they dropped by a quarter in one night. Fuck it! But this was why he never wanted to be a Jarl. He was happy with his ships, responsibility only on the water. Swearing loud enough that he could hear men in the other tent starting to rouse, he climbed to the top of the pile of planks and looked about carefully, with an eye to random disturbance. And he could see it. Whoever had taken out the watchman had been here, but only for a short while. Once the dying eyes had glazed over, someone had searched the camp for maybe a quarter of an hour, as quietly as they could. There were signs, plenty of footprints in the sand. Things overturned, others moved. One of the Varangians appeared at his tent flap, frowning at Ulver. "Help me!" the shipwright hissed. Though he'd no idea what had happened, the other man was out in a moment, his tent-mate following on swiftly. They soon took in the man slumped at the prow of the ship, and seriousness infused their expressions. Careful that they were not being observed by either of the ordinary workers on the other side of the camp, or by anyone lurking at the periphery, Ulver scurried across to the boxes of tree nails they had managed to source from Fulkerville, heavy wooden pegs used to hold the timbers together. Normally, Ulver would have his men make such things during the work, but buying them in saved so much time, and it was hard to get tree nails wrong, really. They were only sporadically needed for the work, and so Ulver and his men supplied them a box at a time as required, while the rest remained in a corner of the camp, out of the way. Perfectly out of the way. Reaching down, the 3 men moved one of the big boxes with heavy grunts. The footprints of strangers circled around the area, but there was no sign that they'd made an astounding discovery. Ulver felt huge relief as he reached a hand deep into the sand under where the box had stood and found the canvas sheet. He peeled it back and scraped into the sand beneath. There, a moment later, he found the lid of the chest of gold coins, undisturbed. Good. It seemed hard to imagine that their latest incursion had been about anything other than the gold. They'd drawn attention on first arrival at Coutances by the heavy wagons they so jealously guarded, and clearly the same had happened in the castle at Pirou, leading to an attempt to gain access. This time, though, the would-be thieves had gone a step further, far enough to actually kill 2 of the wolves in an attempt to search the camp and find the gold. Ulver had been too smart for them, though. Apart from the 1 chest of coins in his own tent, for which the only key was at his waist, all the rest of the gold was so hidden. Upon arrival, they had buried it 3 feet down in the sand and covered it with canvas, scattered fresh sand atop, and then placed heavy boxes there to discourage easy searches. It had worked. The thieves had scoured the camp, but only the bits they could do easily without rousing the other sleepers. He looked across at the 2 Varangians. "All right. Bury the dead, and then rouse everyone, wolf or craftsman or peasant. I want them all ready to listen to me when I get back. Where are you going?" "To have a word with the Lord of Pirou." He helped them move everything back into place and scatter fresh sand, then left them to it, sure that there would be no further attempts to infiltrate and search the camp so soon. In mere moments, still in the dark, he was mounted and riding across the dunes, making for the castle. Even the farmers were yet to put in an appearance, so early was it, and when he arrived at the castle gate, a tired and bored-looking Hautville guard frowned down at him. "You, the Swede, it's the middle of the night." Ulver looked over his shoulder. There was a noticeable change in the tone of the sky toward the eastern horizon. "The morning is upon bakers, and shipwrights, and murderers." The guard seemed completely nonplussed by this, but Ulver was a familiar enough sight that he gestured down to the gate below, which was opened moments later. "Svensson," the guard there said, surprising Ulver by remembering his name. "I need to see your master." "I suppose it's possible he's awake," the guard began. "Sometimes I don't care if he's balls deep in his favourite woman," Ulver spat, surprising himself with his tone. He was not given to such Bjorn-like outbursts, but he was angry. The man looked to argue, but Ulver rode his horse past and into the castle, dismounting not far from the gate and leaving the animal to wander. 2 guards overtook him, one motioning at him to stop and counselling patience, while the other ran ahead into the keep. Ulver allowed himself to be brought to a halt at the keep's door. He wasn't sure if it would improve his standing if he stormed into Hautville's bedroom in a fit of rage, and so he allowed the man to keep him there, while his friend roused the lord. Serlo de Hautville did not look at all happy as he appeared in the stairway 5 minutes later. His tunic was freshly thrown on, and he had the look of a man not yet ready to greet the world. "What is the meaning of this?" he snapped, gesturing at Ulver. "You gave us permission to use the beach to build a ship," Ulver replied. "Yes. In retrospect, I might have made a different decision, but yes, I did, and I hope you are working well and fast, for the sooner you are off the beach and out of my lands, the better for everyone. It will go smoother if you can keep your chain-shirted villains inside your walls." "What?" snarled Serlo, and there was a new anger in his voice, as well as uncertainty. "One or more of your men searched my camp last night and killed 2 of mine. Utter tripe. It is not. An archer of some skill took my watchman down before searching my camp. Bandits or desperate locals. No. This was the work of trained soldiers." Serlo's lip twitched. "The castle gates are shut at dusk and not opened until dawn, and that is under normal circumstances. At the moment, they are shut most of the time. How do you suggest my men came to your camp? A climb and a swim, perhaps? Shall I have their armour checked for the smell of pondweed to locate the criminal?" It was said with light words, but the meaning was anything but. Hautville was furious. So too was Ulver. "You know as well as I that there are men of your garrison outside the walls. Some live in the village, some guard the harbours, others in watchtowers on the roads, and I'll wager they rotate on a daily basis. No, this was the work of your men, Hautville. It gives me no joy to level such an accusation, but I will not lose good men to opportunistic greed." "What are they after, Northman?" snapped Serlo. "Cork fibre or split timbers?" "I am here to tell you one thing, Hautville. We must stay now until our work is done, and then we will be gone without delay. But in the meantime, speak to your men. Tell them to stay away from the beach until we are gone. The next man I find skulking around the worksite and prying into our business, I will nail to a fucking post like your white Christ and stand him upright on the beach for all to see." Hautville's eyes veritably bulged with anger and shock, but before he could bluster into a reply, Ulver turned and walked away, reaching his horse and pulling himself up into the saddle. "It is in their blood," the shipwright called across to the angry nobleman. "You are only 5 generations down from sons of Odin like us. Their blood, your blood, sings songs of battle, of beach raids, of taking slaves and chests of hack silver. But the difference is that we of the old ways follow our Jarl, and when he tells us no, we do not. Tell your men no, Serlo de Hautville, if you be a Jarl yourself." He turned and rode away, ignoring the tirade of haranguing that followed him from the angry nobleman. He seethed all the way back. He'd had a plan to speak to the men on the beach and bring them all together, making it more secure, suggesting better pay for the labourers if they were willing to start standing watches. But as he left, he decided that was simply not going to be enough. They were 1 week into an 8-week build, and in those 7 days alone they had gone from having a reasonable working relationship with the Lord of Piru and his people to being cold and distant with levelled threats. It might not take much more to push them into conflict, and that would be bad, especially with most of the wolves gone east with the Duke. He passed the farm to see Mario, still tired, barely risen, yawning as she did her first rounds of the property for the day, and gave her a half-hearted wave. She returned it, but he was gone already, bearing down on the beach and the worksite there. As he rode, he could feel determination hardening in his heart, and when he reached the edge of the dunes and looked down across the long slope of sand at the construction site and all the wolves and workers, he had 3 new ideas already. He rode his horse to the edge of the camp and vaulted from it, leaving the animal to go about its business, while he strode purposefully into the thick of it, where every man was gathered, waiting, many with bleak or angry faces, aware of what had happened. He ignored many halted questions and barged his way through the crowd like a ship through a high wave until he reached the cradle in which lay the keel and its first few strakes. "We have a problem," he announced, as he clambered up to the viewpoint high on the new ship's keel. There was a general murmur of acceptance of this fact. It was hard to deny. He gritted his teeth and asked Odin for wisdom in this. These were people from the lands of Piru, but none were specifically Serlo de Hautville's men, in that any street hawker or coppersmith in Miklagartha was a Byzantine, but few were really the Emperor's men. He had to hope he could buy more loyalty from them than they felt they owed their own lord. "There are men hereabouts who do not trust us, who think we are carrying treasures, or who are working for enemies. I believe that all of you, from wolves who have been with us since the revolt of Maniakes, all the way to workers from Fulkerville, who have taken our coin for 2 months' labour, are aware that we are no enemies of the Lord de Hautville, and that we are no hoarders of secret wealth. We have gold, but we have enough simply to survive and to build the ship we need to move on. Once we have this ship built, we will be gone from this place, and there will be no more trouble." This was greeted by generally affirmative sounds. The light was starting to change, the sun influencing the colour of the sky at last. Dawn was on its way. "I have 3 proposals. Were Halfdan Loki born here, it would be his place to make such decisions, for he is our Jarl. But without him, it must come to me. So I have plans. The first is for our defence, and to prevent a repeat of what happened last night." He let this sink in. No one, he was sure, was keen on the ideas that enemies might pick off their watchmen and ransack the camp. He had their attention, and he could more or less feel that they were on his side. For now. "I intend to take 1 day out from the work on this ship. Today. We have 2 score timbers which are unsuitable for our work, and are due to be collected and returned to the lumber yards of Coutances. I intend instead to keep them. Today, every hand in this camp, including my own, will dig trenches, cut timbers, bind ropes, and combine the 3 to pull a palisade into place all around this site. I want a strong timber wall around the shipyard, with walkways in the form of small fighting platforms. There will be 1 gate facing inland. I have no intention of letting men steal into our camp again. If they wish to repeat their crime, they will have to do so as an army, not as thieves in the night. It is my belief that in 1 single day we can raise such a defence and protect ourselves, for I will also seek out fresh timbers. There are many I'll turn down for ship construction that would be more than adequate for a palisade." "Who will man it?" asked one of the wolves, an Apulian. "There are 6 of us now, and that leaves little time for sleep or work." Ulver nodded. "I will come to that. But first, my second point. We work now from sunrise to sunset, with a break for a meal. You are all paid well by shipwright standards, but I am willing to pay more. Much more. Speed becomes ever more important. A man needs 8 hours of sleep, and thanks to the light this close to winter, 12 hours a day are in darkness. That means we're spending 4 hours a day when we could be working, either waking up or eating dinner and trying to get to sleep. I realise that working 16 hours a day, 4 of them in the dark and eating on the job, is a harsh schedule. I know, for I have done it myself. But by my calculation, for every 3 days we work this new schedule, we have done an extra day for free. 2 extra days a week. Think how fast the ship could rise." There was some consternation about this among the crowd, and so Ulver, praying Halfdan would approve and would see it from his point of view, held up his hands. "This is why I propose to double the wage of every man here. Think on it. Double the pay for 4 extra hours a day. Now tell me this is not possible." This was greeted by a general surge of positivity. They were already being paid well after all. Double their wages, and these men would make in 2 months what they could normally hope for in a year. He waited for the hubbub to die down once more. He had them. The last one was something of a gamble, but it was a neat solution if it worked. "Lastly, we are the wolves of Odin," he shouted. This earned a rumble of distrust from the entirely Christian workforce. "We have your white Christ followers among us, including those around me now, but we are men of the north, raiders and traders, sailors of the whale road. Yet until this vessel is finished, we have no ship, and constant betrayal and war have robbed us of many of our fellows. So I say this." He took a deep breath. "I see many strong arms here, strong arms that wield a tree-axe or lift a timber. But such a strong arm just as easily guides an oar. I see men of fierce pride and men of action, whose strength would be lost among the armoured cattle of the lords of this land. Each of you carries the ice and rock of the north in your blood and bones. Each of you, but for an accident of birth, could have been wolves. He laid the groundwork. Some of them were already thinking ahead, some with almost hungry expressions. Our company has taken men on from Russlands, from the great city of Miklagartha in the south, from the Hautville knights in Apulia. It matters not where they came from. They are now wolves. Should any of you feel that when this ship is complete, it would be better to sail away in it, in search of fame and riches, than to return to poor service of a rich, fat lord, I will find a place at an oar for every man who can pull it in time, and any man who signs on to the ship owns a piece of it. That is how it works." There was a mixed murmur, a little less positive than he'd hoped, but perhaps that was better. They wouldn't have room for every man after all. But those who felt moved to accept would work all the harder to achieve their goals and could be taken into the watch rotas while construction continued. "Think upon it, while we work today to protect our future." As he dropped down from the cradle once more, leaving them all to discuss their plans, Varlov hurried across. "These are shipwrights and labourers, not warriors. I doubt any among them has ever swung an axe or a sword." "Then that is something else we will need to look at. I will source weapons for all our people, chain shirts and helms too if I can, and you and the others will train the new men to use them. Frankly, as long as they can row an oar without collision, that will do for me until we are free of this place." Varlov nodded, not entirely convinced, but Ulver was content he had done what he could. Trouble was brewing, and fast, and if he could not only produce a ship in record time, but crew her as well, then he would have achieved the impossible, and even their Jarl could have done no better. Now, time to begin. Chapter 15. Ulver approached the gates of Piru with men at each shoulder. It had been 8 days since he'd last visited, and he would have liked nothing more than to have stayed well clear of the castle for good. But the presence of the wounded Geoffroy and of imprisoned Beatrix had preyed on his mind sufficiently that he'd girded his loins for another visit. Beatrix was in some ways his responsibility, and Geoffroy was an ally of the wolves, and both languished under control of an enemy. Had the Lord of Piru's army been just a little smaller, Ulver might have been tempted to go in with axe in hand and break them out, though he also acknowledged that this was a very Kettle plan, which was to say, insane. It had been a tense week. There had been no contact between the castle and the beach shipyard, no exchange even of words between Hautville's men and those within the newly defended beach stockade. With just the 1 day's interruption to construct the palisade, they had doubled their efforts on the ship, which was truly taking shape. It would most certainly be the fastest ship he had ever begun, and possibly the fastest ship anyone had ever built. But then he had more manpower than most shipwrights could hope for, ready-cut timbers, all the equipment in advance, and unlimited funds. The dwarves shipbuilding for Loki could not have done better. Even as he rowed, whenever he closed his eyes, he could see it there on the beach, already almost a ship. The shell was near complete, barring the last few strakes on each side, and already the ribbing was going in to support the hull. Everyone involved was exhausted, for sure, but that did not seem to be hampering their work, and Ulver did not think that was just a case of the money, although their pay was impressive. It was also the sheer joy and satisfaction of watching their construction take shape, something only a craftsman could ever understand. These men had spent their lives mostly repairing old ships or building small fishing boats. Only a precious few, including the shipwright from Fulkerville, had ever helped build a ship of war, and even then it had been as part of a large shipyard, just one piece of the machine. This was a work of craft in which they could all take pride. It was a proper longship, worthy of Freya's attention. It was a dragon boat, and he'd named it in his heart. She was the Sea Dragon. There was no other choice. At times this week he'd found himself walking around it at night when the work had ended, muttering the name as he looked at her sleek lines and imagining the decoration he would eventually carve into her delicate timbers. If things went on at the pace they had been, then the main construction would be done within another week, that being a complete hull with all the internals. She would be essentially seaworthy, and there would just be the ancillary work to take care of. Then would be mast, oars, sail, steering oar, and so on, but probably not the figurehead and sternpost. Clearly they were important to any ship's identity, but equally clearly a ship could sail without them, and time was becoming more pressing with every passing day. There would be one more week of hull work, and then a couple of days of pulling everything together. They already had a timber selected for the mast. The gates of Piru were closed. This was the first time Ulfr had approached them without their standing open and his being waved in without a challenge. He felt a tightening of his chest. Tension was building, and everyone could feel it. The one time this week they almost had interaction with Hautville had been when the Norman had taken it upon himself to ride to the beach with a small party of guards. He'd only come as far as the high dunes, where he had reined in and looked down at the work on the beach, surrounded by its defensive palisade, a fortress of foreigners within his domain. He'd said nothing before turning and riding away, but the clear impression was, "Hurry up and finish and get off my beach." Closed gates spoke volumes. "I seek admittance," Ulfr shouted up at the wall. "For what purpose?" That was new. Piru had always been welcoming, even if that welcome had been strained of late. That was not the northern way. Even enemies could be gracious hosts, as fabled Odin had found when he visited the King of Norway with his bear. It seemed that the rules of hospitality had been diluted with the generations these people had spent away from the north. "To speak to friends," he answered the guard. "To Sir Geoffroy and the Lady Beatrix." "Wait there." Short, curt, unfriendly. There was a long pause as discussions took place inside the castle, and finally the man returned to his place above the gate. "Permission is granted to speak to Sir Geoffroy." Not Beatrix. Ulfr's eyes narrowed as the gate opened. He rode forth to the castle with a wolf at each shoulder, across the bridge and into the wide oval bailey of the fortress. Something cold touched his nose, and he looked up, expecting rain. He did not want rain. Rain was the bane of anyone working with wood and canvas, but autumn had begun the slide into winter, and it was becoming less clement all the time. They'd had 2 showers already that week, and the temperature was plummeting to the extent that they'd all bought extra blankets and burned fires late into the night. This was not rain, though. As he looked up, another flake drifted down, lazily, to land on his arm. Snow. Damn it! But at least it would be a light shower, and brief. A man brought up where Ulfr had been in the icy north knew snow well, like a childhood friend, and he could take one sniff, one look, and say with reasonable confidence that it would snow for perhaps an hour, and light enough not to lie. But it was a worrying warning sign that more was to come, and that the weather was truly on the turn. And if ever there was a bad time for even a veteran ship's pilot to take a new and untested vessel out to sea in a hurry, it would be in winter storms. The time was coming for sacrifices and gifts to the gods. He bit down on his worry. Such concerns were for when the ship was finished. There were other worries to concentrate on before then. He felt sharply the absence of the others. Halfdan would be able to make the critical decisions that would see them steer through all this with little trouble, especially with his Loki-born luck. Gunhild would know what was happening and would be able to see their course ahead and help guide the Jarl. Leif would be full of useful knowledge and titbits, even here where he was a stranger, so clever was he. And Bjorn and Ketil were a great comfort to have around when there was the ongoing threat of violence, which it very much felt there was. As they came to a halt, he turned to the men with him. Eric, a Varangian who'd been with them since the sands on the south coast of Italy, and Richard, one of Thurston's Normans from Apulia. "Eric, stay with the horses. Don't let the guards take them away and stable them. Stay out in the open and keep your eyes wide for any trouble. If anything happens, I want to be able to get on this horse and be gone in heartbeats, all right?" Eric nodded, and as the other two dismounted, he took the reins and kept their horses together, without ever himself leaving the saddle. All around, Pirou's guards were watching them with barely disguised malice. On foot with Richard, a man who had once served another Hautville a world away at his side, he reached toward a passing servant. "You, thrall, where is the knight Geoffroy to be found?" The bow-backed man pointed to one of the low wooden buildings at the far side of the compound, and again Ulver's eyes narrowed in suspicion as he nodded his thanks and turned, making for that place. Geoffroy was a nobleman himself, a jarl of his own land, albeit a small one compared with Serlo de Hautville. When Halfdan and then William had come to Pirou, space for them had been made in the keep. It had to mean something that Geoffroy was being kept in a separate building far away. Was it a lack of trust? Was it more a form of imprisonment than hospitality? The rules of the host were truly lost in this place. Approaching the building, Ulver noted no guards on the door, so they were not prisoners per se. He rapped on the timbers, and someone bade him enter. He did so, to find that the place was little more than a cottage, too homely to be intentional guest quarters. To Ulver's eye, it looked to be the residence of one of the free carls who worked in the castle, a man of position but not a noble, perhaps a craftsman or even a priest. Whoever it was had been turfed out to make room for Geoffroy and his companion. Geoffroy sat by a fireplace that roared with golden life, painstakingly painting a design on one of the Norman teardrop shields. His brush made neat lines down the edge. He did not look up from his work. The other man who'd arrived with him lay in a cot to one side. He was awake but sallow and unwell-looking, as though the weapon that had wounded him had borne elf poison. "Master Ulver of the Wolves," Geoffroy said, still concentrating on his work. "You're doing an excellent job," Ulver said, noting the neatness of the work. "Thank you. At home someone would have done this for me, but while I languish here I have made use of my time, repairing our armor and building and painting replacement shields. I have the feeling I will need them soon enough." Clearly the unease was getting to Geoffroy too, then. Ulver wondered for a moment what to say. This was when Gunhild or Halfdan, or even Leif, would be in their element. Ulver had sensed that he needed to visit the man, but now that he was there, he couldn't quite say why, except that the man was a good, honourable one, and that he was clearly as uncomfortable in his current circumstances as the wolves, and that made them kin of a sort. He chewed his lip for a moment, wondering how best to start. "There is trouble brewing in Pirou," Ulver said. Geoffroy stopped his painting and looked up, finally. "Oh?" Ulver frowned. There was no surprise in the man's tone. More of a question, perhaps, as to how Ulver knew of such things, away on his secluded beach. "The Lord Serlo tolerates our presence at best," the shipwright explained. "He wants us gone. I wonder how long we have before his tolerance drains away and he decides to make us gone." They were not the honeyed words of a jarl or a skald, but then he was a plain man. Geoffroy nodded. Despite our differences, Ulver of the Wolves, I suspect we sail in the same boat there, but we are both stuck. You have an unfinished ship and cannot leave until you complete it. I have a wounded friend here who deserves all my care, and I cannot leave until he is well enough to travel." The man sagged a little. "Then there is the question of to where I would travel. My home is within the domain of the rebel Cotentin, and I cannot say for certain whether they remain loyal to me or whether it now hosts a rebel garrison. Perhaps the only place I will find aid is in Falaise with the Duke." Ulver nodded, thinking far ahead. "Is Falaise on a river?" Geoffroy gave him a knowing smile. "Not one large enough for a ship to navigate. The nearest navigable river would be the Orne, through somewhere like Clécy, if your ship had a shallow enough beam. How far is that from Falaise? 10 miles or so, I reckon." Ulver nodded. That would do. "But the journey there along the coast would take you past many ports held by rebel lords. It will not be an easy journey." Ulver shrugged. "My Jarl is in Falaise, your Duke is in Falaise. Your friend cannot ride, but I'd wager he could lie in a ship." "You offer me a way out," Geoffroy said, brows raised. "I do, and you will be valuable, for you know the coast where I do not." "I am not sure Serlo will be so happy to let me go. We have been moved here to keep us out of the way, I think, but also safe and contained. I have seen new men arriving in Pirou for days now. The garrison here has almost doubled, and some of the new men are not wearing Hautville colours, are not wearing any colours, in fact." "Mercenaries?" Ulver asked. "Or men of another faction who wish to keep their identity hidden. I fear Serlo de Hautville is playing a dangerous game. He may not be a rebel lord himself, but I wonder whether he teeters. Allegiance to William is not looking very favourable at the moment with the Duke trapped in Falaise. Unless he can gather a huge amount of support, the rebellion looks too strong to oppose." Ulver thought about this. Was that why Beatrix remained at Pirou? She was betrothed to the Lord of Ur, who was, from what Ulver remembered, a staunch supporter of the Duke. If Serlo was having second thoughts about his alliances, it would make sense not to send his sister to her betrothed, but to keep her as a valuable piece in the game of politics. "We need to leave Pirou before Serlo turns on the Duke," he said flatly. "The moment he joins the rebels openly, we become the enemy rather than merely an inconvenience. You should join us at the beach." Geoffroy shook his head. "Not yet. Thank you for the offer, but for now we are better here. Joining you at the beach would put Hautville on the alert, I think, and every day we wait, Brenier here gets a little stronger, and your ship a little closer to ready." Ulver nodded. "I have to see Beatrix. You will not be permitted. I'm going to do it anyway. Get well, get prepared, watch Hautville and his men, and be ready." As Geoffroy nodded his agreement and returned to his painting, Ulver left the building. Richold at his shoulder coughed lightly. "Can we trust him?" "Insofar as I trust anyone in the land, I trust him. Out in the land of the Georgians they have a saying that my enemy's enemy must be my friend." Now that Geoffroy had mentioned it, as Ulver looked about Pirou Castle, the increased number of men was indeed apparent, and many were in plain hauberks with unpainted shields. It seemed likely that Serlo de Hautville was preparing to make his move, for he was building his strength ready. If, as seemed inevitable, he declared his support for the rebellion, he would have sufficient power to claim a leading role in it, alongside men like Cotentin and Bessin. Time was running out. Ulver could almost see the sand draining through the hourglass, counting down to the time when anyone who had a connection to the Duke became the enemy. "Stay in the open," he said to his companion as they crossed the short stretch of open ground between the buildings where Geoffroy and Beatrix were being housed.
"If anyone comes, delay as best you can." "You're pushing this, Oliver," the man warned.
He knew he was. He'd been given permission to visit Geoffroy, but not Beatrix. He had to hope she was in the same room in which he'd found her last time. There was no guard, of course, for the house was locked from the outside, and so Ulver could not enter. Instead, he walked around the far side and approached the shuttered window to her solar, the room in which he'd spoken to her a couple of weeks earlier.
"Lady Beatrix?"
he hissed through the closed shutters. There was no reply, and so he rapped lightly on the timbers and repeated his call slightly louder, lips pressed to the gap between timbers. He stood there for a moment, the light snow continuing to settle in his hair, gradually soaking him, and finally a voice called in reply.
"Hello?" "It's me, Ulver. How are you faring?"
"I'm a comfortable prisoner," came the reply.
"Your brother wavers in his allegiance to the Duke."
"I'm sure. He will always look to do what's best for him and the family at any time. The Duke is young, unstable, and not popular."
"My people are with the Duke, and the time is coming when we will have to leave in a hurry. Our ship will be ready in a little over a week, I think, unless disaster strikes."
"Good luck to you then, Ulver the Swede."
"Come with us."
"What?"
"You've run away from your family more than once. Why not again?"
"Ulver, I am a prisoner."
"We will come for you, when the time is right, when we can."
He could almost feel the resigned sag through the shutters.
"I will not escape again, Ulver, and if you attempt to take me, you will fail in your own escape. I am done now. I am but Serlo's token to use in his game."
"You could go," she interrupted.
"We cannot leave you here,"
Ulver said to the shutters, but as he listened for a reply that did not come, he was somehow sure she had gone, leaving the room. He sighed. She did not deserve this. As he rounded the corner, back to where Richard waited, he clenched his teeth. He was determined. He felt sure that if Gunhild were here, she would see their threads woven together, Ulver and the wolves, Beatrix and Geoffroy, that they would leave Piru and the increasingly untrustworthy Serlo de Hautville behind. 4 men in chain hauberks with the colours of Hautville were approaching across the grass. As they reached the 2 visitors, one of them threw out an accusatory finger.
"What were you doing?" "Going for a piss," Ulver replied, lip wrinkling.
He was angry, and when he got angry, which was not often, he tended toward the confrontational. The man glared at him, but apparently had no argument against this. After an irritated pause, the guard grunted.
"There are latrines for that, Northerner." "I was desperate," Ulver replied,
and then turned and walked past them, being sure to bump into the man's shoulder insolently on the way. As Richard fell in beside Ulver, he hissed,
"You're spoiling for a fight. The man pissed me off."
"Spoiling for a fight when you're surrounded in an enemy castle with odds of 100 to 1 is stupid." Ulver knew that. He was irritated, but he also knew that. The pair hurried across the open grass and to where Eric waited with their horses. The 4 guards were following them across the open bailey, keeping their distance, but the air of menace was palpable. Reaching Eric, they grasped their reins and pulled themselves up into the saddle.
"Let's go,"
Ulver said to the others, and led them through the gatehouse, fearing that at any moment those timber gates might shut, closing them in. They did not, and it was with a great sense of relief that Ulver crossed the moat and returned to the open countryside.
"This way," he said, turning left toward the north.
The others frowned but followed, this being a longer route back to the beach. A short ride brought them to the village of Pirou, where there was ancillary work being done for the ship. Like all good longships, this new vessel had no need of iron, for the whole ship was formed from split timbers, pegged with tree nails and sealed with cork, but he'd retained the village blacksmith anyway for other reasons. As they approached to the echo of hammer on anvil and the column of black smoke belching from the forge roof, Ulver smiled. 3 axes hung on timber pegs outside, freshly made, though yet to be sharpened, and a number of iron plates the size of a man's palm were stacked on a table. He thought to check with the smith on his progress, but progress was clear from just a glance outside. He'd needed nothing metal for the ship. The crew, on the other hand, was a different matter. He had plenty of men, and each of them would need equipping. At first he thought to source chain shirts and good swords, but it seemed with a little prying that in this time of unrest, with all the lords of this land busy consolidating their forces, arms and armour were as hard to acquire as warships. Then he'd spoken to the smith. The man was no sword worker or armourer, of course. Those were different, specialized skills, and the man simply did not have the time to manufacture steel rings to work into shirts anyway. But his skills were sufficient for certain things. He had built a career out of making tools and utensils for the locals and patching old metalwork. As such, his ability to make an axe was unquestioned, and so Ulver had set the man to making axes, good, large, solid axes, such as a man could wield in war. In addition, the man had admitted that armour was beyond his skill, but many a poor man gone to war had found good protection by simply sewing metal plates to a leather tunic enough to turn a sword. So Ulver had also set him to work making such plates. Additionally, the man had told Ulver that though he had no experience with constructing shields, a shield boss should be easy enough, and so he would work on a number of them, to which Ulver could add the timbers in time. Clearly the smith was progressing well, just from what was on display at the front, and so Ulver decided not to disturb him, and instead rode on to find the carpenter at his shop on the edge of the village. There he dismounted with his companions, tying their horses to a rail and entering the workshop. The carpenter had been put to work making certain things that needed the skill of a craftsman. The steering oar was one such item, and the man had been given that task at the very beginning, as well as the curved and reinforced block for the strake where the steering oar would be attached. The mast step, too, and the rack, and other parts that took a carpenter's skill to get right. Ulver was pleased as he stepped inside to see the progress on display. The steering oar was complete, standing against a side wall perfectly formed. The mast step, too, was ready, sitting on a bench. Other parts he could see around the place in various stages of completion. All was going well. The carpenter was at work in a back room, but as he paused in some noisy task, he clearly heard the 3 men in the outer room and emerged through the door, blinking away sawdust and wiping his hands on his smock, dust settling all around him. The man smiled with recognition and nodded a greeting. "Come to check on progress?" Ulver nodded. "That and another question. A thought occurs to me." "Oh?" "In a good old longship, the rowers sit on their sea chests. It has always been this way. In the Sea Wolf we did precisely that. But since we lost the ship in Miklagartha, we have been sailing in Byzantine ships. Their galleys do not leave room for sea chests. They have oar benches. It only occurred to me last night that few among our new crew will have their own sea chest, and so it might be advantageous for us to adopt the Byzantine idea and fit out the new ship with oar benches. They would only have to be simple plank benches, but the idea is new to me, and so I'm not sure how they would be fitted to the hull. We have plenty of suitable timbers at the beach, and I can set men to cutting them and constructing them, but it would be useful if you could have a look at the ship, tell us how to fit them, and then walk us through the first one. Do you think you could find time?" The carpenter sucked air through his teeth and nodded, tucking his thumbs into his belt.
"It's an easy enough job. I think I can see how they would be fitted, but I'll come and have a look. I'm just working on a project for someone else for the afternoon, but when I stop in an hour or so and get back to your steerboard fittings, I'll come to the beach. I wanted to have a look at your sheer strake anyway, to see how my work will fit."
Ulver nodded, thanked the man, and they left the shop once more, noting that the light snow shower seemed to have ended, much to everyone's relief. He was mostly satisfied. He was a little irked that the man was devoting time to other projects, considering how much Ulver was paying him, but at least he was concentrating on their work and making good progress. As they mounted up, Richhold frowned.
"What's a sea chest?" "Comes from the days of raiding and trading,"
Ulver smiled as they turned their mounts and moved out into the countryside once more.
"Each man has his own share of all booty, and each man keeps it in his own chest. That way there is never any argument about who owns what. But we lost our sea chests with the Sea Wolf. In fact, we lost most of the crew too. I think that perhaps in these days of change, the time of the sea chest is past."
That was a bleak thought, another part of the old world slipping away. The man nodded, and the trio began the 3/4-mile ride to the beach. The conversation varied as they rode, until suddenly Eric hissed for them to hush, throwing out a finger.
"Look!"
Ahead, 5 men sat on horses directly in their path. Even from this distance, Ulver could see the glittering of chain shirts and steel helmets in the winter light. He had been in Piru long enough to know that there was no garrison to be found in the area, the nearest places that normally sported warriors being the castle or the harbour at Fulkerville. For men to be here on the road boded ill. They could only be here for Ulver, and the chances of this being a friendly visit were small. He looked first to Eric, and then to Richhold. With tremendous lack of foresight, the 3 men had ridden for the castle and their meetings in just tunic and trousers, with cloaks thrown over the top for warmth. They had their weapons with them, but they were unarmoured, while the 5 men waiting for them on the road were clad from knee to crown in steel and wielding longswords. Trained warriors, well armoured, and outnumbering the wolves 5-3.
"What now?"
Richhold muttered, his right hand reaching to the sword at his side. That was a good question. Again, had the others been here, they would probably have thought differently. Halfdan would have some wily plan that would see them either passed without a fight or victorious with one. Gunhild would find a way. Bjorn and Ketil would probably laugh that 5 men, no matter how armoured, were hardly even worth the contest. Ulver was less heroic, more pragmatic. They were 3 men, unarmoured. The enemy were 5, prepared for war. The contest would be trouble. There was a chance they could manage a win, but it would be costly if they did. If they survived it, there would probably be only 1 or 2 left to ride back to the beach, and even that much was uncertain.
"We need to avoid a fight." "You're sure?"
Eric asked, gripping his axe.
"We need every man now at the ship. I don't want to lose another body, and we are outnumbered and outarmed. Be ready to ride hard when I say."
The 2 men nodded. They didn't like the idea of flight, but Ulver was right. There was a good chance that at least one of them would die if they fought. Instead, they continued along the road at their leisurely pace, with low, murmured conversation. Ulver could see the farm track leading off, perhaps 20 paces this side of the men who blocked the road. He knew every farm in the area from his negotiations with them over supplies, and he could picture in his mind every field and gate between here and the beach. The farmers might be irritated with him, but they'd get over it, knowing how much he was paying them for all their supplies.
"Good morning,"
Ulver called to the 5 men in his best Norman dialect. There was no reply, which further signalled ill intent, yet Ulver rode casually.
He kept his voice low as he addressed the other two. "The farm road off to the left. Ready?" As he neared the riders, who readied their swords with malice, Ulver suddenly shouted, "Now!" and kicked his horse into speed, veering off the road and onto the farm track. Behind him, Eric and Richhold reacted instantly, and in moments the three men were galloping as fast as they could away from the main road. Behind them there were shouts of anger and surprise as the five men fumbled to get their horses moving before turning onto the road in their wake. The surprise had been enough to buy Ulver and his friends plenty of time, and they were way ahead of the five Norman warriors, who were only just on the track as Ulver led the others between two barns, jumping a low gate into a field of sheep, who scattered at the high-speed intrusion. "Who were they?" Eric asked as they rode. "Mercenaries, I think, but in the pay of Hautville. We are fast outstaying our welcome. Come on." And they rode across fields and between hedges as though Hell herself was grasping at their horses' tails. It was a massive relief to Ulver when he saw the dunes hove into view, and beyond them the palisade around the beach site. "To arms!" he bellowed as they crested the dunes and raced toward the gate, which stood open when ordinary work was going on. At his call, men all across the camp stopped whatever they were working on and ran to the encircling palisade, lifting either swords or axes or makeshift weapons or tools. In heartbeats, Ulver and the others were racing through the gate, and heavy, stocky workers were pushing them closed and dropping the bar. Shaking with the effort, Ulver dropped from his horse and ran, clambering up the slope, to the walkway at the gate. The armoured riders had stopped at the dunes and were looking down at the beach. They stayed there for a short time, and then turned and disappeared. "Our time is almost up," Ulver gasped. "No one leaves the compound unarmoured now, and never less than half a dozen men at a time. Got that?" There was a chorus of affirmative murmurs, and the men began to drift back to work. Ulver watched the empty crest of the dunes for some time. Peru was becoming more perilous by the day. Chapter 16. The blacksmith's cart bounced and jerked across the rough dunes in the icy winds that blew up the beach, its owner's face ruddy with an expression that Ulver could only label worried. The vehicle finally reached the flatter stand and stopped leaping about so, settling into a rhythmic sway as it approached the camp gate. There Varlov waited, impatient, twitching. Ulver knew how he felt and looked around at the work. It was, needless to say, slow going. Of the many workers he had at the site, perhaps half were labouring away to finish the ship. It was nearly there, following another solid week. So close. But now this. Work had begun as usual before dawn, the men performing their tasks by torchlight in the cold night air, but with a diminished workforce. Whereas every night for weeks since Ulver's changes, the men who lived locally had come to the camp gate in time to join their fellows who stayed in the beach camp overnight. This morning they had not turned up. It was a bad sign. The second of the day. On rising from his tent that morning, he'd opened the flap to see a cat of midnight black striding purposefully across the camp, and though he'd spat after it to remove the power of the curse, it had left him with a bad feeling that seemed destined to be borne out. A few workers failing to arrive could be put down to bad luck or laziness, but half the force said something entirely different. The surviving workforce had worked much of the day since then, and now, by mid-afternoon, he was noticing the difference in speed. With luck, the smith would have news. As the cart passed through the gate, Varlov and his man closed it once more, for no one was taking chances these days. Men hurried over and started to unload the axes, the steel plates, shield bosses and knives that the man had made over the past week.
Ulver watched with a sinking feeling as he crossed and joined Varlov next to the vehicle's bench, looking up at the smith.
"You could get none."
He'd not really expected success, but he'd been hopeful. The smith had claimed to have a friend in the castle who could slip him 6 shirts of good chain from the stores for a small fee, and the smith was in and out of the castle on a semi-regular basis, so his visit there would not be suspicious. Moreover, rumour had it that Serlo de Hautville himself had left the castle with a small group of riders 4 days earlier. His absence should make such transactions at least possible. 6 chain shirts would have been very useful. The man shook his head.
"No chance today. Never seen the castle so busy."
Ulver felt the hairs rise on his neck, alertness flooding him at this news.
"Tell me." "Lord de Hautville has returned during the night. He's got a guest with him too." "Go on." "The Lord de Cotentin is in Peru, and he's brought a force of cavalry. The castle is flooded with knights. It's like an army. There's so many of them they're even camped outside the moat."
Ulver and Varlov exchanged a look. Both men were well aware of just how much their own danger had just increased, but Ulver also thought on Geoffroy and his friend trapped in the castle recuperating. Geoffroy had already set himself against Cotentin. If the visitor learned that the knight was there, things could become very nasty very quickly.
"There is more," the smith said, his expression bleak. "Your workers from the villages have been rounded up. They are being kept in the camp outside the castle, and they've been given spears and shields. I think they've been drafted into the Lord's army. I left the castle as fast as I could before someone took away my cart and stuck a spear in my hand."
Ulver felt his spirits sink further. He would not get those workers back. Hautville had them, and he wouldn't let them go. Worse, though, was the news that the rebels were building an army. That could only mean they were openly moving against Duke William, which would also mean against Halfdan and the others.
"We're out of time," the shipwright said.
"What?"
"They're preparing to launch an attack, and Serlo de Hautville knows that we and the wolves support the Duke. Even if we changed our allegiance now, he would never believe us. We're Cotentin's enemies, and if Serlo has raised a rebel flag, then we are his enemies too. They prepare to march east and deal with the Duke, but they won't leave us on the beach behind them. They'll have to finish us first."
Varlov nodded, and Ulver turned back to the smith.
"It will be dangerous to go back to your home. You are welcome to take shelter within our defences."
The man shook his head.
"No, they will come here first. I go to stay with my brother near Avranches until this is over. I wish you luck, Ulver Svensson. I am sorry I have no better tidings for you."
As soon as they had finished unloading the smith's wares, the man gave them a sad salute and turned his vehicle slowly, digging deep ruts in the sand, and trundled back through the gate, changing direction from his arrival path, instead angling south, crossing the dunes and heading away from Peru entirely. Varlov closed the gate and then crossed back to Ulver.
"What do we do?"
The shipwright was chewing his lip, deep in thought.
"Come with me."
With Varlov at his heel, he scurried across the sand to the ship. If he could only have 4 or 5 more days. She was nearly done. The sheer strakes had been added, the whole shell constructed and caulked, the steering oar had been fitted, using the specially constructed blocks the local carpenter had made for them, though for now it was in a raised position, not dropped into place. All the ribs and the keelson were in, and the crossbeams that acted both as an extra strengthening and as the benches for rowers were in place, though some had not been fitted and finished. There was as yet no mast, no sail, no prow or sternpost, no oars, and no decoration to any of the timbers. Most importantly, nothing had yet been tested. Ulver was pleased with the work they had all done, and with the job they'd all achieved, but he'd not had the time and opportunity to check every strake, every tree-nail, every inch of caulking. Without a day to give the ship a full check, there was always the possibility the vessel would be pushed out into the waves, where it would immediately spring a dozen leaks and sink forever. It was rather more than a simple risk. But she should be seaworthy. What? Varlov breathed, looking back and forth along the ship. As long as all the work has been done exactly as I ordered, the ship should be seaworthy. She lacks finishing touches. Like a mast, sail, oars. A lot. But a ship can be rowed without a mast and sail. A stern and prow post can be made in due course. For now what matters is whether she floats, and she should. You're not seriously suggesting that we put to sea now. I'm suggesting that if we stay here, we're all going to die. I'd rather put my life in the hands of Aegir and Ran, and in my own skill, than trust to the goodwill and mercy of the Lords Hautville and Cotentin. There was nothing Varlov could say in argument to that. He was still shaking his head, though. What if she sinks? Then we drown. Comforting words, Alva. Listen, it's too late in the day for the rebels to come and deal with us now. We should be safe until tomorrow. But I would be very surprised if Hautville and his army do not come with the dawn, and at dawn the tide will be at its highest, within 20 yards of the palisade. That is our time to put to sea. So it will become a race at dawn between the tide and Hautville. Something like that, yes. But it gives us the rest of the afternoon and the night to play with, and that solves 3 problems. Oh? Firstly, it gives us time to do some last-moment checks. There is no point in starting any new part of the work. Next was to be the mast, but we have neither the time to finish it nor a sail to raise on it, so we must abandon the mast for now and trust to oars. While we still have light, get the workers split into 2 parties, one large, one small. The smaller one can finish fitting the crossbeams so that they are sturdy and comfortable. The larger group needs to go round and check every last tree nail and every last inch of caulking, making sure there are no leaks or cracks. That way the ship is as ready as we can make her. It does not fill me with confidence, but it is better than nothing. Secondly, once the sun goes down and such examination and work is no longer possible, we should also be safe from prying eyes. I have no doubt that Hautville has someone watching us at all times. There are fishing boats not far out to sea every day who could report back, and I am sure I have seen figures in the dunes this past week watching the camp. Hautville has been keeping a careful eye on us, but when it gets dark and they are blinded to our work, we can begin. The gold needs to be unearthed then and moved into the ship, along with everything we need for the journey. Load her up under cover of darkness, but be as subtle as you can, for we may still be observed, and we don't want to give Hautville any reason to move on as early. We need the morning tide, else we'll be portaging the ship across a very long beach. You keep saying we with all this. Where are you, Ulver? That's the 3rd thing, the shipwright said with a fierce smile. That gives me half a day to get us oars. And how will you do that? With a little bit of stealth, a little bit of violence, and a lot of luck. Varlov gave a dark chuckle. You sound like the Jarl now. Good. I'll need his low-key cunning. He turned to the others and pointed at Eric and Richhold. You 2, come with me. He looked back at Varlov. Good luck. Make sure she's seaworthy and load her up. With Odin's will, Hautville won't realise we're preparing and won't come until it's light. We'll be back before dawn with oars, or we won't be back at all, in which case we're all fucked. You're full of encouraging words today. Ulver gave his friend a wry smile, and then, with the other 2 wolves, crossed to where the horses were kept tethered among the only area of scrubby, dry grass within the compound. He swiftly saddled one, while the others did the same, and then, moments later, was riding out through the gate once more. "Where are we going?" Eric asked as they left the camp, bursting into fresh life under Varlov's commands, riding across the sand below the line of the dunes. "To find oars. We leave on the morning tide." This brought startled looks from both of them, and Richol's brow lined with concern. "Is she seaworthy?" "You should know. You built her." At his increasing worry, Ulver grinned. "The others are checking her over today, and then loading her in the dark. There's no time to get the mast ready, and we have no sail, so if we want to leave the beach at all, we're going to need oars." "I thought there were no oars to be found." "Not without pissing off their owner, but the ones I'm looking at, their owner is Serlo de Hautville and his skippers, and I can't see damaging our relationship with him making things any worse." "So what's the plan?" Eric asked. "I don't have one, not yet. The oars will be somewhere in Fulkerville. They were being stored ready for one of Hautville's ships. If we're lucky, they're still in storage, and we can find them, thieve them, and get them back to the beach. If we're unlucky, the enemy ship will already have been fitted with them. And then? And then thievery might have to involve some violence too." He kept quiet on his fears. If Serlo de Hautville was so ready for war that he'd openly brought a rebel baron to his castle and they'd mustered an army, there was a damn good chance that he'd had all his ships mustered too, which would mean those oars were aboard an enemy vessel. That could be a lot of trouble. And if they were really unlucky, Hautville had already sent his fleet ahead around the coast, heading for the Duke's harbours in the east, in which case Fulkerville might well be empty of both ships and oars. The 4 miles to the river mouth was ridden in silence, and Ulver could feel the tension emanating from the others, just as he could feel it in himself. No matter what the others on the beach managed, if the 3 of them could not manage to find oars, then they were going nowhere in the morning, and Hautville would come and finish them all off. Ulver had good men and quite a growing force, but many were as yet untested in a fight, while the rebel lords had a trained professional army at their fingertips. He looked up, trying to spot the ravens in the steel-grey sky, but of Hugin and Munin he could see nothing. Perhaps even Hrovnaguth, Odin the raven god, was blind to their peril today. Was it the curse work of that damned black cat? Silently, he vowed a gift to the Allfather if the great god would help them until dawn. There were, in his opinion, maybe 2 hours of daylight left this close to true winter. On the beach, the others would be working hard to check the caulking before the light was too low to do so. But for Ulver, things were working the other way. He could not make his full move until the light was gone. On the bright side, he had kept his eyes and ears open as they left the camp, and he'd not seen a sign of anyone watching him leave. Likely whatever guard or thrall Hautville had set watching the camp had got bored by then, and his attention had wandered. Whatever the case, no one had followed them along the coast, or at least as far as Ulver could tell. The familiar sight of Fulkerville came into view. It was past high tide by some time, and the water was receding, with low tide expected before midnight. There was still sufficient water for the more shallow-beamed vessels in the harbour to bob around, but those with a deep keel were already resting at odd angles in the sand. Ulver felt his heart pounding with the tension as they neared the wide tidal harbour, anticipating disaster. He felt failure looming at the sight of only shallow fishing vessels, and was gripped with the fear that he'd been right to worry that the Baron's ships had already sailed. Then the warships came into view, and relief thundered through his veins like the storms of Thor. The 2 warships that had been berthed for weeks were still present, while 2 more had arrived, one clearly very new, brought in from another port somewhere along the coast. In that moment, in his head, Ulver ran a calculation. 60 miles lay between Pirou and the Duke's fortress at Falaise, which could only be where the rebel army was bound. A fast force could cover the distance in a couple of days, and a reasonable army in 3 or 4. But if they needed siege engines and wagon trains, which seemed likely, they would be moving no more than 10 miles a day, as Ulver was painfully aware from their slow wagon journey from Apulia in the summer. So it would be 6 days before the rebel army reached Falaise. From his discussions with Beatrix, Ulver could safely estimate the coastal route to the Duke's local harbours at a little over twice that distance, but ships moved faster. Unless the weather was set against them, and presuming their skippers and crews were all competent, Hautville's ships could reach their destination in 2 or 3 days. Of course, they were not gone yet, for Hautville would not want his ships in danger for days before he and the army arrived. The ships would be setting off in a matter of 2 or 3 days, probably, in order to arrive at the same time as the army. They still had a chance. If the ships were here, then so were the oars. At his signal, they reined in by the nearest building, keeping as much out of sight as possible, peering off into the harbour. He examined the 4 ships. Unless his eyes deceived him, he could see that 3 of them had their oars shipped neatly, while the 4th, the nice new warship, seemed to have no oars at all. It had come under sail and had not been fitted out. The gods were being kind to Ulver this day. Perhaps Odin was watching after all. There was, of course, no activity in the harbour's shipbuilding area, for all the men who worked there were either in Ulver's beach compound checking over the new ship's caulking, or holding a spear in Hautville's camp, armed for a war against the Duke. The only activity he could see was men loading the ships, and those men appeared to be the sailors. Plans began to form in his head. If the oars were not on the ship, then they could only really logically be in the storehouses of the shipyard area, where he'd been prying the first time he came here. Those buildings were at the seaward edge of the harbour, while the warships were berthed further up the channel, in the heart of the village area. If the oars were stored there, the 3 wolves would have to retrieve them from those buildings. They would need 20 oars, 10 for each side, which the new ship had been designed to take. Ulver had mentally calculated that each horse could carry 7 oars strapped to it the 4 miles back to the beach site. Of course, what he hadn't thought of was the logistics of moving the oars to the horses, and what would happen if they were discovered. If they had the horses near the warehouses, then they would need to ride loaded down with long, heavy oars all the way past the warships, across the river, and then back along the south side of the harbour before they could even leave Fulkerville. That was just asking for trouble. But then, if they left the horses at the southern edge, they would have to lug 7 oars each, that same route by hand, just to reach the horses. Clearly, the horses were out. "Here's what we're going to do," he said, pointing to illustrate his words. "The oars are almost certainly stored in one of those large buildings on the far side near the sea. That's their shipbuilding stores, and one of the ships is still lacking oars. But I was wrong in thinking we could get them away on the horses. So here's the plan. While Eric and I secure the oars, Richard will sneak down to the shore near the buildings. From here I can see a small rowing boat, maybe a 4 or 6 person one. It's high and dry now, so it's in easy reach. Richard, you need to get that boat and drag it down to the water's edge. Eric and I will bring the oars and load up. Then we'll push out to sea and row home with our prize." The others stared at him as though he were mad. "You want to steal oars and a boat?" Eric hissed. "And look at those waves," Richard muttered, pointing out to sea. "You want to row back in that?" "I am more at home on the waves than on a horse," Ulver grinned. "We get those oars in the boat and I'll get you home with them. That, I promise. And with 2 of us rowing, we'll move fast. And," he chuckled, "we won't be short of oars to row home with." The other two were shaking their heads, but Ulver had it all set in his head. As long as nothing went wrong, this would work. Retreating from the water's edge, they moved inland, around the back of the village area, toward the crossing of the river a little further up, and there they waited for an hour until the light began to fade. Once gloom had settled across the land, the three men rowed across the shallow river, and, instead of moving along the riverfront, they circled around behind the buildings. The village was slightly busy, figures moving about their evening business, finishing up for the day, heading to or from the tavern, and so they would stay away from open ground. Once behind the village unseen, Ulver gestured for the others to tie up the animals by a small copse close to the barn and wait there. The village would need to be considerably quieter for their business to go ahead. They waited there, in the ever-increasing dark, and every now and then Ulver would scurry across the open grass, dip between the houses, and glance around the harbour, each time admitting grudgingly that the place was still too busy for such a theft. Gradually, as midnight came, the figures around the village disappeared into their houses or aboard the ships, and the visible population thinned until it petered out to nothing. Finally, Ulver decided they were good. The three men abandoned their horses, leaving them to roam, while they crept between the buildings in the increasing darkness. Lights glowed here and there in the village, and as they reached the harbour side and peered left and right carefully before emerging, they could see lights aboard the warships. The skippers and their crews remained aboard so close to the time of departure for war. There was no one clearly visible on the harbour side, though. Taking a breath, ready for trouble, hand on the haft of his axe, Ulver led the other two out from between the buildings, where they walked through the village in the black of night, as though they were taking a stroll, trying not to attract undue attention. There were two warehouses above the empty slipway. Ulver sucked his teeth as they approached, trying to decide how best to approach this. He gestured to Eric. "You take the nearest, I'll take the furthest. If you find the oars, come and get me straight away." Then to Richhold, "You know what to do." As they neared the buildings, the Varangian veered off to the left, approaching the nearest warehouse, drawing a sax as he went. There were no lights on in the buildings, but that was no guarantee of a lack of danger, especially when the day had started with such an omen of ill luck. Ulver moved toward the second building, while Richhold scurried onwards, making for the boat that was their only realistic escape option. The shipwright drew his axe as he neared the building. Something was telling him that danger lay ahead. He could feel it in the air, like a draugr hovering over him, menacing. The warehouse had 3 entrances, just like its twin, a huge double door above the slipway from which goods could be moved in and out to the work area, a second, similarly huge entrance on the landward side, where wagons could offload their goods for storage, and a small door in the side facing out to sea. Ulver thought about it, and reasoned that the larger doors were probably always barred from the inside, just as the sheds had been back in Sigtun, for they were only opened while goods were being loaded or unloaded. That meant that the only reasonable approach would be the small door, and so it was for this one that Ulver made. He reached the door, creeping the last few paces, and listened carefully. He could hear nothing but the lap of distant waves, the hooting of an owl in the trees behind the houses, and the gentle murmur of the people back along the harbour inland. Still, he could feel the danger, even if he could neither see nor hear it. His mind raced. If there was a guard in the place, he should be either asleep on duty and therefore audibly snoring, or sitting bored. Bored men make noises too, shuffling, tapping, humming. Very few men were ever so silent that they could not be heard over the distant tide retreating. If there was absolutely no noise, and yet he was sure there was someone there, then that person was deliberately making no noise, and if that was the case, then perhaps the watchman sensed danger too. He looked at the door. It opened inwards. There was a lock and a latch. If there was a lock, the door was probably simply kept locked and never barred from the inside. There would be no point. But locks could only hold under so much strain. The man inside, if he was anticipating trouble, was probably just on the other side of the timber. Ulver imagined he could hear the man breathing. He smiled and stepped close, then dragged a booted toe across the stonework, making a small sound. He then stopped and listened. There. He could just hear the faint sounds of careful movement inside, right behind the door. Someone was listening. With a grin, Ulver took 3 steps back, then ran and hit the door with his shoulder. He was a large man with broad shoulders, and consequently brought a great deal of weight and momentum to the barge. He hit the door like a bull, the lock splintering with a sound that cut through the night sharply, the door itself slamming inwards hard. Ulver was rewarded with success immediately. The man had been right behind the door, and the blow had sent him sprawling backwards, falling to the ground. He'd had a sword out, which clattered across the floor nearby, fallen from his grip. The burly shipwright was on him before he could recover. Leaving the door clattering back against a shelf of stock, he dived for the stunned watchman, axe out. As he dropped onto the floored fellow, he changed his grip, one hand on the butt of the axe, one near the bottom of the shaft. Before the man could fight back, Ulver had the axe haft pushed against his throat while he pressed hard. He felt the crunch as pipes, bones, and tendons broke under the assault, the man's face changing colour, eyes bulging and pinking where the blood vessels burst. He was making gagging sounds, unable to speak or breathe. Even when the sounds stopped and the body fell still, the shipwright held the axe in place for a count of 30, to be sure. He looked at the Norman. He'd been a warrior, doing his job. He deserved a chance. Ulver reached out and collected the fallen sword, bringing it back to the man's hand and wrapping the fingers around it, for the possibility that Odin's maidens would come. Then he rose swiftly and ducked back out through the door, up to the street and down to the slipway. There was no sign of increased activity, and so his assault on the warehouse door had apparently gone unnoticed, thankfully. He dipped back inside and hurried this way and that. It was exceedingly hard to identify anything in the dark, and he was starting to think he needed a lamp which might attract undue attention, when he found what he was looking for by the simple expedient of falling over them. The oars were in a pile close to the slipway doors. Quickly dropping to a crouch, he used his fingers to examine them, counting as he went. There were plenty, more than 20 anyway, and they were a good length. Grinning at his success, he rose and hurried over to the door, then ducked around to the far side to the other warehouse. The small door stood open, yet undamaged, and a body lay in the open doorway, throat cut, in a huge pool of glistening dark liquid. Ulver stepped over the mess and into the gloom, putting away his axe as he went. "Eric," he hissed. "Ulver, I've found them." Ulver blinked. "Me too." "2 lots. They were holding out on us. What now?" "We take 5 from here, the rest from the other warehouse. It's nearer to the boat, and we'll have to do 4 trips. They'll be heavy, but with one of us at each end we should be able to carry 5 easy enough." They counted out 5 oars and lifted them with a grunt. Ulver tucked them under his armpit, using both hands in a circle around them, fingers knitted, and with Eric doing the same, they carried the first load out through the door. As yet, there seemed to be no alarm raised, and they took the most concealed route around the building, then scurried with their prize across the sand to where Richhold was holding a small rowing boat at the water's edge. "Well done! The man grinned as the pair dropped their first load into the boat and then turned and ran back to the stores. For speed, this time they went to the nearest shed and picked up 5 of the oars Ulver had found, repeating the process. With 10 in the boat, they turned and ran back for their third load. It was as they emerged with the final 5 that they heard a warning hiss from Richhold, who was pointing wildly inland. They ran, abandoning subtlety, and dropped the last load into the boat with a clatter. As they began to push the vessel further out into the water, the sea lapping around their calves, Ulver looked back across the harbour. Men on board the warships were shouting and waving. The other figures were pounding along the riverside. "Quick!" he grunted, and they jumped into the boat as carefully as they could. By unspoken agreement, Ulver and Eric, as the 2 most muscular, took a pair of oars and thrust them through rowlocks and out into the water. It took a matter of heartbeats for them to find their rhythm, and by the time figures were running down the beach after them, they were sufficiently far out into the water to be out of reach. An archer arrived and loosed a couple of desultory arrows across the sea at them, but they both fell well short, and by this time the 2 Northmen were pulling on the oars with the strength and skill of professional sailors. They had done it. They were fleeing Fulkerville without pursuit, with a boat full of oars. They just had to get back and then launch the ship before Hautville arrived with his army. Chapter 17. It was a hard journey, even Ulver had to admit. Once away from the safety of the harbour, the winter sea was extremely choppy and it was hard to make headway. Behind them, for some time, they could see urgent activity in the harbour, but no one followed them out. The ships couldn't do so because of the low tide, and no one else there was brave, or perhaps stupid enough, to test a small rowing boat on the open water. He lost track of time, but would estimate they were in the water, struggling south along the coast for more than 3 hours, possibly nearer 4. At one point, the current pulled them far enough out to sea that they briefly lost sight of land, but through sheer effort they managed to angle back in. It helped that as they began to approach the Pirou area, the tide was coming in, and the currents changed. They were all grateful when the shape of the new ship surrounded by its palisade came into view, a vague shape in the dark, lit only by dots of golden light, for the campfires burned all night now that winter cold had come. As the boat finally beached, the 3 sailors heaved great sighs of relief. Looking up, they saw the changes made in the camp during their absence. An entire section of palisade nearest the sea had been removed, forming a large opening between ship and water, and therefore an easy access for the 3 travellers. Ulver approved. He'd been planning to do that next anyway. They would need the freedom when the water was up, and there was no longer any real value to their defence. If the rebel army came, a palisade wouldn't change things much. Workers came hurrying down the beach to them, grinning. For a moment, Ulver was worried. What if observers up in the dunes saw this? But then they might have seen the boat arrive anyway. Everything was a race, the time for subtlety more or less over. "You did it!" Varloff laughed as he approached, men running past and grabbing oars from the rowing boat, then ferrying them back up to the ship. "You doubted me?" Ulver smiled jokingly. "With this, yes. How many?" 20. "Then we have all we need. We worked all night," Varlov reported. "We found a couple of dubious patches, but everything has now been recorked if it needed it. All the rowing positions are in place, everything is stowed on board, the steering oar is ready to drop into position and fasten, and we've put the unfinished mast aboard. I figure that if we survive to leave the beach, then we'll probably find somewhere we can finish the work." Ulver nodded. "You've done well then, my friend." He looked up, then back. "I reckon the sun will start to show in about 3 hours. By then the tide will be close enough that we should be able to launch. There is nothing of great use we can do in 3 hours,
but it would be best to keep the men busy anyway. Better not to have time to dwell on what is coming with the dawn."
Varloff nodded.
"I have an idea. I'll assign everyone a bench so that the whole crew knows where to go the moment we launch, and while we wait for the tide, I'll get them in their places practicing their oar strokes. They've done some work on it, but now we've got actual oars, and the closer their timing, the better it will be for everyone." "Good. And while you're at it, load 4 spare long spars of timber."
Ulver left them to it. He was tired. It seemed an age since he'd had any reasonable sleep, and he'd spent the past few hours struggling against an unruly sea in a small boat. He let them carry off the last of the oars, then pulled the small rowing boat up further onto the sand and took his axe to it, holding it in 3 places, just so there was no chance of anyone attempting pursuit in it. There was one job he needed to do yet, now that he had time. He'd named the ship, which was good, for to name a thing was to give it power, and Sea Dragon was a good, powerful name. But he knew the secrets, as all good craftsmen, and he knew the reason that the Sea Wolf had been such a powerful, impressive ship was not just her construction, but his carefully worked designs that gave her extra speed and stealth. For just as names had power, so did runes and images. He'd not had time to work the new ship with such things yet, and taking her out untested without any precautions seemed foolish. As such, as Varlov had the assembled men settled into the ship, he retrieved a chisel and mallet and moved on to the prow of the ship. There, he painstakingly carved on each side, below where the figurehead would go, 2 vertical lines connected by a downward-pointing arrow at the top, the Awaz rune of the older world, imbuing the ship with the spirit of speed, progress, and travel. This done to a quality of his satisfaction, he moved to the stern, where the steering oar was fitted, and here he carefully carved a vertical line with another line curving up to the right from its centre, the Kaun rune of the younger world, imbuing the steersman's place with inspiration and ingenuity. It was a small thing, but it was a start, and it would make a difference. What work could be done completed, Ulver climbed to the top of the dunes carefully, looking this way and that for any figure left observing them. He saw no one, and so emerged into the open, looking away into the distance. Twinkling lights marked the location of the castle, busy even through the night with the preparations for a campaign. He half expected to see an army surging across the grass in between, but nothing came as yet. Returning to the camp, he spent a while watching the oar practice. They were a lot better than he'd expected, but they had a way to go, and still, in truth, had yet to practice with water giving them resistance. There were, he noted, enough of them that there was a man on each oar, with 8 standing watching, and they were just the ones who'd signed on for the ship. The other workers were clustered at the far side, looking nervous, with no part to play. It was time to start getting things moving, he reckoned. It could be as long as 2 hours before the water was high enough for an easy launch, but for a slightly earlier one with a little more work, an hour away at most, hopefully before both the sun and the Lord de Hautville put in an appearance. He crossed to the ship and climbed the frame to the stern post, where he waved to get everyone's attention. Once there was silence, he looked about him. "We all know what's coming, and it would be better for all of us if we were gone before the Lord of Piru arrives. As such, I intend an early launch. I want to be on the water when the sun shows. Here is what we will do. A small ship such as this can be moved across land with portage. It is a simple thing, but hard, grueling work. Look to the ports in the upper strakes through which the oars will spring. The ship is narrow and sharp at just 13 feet wide, while the oars we have are 18-foot oars. This means that they can be pushed through the ports right across the ship and out the other side, with 2.5 feet of timber protruding. The other 10 oars can remain shipped inside.
The ship's hull has a narrow beam at just 4 feet from keel to oarport. This means that men at each oar can grasp 2.5 feet of wood and lift the ship from the ground and carry her." There was a collective groan at this revelation. Even for 20 strong men, the ship would be extremely heavy. Ulver recognized this, but he also knew the ugly truth of the long term. If they could not manage portage, then they would never make a longship crew. "There are other ways, but with the time we have, this is what we can do, and we shall do it. The waterline is currently maybe 80 feet from the camp. That's just under 2 ship lengths. If we wait for the water to come to us, we run a higher risk of meeting Hautville. We can achieve extra speed in our portage, as those without an oar position can put their shoulders to the prow and stern and help lift and move, including myself and Varlov." He turned to the gathered locals who would be staying behind. "You have my thanks for all you have done and for your loyalty throughout." He fished around by his feet and drew out 4 bags of coins, which he threw to the group. "This is a small bonus by way of my gratitude. I do not expect you to stay, for you will find yourself in your lord's bad favour, but I would ask that you swiftly dismantle the cradle as we lift the ship. A few hammer blows at the critical pegs marked with chalk should be sufficient. Then you can leave, scatter, go home, find somewhere to hide, and wait out the war." There was a murmur of gratitude, and Ulver was happy that they had earned it, and there was no need to put them at further risk. "All right," he shouted. "Let's run through the oars, lift the ship, and watch the cradle vanish beneath us." He and Varlov dashed around giving directions, and the 20 rowers slid 10 oars through the ship, leaving the rest inside, then put their shoulders to the protruding lengths of timber. Ulver could hear panicked groans as men tried to lift sporadically, only to find no movement at all in the massive weight. Daft. They should realize it had to be a collective effort. The other 8 men were positioned 4 at each end, where they gripped the keel and prepared to help take the weight. The local workers hurried forward with large mallets and positioned themselves where they could knock out the pegs that held the frame together, collapsing it beneath the ship. All was ready remarkably fast. While last checks were made, Ulver once more climbed the dunes and looked east. Though it should be hard to tell, he was willing to bet that there were more lights and more movement at the castle than last time. Something was happening. He'd been right to start the launch early. Back down to the beach, he shot a look at Varlov that suggested they needed to move fast. Orders were given, and then a countdown of 5 began. At 3, Ulver cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Take the weight!" There was a huge chorus of cursing, moaning, and shouts as every shoulder and hand gripped and lifted. Ulver was satisfied to see, despite the negativity, the whole ship rise almost a foot from the cradle. "Brace yourselves!" he called, as Varlov shouted, "2!" At 1, the workers swung their hammers, and the entire cradle beneath the ship collapsed in a splintered heap. There was a fresh round of cursing then, partially from those who'd not been pulling their weight and were suddenly forced to, but also from those whose legs took glancing blows from falling timbers and flying pegs. They had it, though. The ship was held at shoulder height. "Forward!" Ulver bellowed, and gestured to Varlov. His friend ran forth and took a place at the prow, adding his own shoulder to the lift, and Ulver did the same at the stern post. Slowly, with a steady chorus of swearing, the ship inched forward, leaving the pile of timber and moving with inexorable slowness toward the advancing tide. Their task complete, the local workers called their thanks and their wishes of good luck, and then disappeared, melting away across the beach into the night, which was now starting to change shade, gradually lightening. The first trouble happened less than half a ship length away.
Someone swore and let go sharply, and the sudden pressure of added weight caused a cascade effect as others let go. The ship dropped, and it was only through sheer strength of muscle and of will that those who remained managed somehow to take the strain and stop the ship crashing back to the beach. It might not have damaged her, but she was still so new. All it would take was for fresh caulking to come loose, and suddenly they would be putting to sea in a colander. Varlov delivered a series of blistering insults at the man, who, chastened and red-cheeked, blew on his sore hands and grabbed once more, lifting. Then they were moving again. Finally, after what felt like weeks of travel, they had moved more than a ship-length away from the ruins of the cradle, and Ulver, aware that this was a new and untested crew being asked to do one of the hardest things a crew could do, relented. He gave the orders that the ship be lowered to the sand. She was standing at the gap in the stockade, and men were keeping her balanced and upright without having to lift. Everyone would get a few minutes of rest before they tried the second leg and actually reached the water with her. Leaving Varlov to the work, Ulver took the opportunity to run back and check on the situation once more. The sky was definitely changing shade all the time. It was a way off properly light, but details were visible out across the fields as he reached the top of the dunes. His heart caught in his mouth as he looked east. There was a mass of humanity around the base of the castle. The rebel army of the lords de Cotentin and de Hautville was on the move, and he doubted they would go anywhere else to begin with but to the beach. He found himself wondering how the barons had so anticipated his early launch as to leave the castle early themselves. And then he saw it. 2 horses pounding across the fields in his direction, halfway between the castle and the beach. Shit! He turned and looked down across the beach to where his crew were having a breather, the new ship still short of the water. "Varlov! Get them moving! The rebels are coming!" It did not require his friend giving orders this time. Everyone down there had heard the news, and none of them were in any hurry to meet the Lord Serlo de Hautville again. In moments, the ship was being lifted and slowly moved forward. Ulver knew that he should be down there helping, but he suspected he knew what was happening here, and that took precedence right now. As the 2 horses came ever closer, and the world became ever lighter, he saw that the mounts did indeed carry the very people he'd suspected, though not in the order he'd anticipated. Geoffroy rode ahead, wearing his war gear, ready for a fight. Behind him came not his injured friend with a passenger, but rather the other way around. Beatrix de Hautville rode astride like a man, the wounded Norman soldier behind her, arms wrapped around her waist. Ulver looked up beyond them. The army was most definitely moving their way, and at speed. They had left the infantry, just horsemen pounding across the turf, chasing down the 3 fugitives and expecting to catch the shipwright and his men on the beach into the bargain. He waved to make sure he got the 2 riders' attention, and in what felt like mere moments the pair were reining in sweating mounts at the edge of the dunes. "Well met, Ulver Svensson," Geoffroy shouted, holding up a hand. "My companion and I wondered if there might be a spare place or 2 on your ship." Ulver laughed. "Always for a brave man. Welcome, Geoffroy. The ship is moving already." The Norman dismounted and crossed to the other horse, helping his wounded friend down. The pair of them bowed respectful heads to Beatrix, and then began to move past Ulver, staggering down the sandy dunes, making for the beach and the work there. Ulver crossed to the other horse and reached up a hand to help Beatrix down. "Sadly, the sea will not welcome me today," she said. He frowned. "What?" "I came to help Geoffroy with his friend, and now I will help you, Ulver of the Northmen. Take your ship and put to sea, and kiss the waves for me." He shook his head. "You can come. We have room." "No, Ulver. I have a different war to fight,
and this one in my own family. Fear not for me, I will not be harmed. I am too valuable a treasure to damage."
Ulver was still shaking his head, but she had clearly made up her mind, for she turned the horse and reached down, pulling a sword from a scabbard slung on the saddle. He stared, and she turned once more, just briefly, with the strangest smile.
"I will buy you what time I can. Put to sea, Ulver."
And then she was gone. She kicked her horse to speed, letting out a roar of belligerent fury that would give Bjorn a run for his money, and charged across the turf, sword levelled, roaring defiance as she charged the army of her brother headlong. He looked back. The ship was almost in the water. The men were achieving the seemingly impossible, driven by the necessity of survival. He should help, but somehow he could not let Beatrix do this without someone watching, without a witness who could sing songs of her glory in the mead halls. She raced across the farmland, roaring like a warrior, and he was struck then that no one had ever actually told him what a Valkyriur should actually look like. But right now, if he had to describe the warrior handmaidens of Odin, by all the gods, he would be describing Beatrix. And it worked. She charged the rebel army, and as the two met, it was the mass cavalry of the barons who veered off, peeling away to avoid contact with her. Their charge across the fields ended for a time, as they raced off to the sides, unsure of what to do, for there could be no doubt that Hautville was bellowing orders that his sister was not to be harmed, yet she was charging back and forth, attempting to slam a blade into any man she could reach. He gave her a sad smile, oddly certain that, though he would never see her again, she would be all right. Life was not done with a woman of her quality yet. He turned his back, asking Odin to watch over her, despite her adherence to the White Christ. She had bought them precious time. Now they needed to make sure it had been worthwhile. He turned, scrambling back down the dunes, pounded across the beach, kicking up sprays of sand in his wake as he bore down on the ship. She was at the water, but they hadn't lowered her yet. Varlov was ready to walk her out until they were neck-deep, to be sure. Good man that he was. By the time Ulver was closing on the vessel, the whole ship was in the water, the men at the prow waist-deep, those at the back just at ankle depth. He ran to the stern and put his shoulder to it, heaving onwards. Slowly they moved out into the water, and he felt every inch of tide was a saviour, reaching up to help him to freedom. The water touched his knees, and he could hear the approaching army, the shouts back across the fields just beyond the dunes. He wondered for a moment how Beatrix had fared with her brother, but he had to put her from his mind. She was right. She was far too valuable as a potential political bride to be allowed to be damaged, and so she would be all right in the long run, though it was extremely possible that Serlo would take it out on her in his anger regardless. Not all punishments were lethal, or left lasting marks. Forgetting her with some difficulty, he continued to heave, feeling the water slopping up around his thighs. As it touched his belt, he heard the first cries of alarm from behind. The vanguard of the rebel army had reached the dunes. "Drop her!" he bellowed, and prayed there was enough water to take her weight. Every man along the hull let go, and the ship slapped down into the water just as the first glow of light began to play across the dunes behind them, highlighting the 6 riders up there who were gesticulating, pointing at the ship out across the beach. It was still a race. They were thigh-deep in the ice-cold water, but a horse could manage that too, and it would take them precious time to get moving. "Climb in!" he shouted, even as he watched the ship rock once or twice and then settle. There was enough water for her shallow beam. At his urging, the 6 men at the back heaved and gave the floating vessel just the tiniest bit of momentum, allowing her to gain a few extra inches of water as the men climbed aboard and added weight. He almost panicked then, worrying that he'd misjudged it. The keel touched the seabed for a moment, but then it was moving once more, heading out to sea. He watched as the last few men piled aboard, and then, finally, there was just Ulver at the stern, stomach deep. He looked back. Horsemen were pounding across the wide expanse of sand toward them, and there was still time for trouble. Then hands were reaching down from the ship, grabbing his wrists, pulling him aboard. Ulver was the last man in the ship, and he realized then that he was the only real sailor among them. Varlov had done a few stints in Byzantine galleys, but not a single man had rowed or crewed a longship before. They were milling about, uncertain of the next move, so he tried to put away all thoughts of what was happening outside the ship.
"Pull the oars back across so that they are level above the water. Run out the other 10 through the ports you've cleared and do the same with them. All oars horizontal above the water."
As they began to work, he ran across to the steering oar. She was still lifted and tied, but he feared that dropping it might simply land it in the sand, where it would act more as an anchor than a steering board. He called over one of the unoccupied men and handed him a knife.
"The moment you think the water is deep enough to take the length of that steering oar, cut the line and drop it in, then angle it straight out to sea. Got it?"
The man, staring, worried, nodded. Ulver ran forward, pointing to other unoccupied men. Perhaps it was useful to have spare men who were not required at the oars after all. He found 4 of them, and then gestured to the 4 long timbers he'd ordered brought aboard at the last moment.
"Get astern. Grip them tight and push them down into the water, into the sand. Punt us forward. Give us any extra momentum you can."
The men grabbed the timbers and ran. Apart from him and Varlov and Geoffroy and his man, who were collapsed near the bow, only 3 men were unoccupied. He waved at them.
"You need to move across the whole ship. Examine every board and every peg. Look for any leaks. If you find one, report back to me."
That was it. Everyone had a job. Everyone except Varlov, but he was useful just moving around, helping people and giving commands. Ulver hurried back to the stern, where the 4 men were heaving with their poles against the sand, helping drive them forward. They were moving deeper all the time, and the tide was still coming in, giving them added safety. The lead riders had reined in at the water's edge, but he could see others coming up behind them, and this wasn't over, for orders were being given out. He heard Varlov giving the order to dip oars, and a moment later there was a horribly arrhythmic clatter and splash as 20 inexpert rowers failed spectacularly to achieve unison. There were 2 cries of pain as oars collided, knocking back against their owners. Ulver winced. Such things could break ribs. At least they had spare oarsmen. Varlov was on it, and his cursing and snarled orders had their effect. There were 2 more half-hearted failed attempts, but on the 4th stroke, the oars disappeared into the water with an almost perfect unified splash. Still there were failures as they rose and turned, and then clattered and splashed here and there back into the water, but by the time they'd had 8 or 9 strokes, the oars were moving in pretty good time. The ship was cutting out to sea. Next to Ulver, there was another splash as the steering oar was dropped into the water. His joy at the thought that they were at sea at last was curtailed by a blood-curdling scream from his right. He turned sharply to see one of the men who'd been punting them away had dropped his timber and was slumped over the stern, a long spear already falling away, covered in blood, thrown by a rider who'd ridden out into the waves. Others were coming too, and it looked as though archers were arriving. Ulver felt a grim satisfaction as a second thrown spear fell short, splashing into the water behind them. That was it. They were out of reach, and by the time archers got anywhere near the water, the ship would be too far out to reach. They were at sea, and every oar-stroke took them further from danger. He gestured to the man with the steering oar. "Keep us straight until you can barely see the horses on the shore. Then give me a shout and we'll start our turn north." Leaving the nervous-looking man to his work, Ulver moved forward, noting with some satisfaction that the oarsmen seemed to have achieved a basic rhythm. He didn't know how long they'd managed to keep it up, but for now it would carry them out of danger, and even out of sight of Piru, thank Odin. Back in the bow, he approached Geoffroy. "I'm glad you escaped. Where can we take you? I assume you are not here for a life on the waves." The knight chuckled in a tired voice. "I cannot say that it is not tempting, but no, I have duties. I shall not stay in the Cotentin, for the rebels now control the peninsula, possibly including my own lands. I will make for Falaise and the Duke, and lend my sword to his cause. I am leaping to the assumption that Falaise is where you too are bound, for that is where your Jarl will be found." Ulver nodded. "We will get as close as we can to Falaise, this Clessy place of which you spoke. From there we can rescue Halfdan and the others, and you can rejoin your Duke. During our journey I am hoping that you will be able to help navigate, for you will know these shores better than anyone here." Geoffroy nodded. The sun chose that moment to burst free of the horizon. Though it was still bitterly cold, the day looked set to be a dry one, and the winter sun blazed with golden glory across Normandy. "I have a gift for you," came a voice, and Ulver turned to see Varlof behind him. "Oh? Some weeks ago I heard you talking to yourself." He reached into the bags and goods stowed near the prow and found a large sack, which clearly weighed a great deal from the strain that showed on his face as he lifted it. Whatever was in it was a good 3 feet long and a foot both wide and thick. Varlof held it sideways across his hands, as though he were offering a sword. Frowning, Ulver reached down. As he took it, his friend removed the sack. "Gods!" Ulver said in a breathless tone as he looked down at what slid free of the cover. The dragon's head was carved with immense skill and touched up with black, yellow, and red paint, giving it a fearsome appearance. It was an old-fashioned design, like the ship's prows of his forefathers, like the great dragon boats that had sailed from fjord and isle to raid on the rich coastlines of the East for 50 generations. "I heard you call her the Sea Dragon," Varlof explained. Ulver could only nod. He wasn't entirely sure he could trust his voice. It was rare that emotion claimed and floored him, but this was one such moment. "When?" he managed. "I hired the carpenter at Piru to do it privately." Ulver smiled, thinking back over his visit there when the man had come out of some back room claiming to be working on a private project. The sneaky bastards. The wonderful, sneaky bastards. A name gave power, runes gave power, but this would give the Sea Dragon more power than anything. This completed her. The danger on the beach entirely forgotten as they cut ever further out into the water, Ulver and Varlof lifted the dragon's head and fitted it to the prow post. It would need to be pegged in, but just looking at it, standing there proud, sent Ulver's heart soaring. They were free. They were heading north with the Sea Dragon. He'd done it. Chapter 18. The sun dawned on a new world for the wolves of Odin. For Ulver, it was a return to an older time, of longships and the icy whitecaps of the seas south of his home, of the sound of oars and weary men, of creaking timbers and crying gulls, of the freedom a man can only know in the embrace of the whale road. For Varlov, It was the world of his forefathers that he himself had never truly experienced. He was a Northman to the core, come south to serve among the Rus in the Byzantine Emperor's guard, and then sent west to fight in Italy. But he had spent most of his life on land. What time he'd had on the water had been in the slow, heavy war galleys of the Byzantines, with their fire belchers and their multiple oar banks. He had never known the simplicity of a swift-lined raider with a complement of men small enough to be brothers. For the others, it was truly new. Most of them were workers in the harbour of Fulkerville, or local labourers from Pirou, who had taken Ulver's offer at the chance for a new life without the drudgery of serfdom in Normandy. They might yet regret their decision, as the sheer effort of sailing a longship on the open ocean seeped into their bones, and maybe the uncertainty of their future too. But for now, despite the weariness and effort, they were in high spirits at the opening of a world of adventure. Ulver was willing to bet that after a few weeks, once their muscles had built and the rhythm and pace of the whale road had claimed them, none of them would want to go back to their land-bound world of tedium and cruelty. A new world under a cold winter sun, as the waves slapped against the side of the ship and the oars rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell, now in a reasonable rhythm, the best part of an hour away from the beach at Pirou. They had escaped capture or death at the hands of the rebel barons, and they had a new ship with a new crew, hungry for possibility. True, the ship was unfinished, and at the first real opportunity, Ulver intended to spend 2 or 3 days ashore as they finished the mast and found a sail to raise upon it, and save the arms of the crew. But even unfinished, she was a thing of beauty. He knew that it would be a year before he was done with her. Apart from the actual ship parts that were required for any reasonable voyage, she would need a stern post. The crew would all need shields that could be slotted into place along the sheer strake, and, more than anything, she needed to be made to feel like their ship. The sea-wolf had been carved with intricate and ancient designs, and the same would be true in time of the sea-dragon. It would be an ongoing work whenever they were not actively at sea. "Ship oars! Rest for 1/4 of an hour!" he bellowed between cupped hands, drawing a cheer from the rowers, who must be close to exhaustion, this being their first ever voyage at the oars. Varloff and Geoffroy wandered along the ship to meet him at the stern, where he had taken over the steering oar from the new man. All along the way, men cheered them and grinned. Rarely had a ship ever seen such good humour. "What is the long-term plan?" Varloff asked as he settled in to lean against the rail. Ulver shrugged. "We sail the coastline until we reach the river that Geoffroy told me about, then sail inland as far as it's navigable. Then we need to stop and move across land and make contact with Halfdan and the others at Falaise. There, Geoffroy will join his duke, but I presume the rest of us will return to the Sea Dragon and make our way to the sea. And after that? This is the Jarl's call, but I think we shall be bound for homelands. We still have unfinished business with Hardravi and our stolen ship, and with the priest, Hjolmvigi," he added, in a dark tone that those who were not in Georgia with the bloody Jarl and his rabid priest would never understand. "But you have a new ship," Geoffroy said. "The Sea-Wolf is ours too. My last great ship. If you had a gold coin and someone took it from you, would you shrug and forget it because you knew you had another gold coin?" "Point taken," smiled the Norman. "What can you tell us of the journey to come?" Geoffroy scrubbed his short hair with a rough hand. "Probably not enough to help, to be honest. Normally there are plenty of good harbours to put into, and the coast is clear of pirates these days. There are various small hazards, from sandbanks and submerged rocks to cliffs and surprise currents, but I know those well enough to see us through.
The problem is that everything is changing. Because of the rebellion against the Duke. Quite. Harbours that I know to be friendly will probably now be closed. Places that are the usual anchorage of traders will probably be filled with warships instead. And while there are still no pirates, now there will be ships of the rebel barons, which may well be worse for us. My homeland is on the north tip of the Cotentin. I cannot say for certain what has happened there since I left and my own lord rebelled, but it may be that it remains untouched, in which case we will find friends there. Whatever the case, there will be 2 or 3 coastal villages between here and the river where I will be welcome. All we need to do is to make it to one of them, and we can pause there long enough for you to finish your mast and purchase a sail. After that, things will become easier." Ulver smiled. "Good. That all sounds as well as could be hoped." Skipper," called a voice from further forward. Ulver looked past his friends and saw one of the new men at the prow, alternately waving at him and pointing off toward the coast ahead. He looked in that direction, and his breath caught in his throat. That was something he'd not taken into account. A little short of an hour out from Pirou's beach, they were about to pass Fulkerville on their way north. He cursed, chiding himself for having overlooked the most blatant of dangers. It was fully high tide, and what they had done in the harbour that night would be known to all. It came as no surprise, then, to see 3 warships moving across the tidal harbour toward the open water, angling to intercept the sea dragon. Some darkly humorous part of him chuckled at the fact that there were 3, the 4th unable to pursue thanks to the fact that the sea dragon was using their oars to get away. Still, it was not enough to make him laugh openly right now. Once again, he felt keenly the absence of his friends. Halfdan with his luck, Leif with his knowledge, Gunhild with her certainty, Ketil and Bjorn with their promise of violent victory in almost any circumstances. But there was nothing for it. It came down to him. He was the skipper and in absolute command, and so the onus of saving their collective hides was entirely on him. 3-1. All 3 were bigger ships, and all 3 had sails. That meant that outrunning them would rely on the strength of the oarsmen's arms, and they were already tired. Running would not save them, even though the Sea Dragon could be the faster ship by far when she was finished. He thought back on what he'd seen of them in the harbour. They were really very similar to an old-fashioned longship, just a bit larger and of slightly differing construction. That meant that they would not have great weapons of war fitted on board as the Byzantines had. They would rely instead on boarding their enemies and overwhelming them in the old manner. They might have archers, mind, and that made a great deal of difference. He remembered with a further sinking in the pit of his stomach the warriors he'd seen aboard them. Like almost all these Norman soldiers, they were killers, with the love of war of an ancient Northman, combined with a hunger to prove themselves and to conquer. They had become violence incarnate. Then he looked at his crew. They were mostly manual labourers or the men of a shipwright. A little over half of them were armed, with axes mostly, and 7 wore tunics of leather sewn with metal plates. Few had helmets, even fewer chain shirts. And of them, who had any experience at war? The answer to that was a bleak one. Ulver, Varlov, Geoffroy, and his wounded companion, 2 Apulian wolves and 2 Varangian ones. Of a crew currently of 32, 8 had any skill in combat, and one of those was too badly wounded to fight. So not only was running away almost certainly a death sentence, so was any attempt to fight them. That left only something sneaky, and that, really, was Halfdan's role. He found himself cursing again as he ran through it all. "We're in trouble," Varlov summarized. "Yes, They outnumber us, and us being without a sail means they can outrun us, and as things stand they can easily outfight us. Halfdan and Gunhild would have a solution, but I have not." "This ship has a shallow beam, yes?" Geoffroy said thoughtfully. Ulver nodded. "Very. I doubt those 3 ships are anywhere near as shallow." Ulver thought back, picturing them at low tide in the harbour, leaning at an angle in the sand. He nodded. "Much deeper, I'd say. Can we get ahead of them?" Ulver looked along the coast. The enemy ships were only just emerging from the harbour. The skippers were utilising sail, saving their oars for the attack. He did not even need to look up or around to sense that the wind was a northwesterly, which made their decision foolish. They would be struggling to use the wind, and the further north the Sea Dragon managed, the worse the struggle would be. So it all depended on the oarsmen. He cupped his hands again. "The ships of Hautville are coming for us," he bellowed, which cut through the good-natured murmur across the vessel and silenced the men with a solid air of nervousness. He took another breath. "We cannot fight them, but if you are strong and you can bend to oars once more, we can still beat them. How are your backs?" There was a roar then, which surprised him. He'd half expected nerves to claim them, but somehow their newfound freedom on the waves had given them a confidence he'd not anticipated. He grinned. "Are you men?" A roar of affirmation. "Or are you wolves?" he bellowed, and this time the roar was deafening. He had planned then to give the order, but he discovered, again to his surprise, that he had no need to. Someone among the crew, even as the roar died down, was already calling out a time beat, and the oars dropped into the water in time with that rhythm, the Sea Dragon surging forward with astonishing speed. "Damn, she's fast," Geoffroy breathed. "I only build fast ships," Ulver replied. "Some men prefer bulk, strength, or capacity. I like speed." "And I like your thinking," the Norman said. "All right, here's what we do. There are 3 routes along the coast north of here, each defined by a series of sandbanks. The furthest west out to sea is the clearest, and any ship can ply it, but the waves will be high and cruel that far out, and it will take time to sail far enough out and back. The central route is the one used by most traffic, for it is clear for all but the deepest of keels, but it still takes time to sail far enough out and back. The inner channel is only used by very small and very shallow fishing boats, for it is too dangerous, though it is also by far the fastest route north." "Hazards?" Ulver grinned. "The lucky banks, which are not, the low port reef, and the rocks known as the Feet of God. Only a lunatic takes the inner channel, but it will easily gain a ship an hour or 2 on pursuit by either of the other routes." Ulver laughed. "And we have a beam so shallow that even small fishing boats would be envious." He peered off ahead. "How close to the shore?" Geoffroy smiled. "Angle for land now, aiming for the far side of the harbour, and I'll take the prow and call your route." The Norman rushed to the fore then, and grasped the great carved dragon, peering into the spray. Ulver angled as he was told, toward the shore off the north of Fulkerville, and watched with a frisson of nervous energy as the 3 vessels began to pick up speed out of the harbour. It was going to be close. With every few yards they cut north, the 3 warship closed at a tangent, intending to cut them off. Then, just when Ulver was thinking they would do it, the 3 ships furled their sails, and the oars were run out. Moments later, the warships of Serlo de Hautville were surging forward, racing to beat the Sea Dragon to her planned route. "Volov! Ulver! Double the oar strokes!" His friend looked back with wide eyes. They were already going fast, a punishing pace for untrained rowers who were already tired.
Any faster, and they might just risk breaking their own oarsmen. But Ulver held the man's gaze. If they didn't make it past the 3 ships, then nothing else would matter. Varlov seemed to realize this, nodded, and immediately bellowed out the new order, then began to stamp his foot loudly to create the new rhythm. The noise from the oarsmen died away, as every man saved his breath, bending all his effort to the work. Ulver felt pride in his crew as the sea dragon lurched forward once more, a new pace sending her bouncing across the waves like a dream, despite the weariness of its inexperienced oarsmen. He watched the coast angling toward the sea dragon, watched the 3 enemy ships desperately trying to stop them. He knew they were going to make it, as long as the rowers could keep up the pace. He paid attention to Geoffroy, who was waving and gesturing for a little more easterly. He changed the angle of the steering oar, and in moments they were cutting ever closer to the enemy. It went on like that for mere minutes, though it felt like years to Ulver. Changing the angle, watching the shore, marking their enemies. Then they were almost at the point of collision. And then they were passing the danger. The sea dragon shot across the bow of the lead warship, just 3 ship lengths ahead of it, raising an audible howl of anguish from the Norman crew. Then, in quick succession, they raced across the front of the 2nd and 3rd ships, closer to each one as they passed. Behind them, as they raced for that dangerous inner channel, the 3 warships panicked. The lead ship, which they had passed first, decided there was no hope of following and raced out to sea, making for the middle channel, the clear one used by most sensible shipping. The last of the 3 seemed to decide that pursuit was fruitless and slowed, turning, preparing to make for the harbour once more. The middle ship, though, fell into pursuit. It turned as tightly as it could, veering so sharply that men tumbled and slid around the deck, trying to come about behind the sea dragon. Ulver's concentration shifted in an instant with that instinct of a born sailor. The threat of enemy vessels had been left behind, and their pursuit became a worry secondary to what lay in front of them. He had one eye on the coastal waters ahead, and the other on Geoffroy in the prow. It took only a dozen heartbeats into their new course for him to realize just how dangerous this route could be. The lucky banks turned out to be sandbanks that formed a visible ridge during lower tides, but at high tide was submerged just below the water's surface, waiting to snag the keel, steering board, and oars of any vessel foolish enough to come near. Ulver saw 5 different places where the sand came close enough to the surface that even the sea dragon risked grounding. But with every twitch of a hand from Geoffroy, and every slight nudge and angle at the steering oar, they moved deftly between the obstacles, continuing to cut north all the time. Looking back momentarily when the Norman signalled a stretch of clear water, Ulver was impressed to see that the enemy warship was still on their trail, using their own movements as a guide to avoid running aground. It was doing impressively well. A quick glance in the other directions confirmed that the 3rd vessel had returned to the harbour, and the one they had first encountered was out of sight, out to sea. They would soon be far behind. It was just this persistent pursuer who continued to threaten the sea dragon. After perhaps 2 or 3 miles of the submerged menace, Ulver was getting the hang of this coast, until suddenly Geoffroy threw out a series of urgent signals. The shipwright tried to follow them as swiftly as he could, bellowing for the right oars to back water, turning his steering oar madly, calling for Varlov, who hurried back and forth among the rowers, trying to keep them working as a team, even as they were given differing instructions depending on which side of the ship they rowed. The sea dragon lurched sharply to the right, dangerously so, and the crew bellowed out in fright and consternation as they struggled to stay in their benches, holding tight to their oars as the ship swayed wildly. Ulver's eyes widened as he saw for what they'd been bound, a submerged reef or rocky shelf, only visible as white foam where the water slammed into it. Had they not turned sharply, they'd plainly have torn out the bottom of the sea dragon on it. He was both irked and grateful to Geoffroy. He felt that perhaps the Norman could have prepared them for it earlier, but on the other hand, he had saved them from hitting the thing. Then, the reason for the last-moment move became clear. Even as the sea dragon began to pick up speed, making east toward the shore, the ship following them had had too little time to react, and lacked the skill and knowledge of the combination of Ulver and Geoffroy. He watched with a great deal of satisfaction as the Hautville warship ploughed into the reef, even as it tried to turn at the last moment. With a sound like a tree screaming, the timbers of the enemy ship tore and gave, breaking on the rocks. They sailed on, turning a leisurely north once more at a signal from Geoffroy, and leaving behind the slowly disappearing wreckage of the warship on the rocks. By the time they left the low-port reef and passed among the feet of God, Ulver was starting to rather like the challenge of this place. These rocks were easier to deal with. They presented more of a challenge in terms of navigation, but at least they protruded from the surface and were readily visible. An hour later, they were clear of all the hazards and moving at a reasonably leisurely pace along the coast in a northerly direction. With Ulver's blessing, Varlov eased the pace, without such immediate danger any more, allowing the men to rest a little. The most exhausted rowers were swapped out for those who'd not had a stint at the oars, and they moved on with increasing confidence. Sometime in the early afternoon, they reached the tip of the Cotentin Peninsula and followed the curve of the coastline as it turned east. The going became easier, the wind with them, the waves lighter with no submerged obstacles. They sailed on for another hour, keeping the pace steady, watching the coast ahead and occasionally the open sea behind warily. Twice, Ulver thought he saw the shape of a Norman warship on the horizon behind them, but the winter clouds made the view hazy and uncertain at best, and he could not say for sure what it was. It was around mid-afternoon when there was no longer any doubt. The shape of the enemy ship appeared unmistakably on the horizon and had come closer, close enough to see it constantly. Ulver had spent enough of his life in similar positions to be confident that while he could see the Norman ship, the reverse would not be true, for the enemy stood out black in a world of blue and grey, while the sea dragon would be lost to view against the ever-changing coastline. That would only hold true for so long, of course, until the enemy was too close to miss them. Finally, as Ulver was starting to worry about the predicament for which they were heading, Geoffroy called across to him. "This headland marks the edge of my own territory. Watch now, and we will see whether they remain my lands or whether Neil de Cotentin has taken control of them." As they passed around the shallow headland, Ulver looked ahead at a stretch of rocky shoreline that boded poorly for ships that came too close. Rocks that led up to cliffs that towered some 60 feet above the water. "Look," Geoffroy said, voice tight but with a hint of victory. He pointed to the top of the cliffs, and Ulver spotted a tower atop the great rocky outcrop, a squat stone construction, and above it, snapping in the wind, was a flag. 2 simple horizontal stripes, white over black. "Yes? My colours. I had hoped that my lands would be too minor for the Lord de Cotentin to bother with for now. He has bigger problems and greater enemies than I, and if these lands are still mine, then we have friends here. Slow your rowers and watch the cliffs." Varlov gave the order, and the sea dragon moved to little more than a drift along the coast. Ulver watched, not sure what he was looking for, yet he saw it half a heartbeat before the Norman pointed and said, "Here." The cliffs folded inwards into a narrow defile. It was not deep, and any attempt to climb the 60 feet would be at best grueling, but it struck Ulver immediately as just about the right size to hold a longship. He looked at the rocky shoreline, where shelves of grey points sat just beneath the water's surface. Yet at that defile they dropped away, almost mirroring the recess under the waves. The sea dragon could approach with careful steering and reach the cliffs without grounding on rocks, and with a little work could be pulled up and beached in the narrow V-shaped cove. He grinned. "Varloff, have the oarsmen back water until we are still. Then we need to turn sharp and make for that defile. Once we're lined up, we move very slowly so that I can adjust and prevent hitting any submerged rock." Varlov nodded and went about the work. The sea dragon slowed, and then gradually turned to point into that narrow cove. Over the next quarter of an hour, they moved slowly in between the narrow rocky shelves, with Ulver making tiny, fractional adjustments with every 2 or 3 heartbeats, all the time with that distant Norman warship coming closer, growing larger on the horizon. Finally, the wolves shipped oars and coasted the last 20 yards, coming to a halt just short of a narrow gravel beach. There they waited, swaying barely imperceptibly, with the waves lapping against the rocks. They could even hear the sound of the approaching Norman vessel now, and every wolf held his breath as the ship approached, and then passed, willing them not to see the berthed ship in the narrow defile. But it seemed that the gods were with them. The Normans ploughed past without a glance in their direction. Ulver let out an explosive breath once they were far enough gone that not even the sound of their oars and shouts echoed back to the cove. They had made it. From here, it should not be too difficult to move from friendly haven to friendly haven all the way to Falaise, especially with the local coastal knowledge of Geoffroy to guide them. "I think we're safe," he said with a sigh of relief. "You know what's better than a hideaway," Geoffroy said with a smile. "What?" "A hideaway in my lands, with a sailmaker just a mile along the coast." Ulver grinned. Today was getting better and better. Part 4. Rebellion. Cattle die, kinsmen die. All men are mortal. Words of praise will never perish, nor a noble name. On Renown, from the Havermouth. Chapter 19. "You are a most curious priest," Halfdan said, brow furrowed as he strode through the upper corridors of the Duke's keep, his head rocking with that slight swimminess of just a little more wine than was good for him. Beside him, the man in the long white Christ priest robes with the aquiline nose and the slicked-back receding hair, receded so far, in fact, that his tonsure might be entirely natural, gave him a smile and a bird-like chuckle. "How so?" "I have met priests of your nailed god often in my travels. They rage in their personality. I have met those who were so desperate to make every man believe that they were willing to flay or burn a man to persuade him. Such men burned my village and killed my father," he added darkly, remembering the hated Hjolmvigi. "And I have met priests who were too important to care about those of us who cling to the true ways, men who would rather talk to a wall than to sons of Odin and Loki. I have met those who hate and those who ignore, those who thirst for conversion and those who burn with the desire to kill all who do not believe. What I have never met is a genial priest." This made Archbishop Aelfric laugh out loud. "Oh, you poor deluded pagan. Genial. Back in Angleland there are men who think I am the devil incarnate, who think me proud and violent and wicked and dangerous. He gave Halfdan a sidelong wink. "I am, of course, all those things, but only among those who deserve it. In my home things are different, Halfdan of Gotland. Half our island is still inhabited by pagans and heretics, clinging to ungodly ways in their northern and western lairs, sacrificing and singing songs to demons long dead. If I had taken on the mantle of Jorvik with the intention of rooting out paganism and heresy, it would have taken the rest of my life without even managing to get as far as the old Roman wall. No, I leave the punishing of paganism to those men such as you describe, young, hungry, and at least slightly insane. For me, I am content in the knowledge that however much you enjoy your beer now, in the eternity of the hereafter you will burn forever, while I will look down on you from heaven and tut like a kindly schoolmaster." Halfdan frowned. He hated talking to the oddly affable Archbishop of Jorvik, because half the time he couldn't tell whether the man was serious or mocking. Usually both, he suspected. Aelfric was a complicated man, yet oddly Halfdan couldn't help but like him. It helped that he was the first priest of the Nailed God who had spoken to the Jarl as an equal, of course. "So this Emma," he said, "she is a queen in your land, yes?" Aelfric nodded. "Not the queen, but a queen. Her husband was king some years ago. I crowned the new king myself earlier this year, her son Edward. But he and the former queen are not on the best of terms. He has stripped his mother of all her property and wealth." "And you asked the Duke to help her?" The Archbishop gave a strange smile. "She is in a difficult position. Dispossessed in Angleland, yet not overly popular here, despite being the Duke's cousin. She has retreated to Bruggis, and so I am here to beseech her cousin on her behalf. I am rather rueful, however, over my timing. To choose a time of rebellion to visit shows a distinct lack of foresight, I fear." Halfdan nodded as they returned to their rooms. The castle was rather quiet at this late hour, so long after the feast was finished. Most of the attendees had been abed for at least 2 hours, including the Duke. Halfdan, however, had ended up in conversation with a small group of men, drinking the best wine on offer in surprising quantities. It seemed that one of the qualifications to become a bishop was a prodigious capacity for strong drink. Aelfric hardly seemed affected. The Archbishop was only one of the men who had attended the feast that had been thrown to test the support of the Eastern Barons. 47 invitations had been issued to men of title, land, and the church, and 26 had attended, which left a worryingly large number of likely rebels. For Halfdan, the gathering had had an unexpected side effect. Naturally, for men of international politics, occasionally various conversations had turned to foreign lands, and the Jarl had heard some baron mention Yaroslav of Kiev. That had pricked his ears, and he drifted into that conversation as it was something pertinent to the wolves. That had been when he'd heard the most important news since Miklagartha. At the same time that the wolves had been battling their way across Apulia, the thief Hardrathi had returned to Kiev and married Yaroslav's daughter, Elisiv. The thief remained for now in Kiev, which meant that the sea-wolf would also be there. But it was said that he gathered support to come west once more, for in addition to his claim to the Norse throne, his marriage put him in the royal line of the Swedes. Everything had fallen into place that evening. Gunhild had said there was some connection between the Duke and Hardrathi, and whatever it was, by sheer accident during a feast, Halfdan had heard exactly what he had hoped to hear. He was energized and a little drunk, but mostly excited. He had what they had sought, information as to their prey. Better still, a little steering of the conversation had brought fresh insight. Orlov of the Swedes was long gone, dead even before Halfdan and his friends had reached Georgia, succeeded by his son Ornund, once a companion of Jarl Yngvar. And worse, or possibly better, Halfdan had yet to decide, the hated priest Hjalmvigi had become Onund's personal confessor. It seemed that Halfdan's enemies were re-emerging, gathering in the north. They might be powerful men, the glorious but untrustworthy Hathravi as heir to numerous thrones, and the priest against whom Halfdan had sworn a new blood oath as a royal adviser. But Halfdan was a powerful man himself, veteran of wars, of the Imperial Guard, friend and protector to dukes and empresses. A great conflict was coming. Of course, that brought with it a somewhat unwanted memory, a dream of himself standing as Loki on a bleak, blasted hillside, watching the great guardian of Bifrost, Heimdallr, emerge from a doorway to face him under a blood-red sky. Ragnarok. The Jarl, his wits slightly dulled by the wine, realized that his mind had wandered as they walked, and that Aelfric had been speaking to him unheard all this time. And so there has to be some peaceful solution between the king and his mother, though I have troubles enough in Jorvik. Halfdan gave a non-committal grunt and nodded, hoping that it appeared he had been listening. If I cannot put my own house in order in the north, how can I hope to persuade King Edward to do the same? It is a problem, but for now it is a secondary problem. The Jarl continued to nod, lost, wondering what he had missed. Some problems have to wait, he said sagely, hoping that fitted in with whatever they were talking about. Are you invested in this war, my god-denying friend? That was rather a good question, and one he needed to discuss with Gunhild. Did they really have to stay now? He couldn't see what difference it might make to him and the wolves whether the Duke won or lost. Was it any of their business? His uncertainty must have shown, for Aelfric gave him a sly smile. Yes, I think that I too would like to find a fast ship for home before the fighting truly begins. I think the Duke will win, Halfdan said suddenly, rather surprising himself. Oh? He racks up enemies at an impressive rate. He is hopelessly outnumbered now, and it remains to be seen whether the King of France will have anything to do with him. Henri might just as easily throw in his lot with the barons. His relationship with William has rarely been good, and he might stand to gain a great deal in the region if the Duke falls. Do you have some demon-delivered wisdom that escapes me, Gotlander? Halfdan shrugged. He was starting to get sick of this whole demon thing of which the Archbishop was so fond, but the man seemed to say it in such a light-hearted tone it did not come across as insulting. William will win, I think. He is desperate, and desperate men are capable of things that evade those with more to lose. He is clever, beyond the ken of most Normans, and that, I think, will see him drag the French in on his side. He is ruthless to the core, and so where others would balk at doing the unthinkable in order to win, the Duke will not. And perhaps most of all, he is lucky. Luck is more important than power or prestige? Halfdan snorted. Of course. Luck is the most powerful thing in all the worlds. Loki, time and again, sets himself against the greatest gods of Asgard and Vanaheim. And is it not his cunning and luck that sees him survive until the end of time? Who else but a lucky god could stand against both Thor and Odin? It makes my skin crawl to hear your words, Halfdan of Gotland. The Archbishop gave a strange smile and stretched. It may be that you are right, but whether he wins or loses, there will be a war to scourge the earth in the process, and I have no desire to become caught up in it. I must soon take my leave and return to the coast. Anyway, he said, stopping and thumbing at the door they had reached, this is my chamber. Fare you well, and may God come to you in the night and drag your heathen carcass from the dark into the light. There again, blistering wicked words, spoken with a half-smile and a light voice that made it somehow almost a joke. As Aelfric closed the door and left him alone in the corridor, Halfdan shook his head, hoping to shake some of the fuzziness from it. He wondered whether Gunhild would still be up. Other wolves were. Bjorn and Ketil were both down in the hall, engaged in stupid competitions with the Duke's men, throwing axes and drinking beer. Leif and Anna had retired quite early, but Gunhild and her sisters— when had he started thinking of them like that? He was still musing on that when he arrived at her door. He listened. He did not want to knock and disturb them if they were asleep, but the faint sound of murmuring came through the timbers, and so he rapped lightly. "Come in, my Jarl." It no longer came as any surprise that Gunhild might know who it was before word or sight, and so he pushed the door and entered the chamber. "If Odin is an aspect of God," Cassandra was saying, "just as in the Holy Church the Father, Son, and Spirit are all one, then we can see so many parallels. Gunhild, even your story of the three gods creating the first man and woman is but a mirror of the Trinity and the creation of Adam and Eve. The hanging on a tree is clearly an interpretation of the crucifixion, and your Valkyries are but the angels of the Lord." Gunhild turned, fixing Cassandra with a withering look. "Cease your prattle, girl," she said, with thin lips and narrowed eyes. Cassandra looked ready to argue, and the ever-talkative Anna was clearly winding up to take part in the discussion. But as Halfdan cleared his throat, with a flick of her fingers, Gunhild dismissed her sisters and turned to the visitor. "My Jarl, I have news of both Hardraði and Hjálmvigi," he said, words tumbling out with the ease of the wine-loosened tongue. She nodded, as though she knew this already, which slightly annoyed him. "Time is almost upon us," she said. "Almost. Gunhild, Hardraði comes west as heir to 2 kingdoms. Hjálmvigi stands by the throne of the Swedes. The time is now." "No, Halfdan, it is not. You are not ready. Be patient." Normally these days Halfdan knew better than to argue with the vulva, but the wine had done its work. "Gunhild, this is not our war. We should leave before—" "Leave how?" "Patience, young Jarl. Ulfr Sveinsson builds you a ship, and even a month is far from up yet. We are not done here. If we get caught up in the war, then it is as it should be. Threads are woven by the Norns, not by men. He began afresh, but stopped, blinking, as she held up a silencing finger a couple of inches from his nose. "I just think—" he started again, but her brow creased in irritation, and she wagged her finger. "Hush," she hissed, and then looked up and about, as though sensing something in the wind, even in her peaceful room. "What is it?" Suddenly, he felt that twinge of anticipation, a slight itch in the Loki serpent on his arm, and without needing to will it, all the wine seemed to have drained from his system, the fog lifting. "The Duke needs you," she said suddenly. "I'll get my Bernie. No time. Go now." Halfdan frowned, but the wine was no longer blanketing his wit, and the look on the vulva's face brooked no argument. In 2 heartbeats, he was out in the corridor again, pounding along it in his soft boots, unarmoured, yet as ever with the Alani short blade at his waist, balanced by a sax at the other hip. The Duke was in danger, it appeared, and if there was no time for him to find his chain shirt, then there was certainly no time to find the other wolves and call on them. As he ran through silent, deserted corridors, heading for the Duke's rooms, he paused momentarily at one of the keep windows. His mind was replaying the fall of the castle at Valogna and their desperate flight from the place, leading him to wonder whether he was facing a repeat of that troubled night. One glance outside suggested it was otherwise. He could see the Duke's soldiers patrolling the walls, and there was no hint of trouble. This was something else, then, which was good, given that they were at William's seat of power, and there was nowhere else really to run. The bastard suite of rooms stood on the uppermost floor, occupying the whole thing, and so there were always 2 men on guard at the doorway that led upstairs to those chambers. As Halfdan turned a corner and saw ahead an empty corridor, that doorway ominously unprotected, he knew that Gunhild had been right. There was a true threat to the Duke at this very moment. He hoped he was not too late as he ran closer, and, even as he closed on the doorway, he couldn't quite say why he hoped. Had he not been saying to Gunhild that this was not their war? Still he slowed, making his pace light, calming his breathing, and closed on the doorway. Still no guards. He ducked around the doorframe, just exposing one eye, peering into the gloomy staircase. It was dark, but there was enough of a glow from above to illustrate that it was empty. A quick glance down on instinct, and it did not take much to spot the blood spatter that spoke silently but eloquently of the guard's fate. He listened, holding his breath. There were faint sounds from above, murmurs and scrapes, nothing readily identifiable. The urgency of this insisted itself upon him once more, and he began to climb, taking the stairs 2 steps at a time, trying to stay as quiet as possible while moving fast. He reasoned that if there was trouble in the Duke's rooms and he couldn't hear much, then no one would easily hear Halfdan climbing the stairs. He reached the top in 12 bounds and leapt round the corner, weapons out, sacks in one hand, sword in the other, ready to take down any enemy lurking there. No enemy waited, blade in hand, but 2 bodies heaped by the side, coated in blood, answered the question as to where the guards had gone. Several facts struck him rapidly with just a glance at the pair. Firstly, the attacker or attackers had to be strong to drag armoured men up the stairs. Secondly, he or they had to have been considered a friend, or at least no threat, for both men had died from a blade drawn across their throats from close range. To get so close, the guards had to have allowed it. Lastly, the attacker or the attackers knew the layout of the place and what to do without being noticed, for to kill and drag bodies around could only be done if you knew you could do it unnoticed. That all combined to suggest someone who knew the castle and the Duke and his guards well, probably from within the Duke's assembly. Halfdan tried to recall the layout of the lower floors, but quickly realized that this one had to be different anyway. He'd never been up to the Duke's rooms since they'd been here. He peered off ahead. A glow emerged from 2 sources. Slowly, he approached the first doorway, tense, weapons at the ready. There was no noise there, or at least only the crackling of a fire, which could in truth cover the slightest of noises. From the second doorway, he could hear the sounds of a struggle. He ducked his head around the edge of the first door. This was a guard room, the accommodation for 6 of the Duke's most senior and trusted men. For a moment he frowned as he peered around the interior, for it appeared to be a scene of such normality it seemed odd in the circumstances. Then he realized that the 3 men at the table in the center were not moving. There was no blood, but even from the doorway he could see how they had died. All 3 were slumped in their chairs, with glassy expressions, foamy drool at their lips. A half-full glass of wine sat on the table in front of one. His neighbour faced a glass lying on its side, the wine pooled on the surface and dripping onto the floor. The third glass lay broken on the floor, close to its owner, wine puddled beneath his chair. A jug sat at the table's centre. Once again, the work of a perceived friend. In that moment, Halfdan's mind pieced together the sequence of events. Whoever it was had arrived at the bottom of the stairs with a jug of poisoned wine, had been granted admittance, had delivered it to the guard-room, and then retreated. While his victims drank their final drink in that room and choked out their lives, he returned to the bottom of the stairs, where he swiftly killed the 2 men with a knife to the neck, his attacks entirely unexpected and coming from behind. In 2 moves, the attacker had removed all the protection that lay between him and the Duke's room. One man, Halfdan decided, as he stepped past the door and bore down on his destination. 2 men would have put the guards on more alert. One man delivering wine after a feast could play the visiting friend card. 2 could not. 4 more steps, and Halfdan was at the next doorway, peering in. The room seemed empty for a moment. It was not furnished as richly as he'd expected, and in that moment he remembered William's room at Valognes. He'd had an antechamber full of men. It seemed the same here. As he stepped inside, he could see the connecting door into the Duke's personal chamber, firmly closed, and could hear clonks and grunts and growls from beyond it. A body lay before the door, and after more than 2 weeks at Falaise, even a stranger knew the shape of the Count of Crespon, William's right-hand man, the Seneschal of Normandy. Crespon had been present since their arrival, the first man to greet the Duke upon his return, and probably the most trusted man in the land. He had died badly, his neck, arm and leg all rent and bloodied, his face mangled from a sword blow that had almost removed the lower jaw. Halfdan felt a twitch that made his eyelid jump. This was treachery, and only when the traitor had reached the solid Count of Crespon had he been challenged. But Crespon's own sword, lying close to his hand, was also bloody, suggesting that he had succeeded at least in making his opponent pay for his death. Halfdan, aware that the attacker and the Duke were in the next room, and probably alone in there, stepped over the body and pulled open the door. The bedchamber was dimmer than the previous room, lit only by the guttering fireplace and a single candle prepared for slumber, and it took Halfdan's eyes a few moments to adjust. William was fighting for his life, but the Jarl had to give him credit. The 15-year-old Duke had been surprised by an attack from within while unarmed and abed, yet he had managed somehow to get from the bed to a large ornate chair, more a throne than anything, and duck behind it. Better still, he had somehow managed to snatch a long iron candle holder, almost as tall as William himself, and was using it to jab and swing and hold his assailant at a distance that made it difficult to strike a blow. He saw William register his arrival with the tiniest flick of an eye, but the lad was clever enough not to let his opponent realize, saying nothing. Despite Halfdan's having pulled open the door and stepped inside, the noise of the struggle was enough that the assailant, with his back to the door, had not heard the fresh intrusion. For critical moments, the man was unaware of Halfdan's presence. He had but heartbeats to make his decision. In moments, the man would become aware and turn, and then the fight would be more difficult. Halfdan lifted his sax and hurled it. It was not a well-balanced blade, and flipped and turned in the air, but his aim at least was true. The knife hit the attacker on the back of the head, pommel first. The man let out a yelp of pain, for even the pommel would hurt, and turned on a bloodied, wounded leg, wincing, free hand going to the back of his head. Halfdan had not waited, though. The moment the sax had left his hand, he had started running, and by the time the attacker had fully turned to take in the new threat, the Jarl was on him. He hit the man at full pelt, slamming him back into the chair, where he fell awkwardly on his wounded leg, trying to lift his longsword for a blow. Halfdan had the upper hand in more than one way, though. In addition to the surprise of his attack, while the Norman's heavy longsword was difficult to bring to bear in such close quarters, Halfdan's short blade was perfect for the circumstances. Even as the man struggled to push off his assailant and rise from the chair, Halfdan pulled his arm back and stabbed. He felt the tip of the sword press against the heavy cloth of the man's rich tunic, then felt the pressure ease as the garment's resistance caved, and the blade pressed down into the flesh, burying itself in the man's organs just below his rib cage. The man gasped and twitched as Halfdan pulled himself back. As the traitor continued to gasp in shock and pain, yet managed somehow to pull himself upright, the Jarl took a single pace back and looked at his foe properly for the first time. He vaguely recognized the man, a new arrival at Falaise. He had only been there a day or two, joining them for the feast, one of William's perceived loyal lords. The man staggered a step, and miraculously managed to bring his longsword up, ready to face his enemy, though, as he did so, the wound in his cut leaked a sheet of blood, and a small coil of intestine protruded, threatening to slip out. The man was struggling, tears in his eyes, even as he prepared to fight. He would not survive, and he knew it. All he could do was fight to the last. Halfdan, recognizing the pain the man was in, took another step back, forcing him to advance again. This time, as the blood sluiced afresh, that coil of gut did slide free, and the man, realizing something was very wrong, reached down with his free hand and pushed it back in as he raised his sword. Halfdan ducked away again, and the man lurched another step. More blood. Fingers failed to contain the coil as the wound opened up with the movement, and a further stretch of gut slid free. The sword dipped, the pain and effort too much for the would-be assassin, and with no defence raised, Halfdan stepped forward, swinging his sword. It was not made for slashing and cutting, rather for stabbing, but its edge was kept keen anyway, and the blade slammed into the man's neck, cutting through muscle, tendon, cartilage, and flesh. The blood sprayed, an artery severed. The man's sword fell, and Halfdan pulled back, then pressed forward again, this time driving his blade into the man's heart, sliding it hilt deep between ribs. The man took another step, gasped again, made a keening noise, and then fell to his knees, where he stayed a moment longer, the whining noise filling the room until he toppled face first to the flagged floor, dead. Halfdan breathed deep and stepped over to one of the very expensive-looking wall hangings, which he used to carefully clean his sword of gore before sheathing it. He then located his fallen sax and stooped to collect that too. By the time he was composed once more, William had replaced his candle holder and come out from the protection of his throne. He looked perfectly serene for a man who had so narrowly escaped death. "It seems that inviting your enemies to dinner is a bad idea," Halfdan murmured conversationally. "Who could have guessed such a thing?" William gave him a hard look. "My men would not let someone untrusted get so close, Gotlander. This is William Montgomery, Viscount de Hiem. He is one of my closest aides, one of the few men on whom I have relied since the start." "Then even those closest to you can no longer be trusted." The Duke nodded, sighed, and scrubbed his scalp. "This will change things. That business at Valognes was an opening blow. This was meant to end things. But when my enemies discover that even my closest and most trusted cannot get close enough to kill me, they will not try again. This will be the end of knives in the dark, Halfdan. The next move will involve many swords, horses, and machines of war." "We are here on the word of Gunhild," Halfdan said flatly. "If war comes, do not count us among your army." William responded with a sly smile. "As long as you are within these walls, you are part of it, my friend. Now go and pray to your demons, for there comes a storm on a biblical scale." Chapter 20. Halfdan hurried along the corridor amid the buzz of urgency. The news was all over the castle, and indeed the town too. A rebel army was closing on Falaise. The Duke's home was about to come under attack. William had called a council, and Halfdan had been invited as the leader of a mercenary unit in the castle, but he had first taken a side trip to Gunhild's chamber. As he reached her open door, he swung in through it and gestured to her. "Tell me the time is right to leave." She shook her head, and he felt his nerves jump. Time was very short if they wanted to avoid being part of the Duke's war.
"The enemy are coming, Gunhild. If we don't leave before they arrive, we'll be trapped here under siege. I don't think anyone wants that." Her gaze was filled with steel as she locked her eyes on his. "Why do you make me repeat myself time and again, Halfdan? We are not done here. The white thread I saw bind to our weaving here, I suspect is your new friend the Archbishop, and a dragon yet rears in our future." She sighed, and her expression changed to one that a parent might wear while trying to explain necessity to a recalcitrant child. "Any simple practicality says we wait for Ulfr, unless you intend to leave without him." "Of course not," Halfdan said defensively. "But we could ride for Piru and join him there." "And if we miss him? If he has finished his work and sails for Falaise while we arrive at an empty Piru? Think, Halfdan. All is as it must be. Accept your part in the weaving." It was Halfdan's turn to sigh and sag, nodding his acceptance. "All right. But every day we stay now binds us to the Duke and his cause, and drags us deeper into this trouble. I just remember how we stayed too long at Miklagarda and almost lost everything. And I might remind you that it was you, not I, who kept us there." That shut him up. He could think of nothing to say that did not make him sound like a fool, and so he took his leave swiftly and hurried back across the keep and down the stairs. The Duke's hall was protected by his guards, but they stepped aside to allow him entrance. His visit to Gunhild had made him late, and the council had begun without him. He listened as he crossed to a free seat at a table filled with barons and lords and priests. "If we are besieged, we risk everything," one of the lords was saying. "Better to withdraw than be trapped. Rumour has it that the French king has turned sympathetic to your cause. I suspect Henri sees you as young enough to be malleable, controlled, while he knows that your enemies, should they take the throne, will be less so. Let us flee to the arms of Henri and safety." "Henri begins to favour me," William replied in an acid tone, "because I have offered him land and gold for his aid, nothing more. And his army still gathers near our borders undecided. But until I have an agreement with him sealed by the Church, I will not walk into his grasp, for there I may find myself more a prisoner than I could ever be to Cotentin and Bessin. No, I make my stand here, at my home, and when we fight them off, then we will have shown our strength and can ally with Henri on more level terms." He thumped the table with a balled fist in a warlike manner. Again, Halfdan was struck by how impressive he was for such a young man. He showed considerably more strength and gumption at all times than any of the others at the table. "There is something to be said for the path of peace, however," Archbishop Aelfric said in the silence that followed. "Peace in captivity is not a thing to be sought, no matter how peaceful it might be," the Duke countered, "and I am aware that your place here is peripheral at best. I imagine you would like nothing more than to leave, to flee back to your Angle land. You are welcome to do so, good Archbishop, though I cannot supply you with escort or goods for your journey, nor can I guarantee you a ship of passage when you reach the coast. I am sure you understand my position." Aelfric nodded sharply and sat back. He had come to Falaise with the entourage of a senior churchman, from what Halfdan understood, but without a military escort. That had been provided on his landing in Normandy by the Duke. Halfdan could imagine how reluctant the priest would be to leave Falaise and try the 30-mile journey to the coast through potential hostile territory without a military escort. "What of the enemy?" the Duke asked. "Their composition?" "The colours of 6 enemy barons have been identified, my Lord Duke," a noble said, leaning forward on the table and steepling his fingers. "Mostly from the western regions, and including Cotentin and Bessin. Outlying pickets at Uxeum count their numbers at just under 2,000, including 300 or so riders, 2 units of archers, and carts that carry siege engines, as well as the expected baggage train." "They mean business, then?" "Quite, my Lord Duke."
I, on the other hand, have but 600 men, William countered, which is poor odds, admittedly, but I also have the strongest walls in the region. With a little care we can hold Falaise almost indefinitely, and do not forget that winter is upon us. A besieging enemy will find no comfort or ease in the coming months. Frostbite and starvation will do half our work for us. No, I think a siege will actually work in our favour. We will hold, and we will break them by Christmas, whereupon I will put my ultimatum to King Honori. When he sees our strength, he will join us, and then it will be our time. We will turn upon these rebels and bring them to heel. We have supplies for 2 months stored in the castle, my Lord Duke, another man put in. Not enough, William replied swiftly. Though I intend to break my enemies by Christmas, only a fool would not prepare for longer. I want those supplies doubled, and every weapon, shield, hauberk, bow and arrow to be found in the area all brought into the castle. The enemy closes rapidly, so there will be something of a race to bring in the supplies while we can. And the town? A senior priest put in. My lord? The people of Falaise, my Lord Duke. William straightened. I would love nothing more than to protect my people, but this is not the time for such considerations. Every mouth inside these walls that eats our supplies has to be attached to an arm that wields a sword. The people of Falaise will have to decide whether to stay and trust that the enemy will not wage a war against civilians, or leave and seek safety elsewhere. That is not a Christian approach, the bishop admonished. But it is a practical one, William replied archly. I will allow men of God to remain, for the preservation of our souls remains of importance, but every man will carry a cross or a weapon or both, or they will leave. At a call from the Duke, 2 men brought a huge map of the region and spread it across the table, the vellum rippling as it was smoothed out. Very well, let us look at supply sources. Halfdan sat back and let the discussion wash over him. He held no real importance in this meeting, and no knowledge of the area anyway. He was silently musing over the possibility of getting a message to Ulver back in Piru, when he became aware of a presence at his shoulder. What? Why do you remain at Falaise? Aelfric murmured. A question I have asked more than once myself. Gunhild counsels patience. She is of the opinion that we are not ready to leave. He turned a knowing smile on the Archbishop. You, of course, are. Your friend Leif tells me that you have a ship. We will have a ship, Halfdan corrected him. Ulver remained at Piru, constructing a new longship. We wait for news. And when you receive your news, you will leave. Halfdan nodded. He assumed so. He hoped so. Then when you leave, I ask for passage with you. We do not know where we are going yet. It may be Daneland or even back home. If it is north of here, it is a step in the right direction. Halfdan shrugged. I see no reason why not. You have gold, of course. Aelfric chuckled. I can compensate you, yes. With that, the Archbishop returned to take part in the discussion. Halfdan simply sat silent and half-listened. Before long, lists had been drawn up and plans made. Halfdan accepted a part in the gathering of supplies. The wolves numbered 11 in total, and every party being sent out was of 6 men with a cart. Each set a village or 2 to rob of goods. Halfdan noted the name of the village assigned to them and its position on the map. The place was a few miles northeast, far from the direction of the approaching army, which suited him just fine. As they were finishing up, the Duke put up a hand and waved Halfdan over. Your destination, Jarl Halfdan, is the village of Spane. Halfdan nodded. He knew that. It lies just 4 miles away. Another nod. The village lies within the territory of Falaise, but is subject to 2 local religious houses, the abbey at Ush and the priory of Pererii. There will therefore be a tithe barn in the village, filled with goods destined for the monks, as well as granaries for the village itself.
We need grain, but taking the monks' goods will not be popular. You will have to be forceful, but also respectful and persuasive." Halfdan nodded again. It was clearly no accident that the Duke had assigned that particular village to the only group in the castle who did not kneel to the nailed god. Leaving the Duke and his hall, Halfdan returned to his friends and assigned roles. He would take Bjorn and Ketil, Leif, Gunhild, and Thurston to the village, while the others were to stay at Falaise and protect their interests there. The adventurers convened in the bailey a short while later, where they were given a cart and horses, 4 of the party mounting the beasts, the other 2 climbing up into the cart. Everyone was kitted for war, with the exception of Gunhild, who carried her staff. She was clad in her favourite green dress, her confidence an armour in itself. The journey was chilly but dry, the air crisp, and the sky a pale grey as they rolled and clopped along the road from Falaise. The journey was not a long one, even with a cart slowing them, for the road was good, flat, and well-travelled, and their destination close. Reaching the edge of S.J.A, Halfdan peered off ahead. The place was quiet, rural, and pretty. Timber houses stretched out along 5 roads that led off variously to outlying farms or other villages, and the centre clustered around a pond, the ubiquitous White Christ Church, and what could only be the tithe barn. It was the only structure in the village of a size to match the church, and was, in fact, slightly larger. A long, single-story space of heavy stone with no windows, beneath a tiled apex roof. It was of far higher quality than the houses around it. It lay close to the church, at the edge of a green graveyard, with one other house beside it on the other side, the whole encircled by a low wall, with 3 gates, one allowing access to each building. As they approached, Halfdan trotted ahead and dismounted, then pulled open the wide timber gate. He did not miss the nailed god cross carved into each leaf of the gate, marking the place as the property of priests. As he stepped aside, and the cart rolled through the yard between wall, barn, and smaller building, the Jarl looked about him. Troubled eyes were watching from doors and windows around the village. A dog barked from behind another gate incessantly, and a pair of young children emerged from a garden, only to be grabbed by their mother and escorted back inside hurriedly. Presumably the word of the approaching army had spread throughout the countryside too. The nerves of the people of S.J.A were tangible, a crackle in the air. The cart approached the larger door in the barn side and rumbled to a halt, its occupants climbing down, while Halfdan and Leif approached the door. The handles of the twin doors were secured with a chain of iron links, that itself held firm with a padlock that immediately fascinated Halfdan, for the main lock was formed of iron in the shape of a wolf. If ever there had been an omen. "Bjorn, can you open this without damaging the lock?" The big man grunted, wandered over and looked down. For a moment he fumbled in one of the big pouches at his belt, and then produced an iron spike as long as his hand. "Where did you get that?" The big albino shrugged. "Dunno. I'll pick stuff up." And with that uninformative answer, he jammed the spike through the same link in the chain as the lock, then turned it and wedged the tip of the spike in the tiny gap between the doors. Halfdan watched in fascination as Bjorn took a step back, then drew his huge axe from his belt and readied it, reversed the butt facing the lock. He swung, hard. The iron butt of the axe slammed into the head of the spike with the force only Bjorn could manage, and the result was spectacular. Halfdan winced, realizing he should have predicted this. The blow was indeed sufficient to drive the spike through the link, forcing it open so that the chain fell apart, slithering through the handles and falling, hitting the dusty ground just after the padlock, also now free.
The side effect, however, was that the spike had been driven deep between the two doors, followed by the reverse blow of the axe, and the area of the door handles exploded in a shower of broken timber and splinters, the doors jerking inwards.
"I said just the chain," Halfdan snapped irritably. "No," Bjorn said with an air of confidence. "You said without damaging the lock. You never mentioned the doors. You need to be clearer."
Halfdan sighed and crouched, sweeping up the wolf-shaped lock. What use it could ever be without the key he did not know, but its very form seemed to be saying that the Jarl should have it. Rising and slipping it into his pouch before fastening it, he pushed the doors wide and stepped inside. The place was huge and musty, with that smell that only hundreds of dry sacks of grain in an enclosed space can issue. One glance told him that there was more grain than would fit on the cart. Still, they'd only been told to fill the cart, so that would be enough.
"Start loading up," he called to the others.
Bjorn and Thurston began lifting grain sacks and carrying them outside on their shoulders, dropping them into the cart, where Leif and Gunhild would stack them carefully to best utilize the space. Halfdan glanced across to see Ketil moving toward that other house. As he did so, the house's door opened and a man emerged, stumbling out into the light of the yard.
"You can't take that!" he shouted.
Brave, Halfdan thought, given who he was shouting at.
"Your Duke, William of Normandy, has requisitioned this grain,"
Leif called back from the cart.
"It's not his to take."
"Nor is it yours," Leif countered.
"This grain is for the monks. Yours is in granaries." "But when they come for their tithe and we cannot fulfill it, where do you think the shortfall will come from?"
Leif shrugged.
"It's a poor deal. You have my sympathy. And children who will starve. Put it back."
"That cannot happen, I'm afraid."
"I will fetch the priest. He will damn you all." "Do we look like we give a shit, old man?"
Ketil said suddenly, close to the man, and took a single step forward. Before Halfdan could shout an order to the contrary, the lanky Icelander threw a punch that landed dead center in the man's face, sending him sprawling into the dust. Just to be sure then, Ketil gave him a good kick in the side to make sure he stayed down. Behind Halfdan, the others resumed their work, ferrying sacks from the barn and stacking them in the cart. The local lay unconscious in the dirt, and Ketil crouched, looking him over, then rose with the man's purse in one hand and a reasonable quality sacks in the other.
"Look at this," he called, holding up the knife. "What else is he hiding?"
With that, the giant strode toward the house.
"Stop!"
Halfdan called back.
"We're here for the grain. And any weapons and armor we can find, from what I heard,"
Ketil replied as he disappeared through the man's door. Halfdan bit his lip. Strictly speaking, that was true, though the general understanding was impounding the goods from stores and smiths, not ransacking the house of commoners. But he knew better than to try and stop the Icelander. Ketil had calmed a lot since his little adventure in the east, and rarely leapt into trouble without thinking it through, but that Icelandic impulsiveness always lay just below the surface, and would never be fully exercised. Halfdan left him to it, watching the ferrying of sacks to the rapidly filling cart. That was when he heard the new noise. Hooves, pounding hooves, and those of several horses. He cocked his head, trying to isolate the sound from those in the yard, and decided they were coming from the other direction, off to the north. Hurrying across to the boundary wall, he leaned over it, beside the corner of the barn, looking past the church, along the shady, tree-lined street. 6 horsemen were coming their way. He couldn't see their colours yet, but they were armoured and with spears, and there was about their pace and their manner only threat. He turned.
"Stop! We have trouble!"
Bjorn and Thurston paused in their work, halfway between door and cart, the latter dropping his sack, where it burst, and started issuing a steady stream of grain with a hissing sound as the man drew his sword. Leif and Gunhild stopped arranging sacks, picking up their weapons and turning to face the perimeter wall. Damn Kettle! The man was somewhere in the house robbing the owner. Halfdan could probably shout loud enough for the man to hear, but that would also undoubtedly alert the approaching riders. He fumed over the decision, but reasoned that these new men were probably coming for them. If they were riding for Falaise, surely they would be moving slower, saving their horses. They were riding hard, which meant riding to something urgent. "Ready yourselves," he called to the others, and then ducked below the line of the wall, crawling along it toward the gate. Thurston stepped back into the darkness of the tithe barn's interior, while Bjorn ambled across to the cart, still carrying his sack. The riders rounded the corner mere moments later. Halfdan couldn't see them from where he was, hidden below the wall, but he heard the 6 horses slow and then stop near the gate. There was a strange momentary silence, filled only by the shush of chain shirts, the jingling of harnesses, and the breathing of horses. Then finally a rider spoke in thick Norman tones. "Who are you?" Leif was the one to respond. With his ear for accents, he had the best Norman speech of them all. "Duke William of Falaise has called for supplies against a siege by rebels. This is now his grain." "No," the rider said. "This is the property of the Abbey of Saint-Evroult at Ouche. You will replace those sacks in the barn." "No," Leif replied. Halfdan heard spears being moved, grips changing. He left his sword sheathed, but pulled his sacks free. "Last warning," the Norman called. "We carry the authority of the Abbot of Ouche, who recognizes no lord but God above, and his Pope in Rome." "Fuck off!" called Bjorn dismissively, which made Halfdan smile. Some people never changed. "You resist," the man called. "Up your shitter," Bjorn said airily. Halfdan braced himself, and 6 spears suddenly sailed out over the wall above his head. It was more of a warning volley than an attack, and 4 fell short, clattering across the yard. A 5th became tangled in the cart's rear wheel, and the 6th hit one of the grain sacks in the vehicle, causing an explosion of tiny granules as grain poured out into the cart base, and then to the yard. He heard the drawing of swords. "Last chance," the rider called. "I thought your last warning was your last warning," Leif called lightly. At a cry from the leader, the horsemen rode through the gate, swords out, shields on arms, meaning true violence. Halfdan waited until the first 5 passed, then sprang from his hiding place. His arms went round the waist of the rearmost rider, behind his shield. While his left arm gripped the man tight, his right hand, blade held in a reverse grip, sought that divide in the hem of a Norman hauberk that allowed an armoured man to sit astride a horse, and the blade slid up into the man's groin and upper thigh inside the chain protection. He stabbed 3 times in quick succession, not careful with his aim, for he was being dragged alongside the horse, but the blows were clearly enough, for he felt warm blood cascade over his hand in a torrent. The man gave a high-pitched shriek, and his sword fell as he let go of the reins, shook his shield free, and both his hands went to his ruined groin. Halfdan let go of the man and fell away, staggering to stay upright, as the dying rider veered off into the corner of the yard, yelling in horror, blood sheeting down over his legs and the horse. He was done for, and he would be gone in minutes. Halfdan turned in time to see Bjorn throw his burden. A sack of grain is a very heavy thing, and the impromptu missile hit the lead rider full in the upper chest, slamming him back in the saddle. What happened as a result, Halfdan was unsure, but there were bony cracks, and the man gave a mighty cry of pain, and then lolled in the saddle at an unnatural angle, shield falling to his side, sword dropping from shaky hand. Leif's throwing axe took another rider in the torso. The Norman's chain hauberk was sufficient to stop the blade driving deep into his chest, but the sheer weight and power of the blow was sufficient to smash ribs, even through the coat, and that rider was out of the fight in an instant. Another horseman had made the mistake of trying to round the cart to come at it from the other side, but as he passed the open doors of the barn, Thurston, until then unnoticed, stepped into the open and swung in one move. His long Norman sword slammed across the rider's back as he passed, and the man slumped forward in his saddle, broken in an instant, his horse wandering off into a corner. 2 left, and that was about to narrow to 1. A rider reached the side of the cart and swung with his sword, shield held up in front of him. Leif had to drop into the bed of the cart to avoid being struck, but Gunhild simply leaned back casually, lifting her staff, double grip all at the top end, and then lanced out with it, suddenly and in a single blow. The butt of the staff hit the rider in the face, one weapon lengthy enough to reach him from the cart. Halfdan was about to go for the last rider when some instinct stopped him. He looked past the man to see Bjorn, a towering mass of Thor-driven rage, leap from the cart, throwing himself at the remaining attacker. It was neither graceful nor strategic. It was simply a mindless attack. The great white-haired and pink-eyed monster hit the Norman in the saddle, and the pair went tumbling from the horse in a heap, the Norman's ankle broken by the stirrup as it was pulled from it. Halfdan stopped paying attention then, for the man was doomed even before he landed, winded, on his back in the dirt, with a massive, insane warrior crying violent curses atop him. The 6 riders were gone, swiftly, thanks largely to the surprise of half the wolves being hidden. Ketil chose that moment to emerge from the house with an armful of loot, from a pewter candlestick to a sharp-looking kitchen knife, the unconscious owner's wife following with harangues as she smacked him repeatedly with a twig broom. "I missed it," the Icelander complained as he emerged into the yard. "That will teach you to leave us to the hard work while you loot the locals," Halfdan said with a smirk. Ketil, tired of his pursuit, suddenly turned, yelling, "Shut up, woman!" and hit the wife with the candlestick, resulting in 6 dropped pieces of loot and an unconscious woman. Without needing to be told, Bjorn and Thurston returned to ferrying grain sacks from the barn, while Gunhild pushed the broken bag from the cart, roughly sweeping the worst spill away, and Ketil stowed his poor haul for the return journey. As Leif waited for the next sacks to arrive, Halfdan crossed to the clever Russ. "This abbey, how far is it from here, do you think?" Leif shrugged. "No idea." "But these men," Halfdan replied, thinking back. "They said this is the property of the Abbey of St. Evroul at Ouche, as though they were monks. Do the abbeys around here have soldiers of their own?" "It's possible. Or another lord connected with the abbey sent them. But whatever the case, we can safely assume they're not from this village." "I'd say so, yes." Halfdan looked at the 6 horses. They were not exhausted, but they were definitely weary, and more so than riding into a fight across a village warranted. "I thought they were coming for us, but now I think I was wrong. They've come a distance, and they're riding in the direction of Falaise. Any lord who intends to stand under the Duke's flag from this region is already at the castle." "I would say so, yes." "Then these are enemies from another lord coming to join the fight. The army from the west is not the only one. The Duke may have badly miscalculated the odds." Leif said nothing, though his face spoke volumes. Halfdan turned to the cart. "Load up those last sacks and then go. We ride back to Falaise as fast as we can." "Why?" Thurston called, carrying another sack across from the barn. "Because those riders weren't sent for us. They were the vanguard, scouts who just bumped into us on the way to attack Falaise, and if 6 men armed for war are coming, then there'll be plenty of others on their heels." At those words, efforts were doubled with this last journey. The sacks were thrown aboard and not even settled into place before Leif and Gunhild were slapping the reins and getting the horse moving with encouraging calls. The cart rumbled out of the gate, picking up pace as it swung wildly into the road and turned for Falaise as fast as the beast could pull it. It would be exhausted, but it only had to make 4 miles, and they would be safe. The others mounted up, and the Jarl sent his friends ahead with the vehicle as they left the village, trundling out into the open road, heading southwest for the Duke's fortress. Halfdan, on the other hand, did not mount or leave. Instead, he spent precious moments grabbing the various bodies of fallen soldiers and of the man and his wife and dragging them into the tithe barn. This done, he went around the yard, grabbing the reins of the various milling Norman horses and led them too inside. Happy that all clear evidence of the scuffle was hidden, he closed up the tithe barn's doors and the door to the adjacent house, then led his horse out of the yard and closed the outer gates, with their little incised crosses too. He looked over his handiwork. A near-empty grain sack blew and slithered around in the breeze, and the yard was a scattered patchwork of bloodstains and fallen grain, but anyone riding past with a purpose would probably not notice anything amiss. It was all he could do. A passing army would move on to Falaise at a steady pace, but if they knew they were close behind raiders with a cart full of supplies, they might well pick up their pace to intercept. He caught up with the cart a mile from the village, and together they rode on for Falaise and what passed for safety. It was only as they crossed the fields and moved into the edge of the town of Falaise that Halfdan, habitually looking over his shoulder every few minutes, saw the lead riders of the main enemy force emerge around a small woodland behind. They had made it back, but they had brought war with them. Chapter 21. Bjorn ambled over from the nearest stair, his huge bulk impressive in the morning sun. Halfdan could swear the entire castle wall trembled with each footstep. The man was scratching his groin with one hand as he walked, and tossing a peach up in the air and catching it repeatedly with the other. "Morning," Halfdan murmured, taking his eyes from the army gathered below and turning to his big friend. "My head hurts. I'm not surprised. I think the garrison are starting to worry. They stockpiled wine and ale for months, and at the rate you're going, it'll be gone in weeks." Bjorn merely huffed as he came to a halt, and the 2 men turned and looked out once more. The enemy forces had been in place for 6 days. They had sealed in the castle, and then systematically emptied and looted the town, sending its populace away. Now there was no connection between the Duke's fortress and the outside world. There had been no attack yet, though. It had taken the first 2 days for the 2 forces approaching from east and west to meet, plan, encamp and encircle the fortress, and then a further 2 days to clear out the town and gather the supplies they would need for the siege. The 5th day, the rain had come in immense waves, and everyone inside the castle and out had lurked indoors, watching despondently, with only unlucky guards out in the open, drenched on duty. By the end of the day, the rain had become sleet, with the promise of coming snow, which had lightened the hearts of those trapped in the fortress, for they would be warm and well fed, while the besiegers would be cold and hungry. Such was warfare. The 6th day had been dry, but with overhanging clouds filled with snow, waiting for the right moment to empty over the world. The attackers had made the most of the dry day, even though they sloshed through pools and puddles of slush as they worked. That day, the machines of war were uncovered and unloaded from the wagons, set in position and prepared. Then night had come, and with it 2 promises, one of impending snow, the other of impending violence. The defensive forces of the Duke of Normandy had been divided up by William and his close advisers. The great castle of the Duke was impressive, the walls of stone, with a great stone keep, stone gatehouse, and chapel within, only the various ancillary buildings within the bailey constructed of timber. The southern wall was the most perilous, for the slope up to it was low and gentle, the approach a wide swathe of grass between wall and town. The east held the great gatehouse, a difficult proposition but a natural target, and the west held high walls atop a steep slope, overlooked by the keep within, another dangerous approach. The north was the least concerning, for the walls there were as high as everywhere else, but they rested atop a steep slope, dotted with cliffs and high rocky crags that would deter all but the most determined attacker. William had positioned his Normans largely to south, east and west, concentrating their number at the weaker south wall, where they had packed bags of sand behind the walls and braced them with timbers to apply extra strength against siege weapons. 2 smaller Norman units had been assigned to the northern defences, one at each end, supporting the keep area and the gatehouse end, while Halfdan and his wolves, not entirely trusted by many of William's advisers, had been given the centre of the wall, above the crags, where little was likely to happen. That had suited Halfdan fine, but had annoyed Bjorn, who'd spent days grumbling about everyone else getting all the fun. "Will they come today?" the big albino mused, looking down at the army gathered a few hundred paces away from the base of the crags. "I think so, but probably not here." Bjorn looked unhappy, so Halfdan pointed to the great catapults. "They might try and hit us with those, though." Bjorn huffed again. He couldn't tear the arm off a rock missile and beat it to death with the soggy end. As the two stood watching, a handful of archers stepped out from the front lines of the enemy, bows in hand and arrows nocked. They moved into place and aimed, pulling back the strings. Halfdan and Bjorn remained in place, only partly through personal daring. Over the past few days, they learned from experience that even the best shots down there could only just get an arrow up here, and even then with little accuracy. A small flurry of shafts was released and hurtled toward them. Most clattered against the rocks below the wall, though one hit the wall itself before falling back, and one, miraculously, sailed over the battlemented rampart, hitting the stonework of a merlon with a clack, and then falling at Bjorn's feet. Halfdan, having ducked instinctively, rose once more, to find the big warrior beside him, staring down at the fallen arrow, muttering an anatomically unlikely curse. He then bent, collecting the missile, and walked to the parapet once more, leaning over. "This is your arrow!" he shouted down at the archers. He then lifted the peach, still intact and untouched. "This is your arse!" He then proceeded to push the arrowhead into the peach. "Think about that!" he bellowed, holding the pierced peach high. "And stop fucking shooting at me!" Halfdan grinned as the archers below retreated among their ranks. Somewhere back across the castle, a horn blared out 3 times in quick succession, and all faces along the wall turned inwards. A pennant was waving, and a call was being relayed all around the defences. The enemy were coming. Halfdan turned and looked back down. Nothing was moving below the cliff. He turned once more, frowning, to look elsewhere. Banners were waving all over, in several positions on the dangerous south wall near the gate to the east, and on the high wall to the west, each gathering men. Archers were knocking as they ran to position, ready to counter any assault. The enemy were clearly coming from all 3 approaches, but not the north. He spun again, looking down. "Why not here?" he muttered, as Kettle and Leif approached from one side at a run, Gunhild and the others from the far side. "Because this place is no fun," Bjorn grumbled. "Because we're in the one place there will be no attack." Halfdan nodded, though he was only half listening, and wasn't at all sure he agreed. There was no real movement among the enemy ranks, yet he was sure things had changed. He focused, looking this way and that, and realized that the men were moving slowly, individually, forming in units here and there without it being immediately obvious from above. He realized then why the arrows had come. "Those archers weren't random," he hissed.
They were to attract our attention so they could see what the wall's strength in men was. And the other 3 wall attacks, I think they're all decoys."
"You think they'll come from the north?" Leif said in surprise. "The hardest approach."
"And therefore the one nobody expects, and the poorest defended one." Sure enough, as he looked back, the units had changed again. Where the front had formerly been an unbroken line of archers or bored men with spears leaning on shields, there were lightly armoured men among them in groups, with shields and swords out. And there, finally, Halfdan spotted a man with a huge coiled rope over his shoulder. A little careful observation, and he found 2 more of them, almost hidden among their fellows.
"They're coming."
"What are they waiting for?" Ketil asked. "They want the other 3 sides occupied, so no one can come to help here. Get ready for a fight." He watched as Bjorn made gleeful sounds nearby. He could hear the noises back across the castle changing as the anticipation of battle gave way to the actual action, each approach engaged in a fight to the death. Halfdan looked across the army. The siege engines at this side remained silent and unmanned. They were all catapults. No one could get a battering ram or a tower close enough to the walls to be of use on this side. He almost jumped when the enemy began to move, so sudden was it. One moment the lines remained steady in place. The next, men were surging forward toward the steep slope below the wolves. Halfdan was interested. The approach was difficult, steep, with only patchy cover, and at the end of the dangerous climb there was still a wall manned by defenders. The group knew what they were doing. Halfdan watched as the speediest raced up the lowest and flattest part of the slope and then disappeared from sight below a craggy outcrop. The other groups, 4 in total, each followed suit, only moving the first step of the approach, then moving into cover. Halfdan turned to find Thurston nearby and waved at him. "Bring up the baskets." As the man nodded and started jabbing fingers at the others to come and help him, Bjorn narrowed his eyes at Halfdan. "Throwing rocks is not fighting. Only a fool lets an enemy get a foot in the door just so he's close enough to punch." This did not seem to particularly mollify the big albino, who grumbled off to help bring up the baskets full of rocks that sat close by every open stretch of wall. "Not you," he called to Ketil, who was turning to help. "You have your bow?" The Icelander nodded, pushing aside his cloak to reveal the weapon over his shoulder. "Get an arrow ready. Pick off anyone you can." Ketil nodded, unslinging his bow, testing the string's tension, and then unfastening the quiver at his side, sliding it into a better position and selecting an arrow. A cry of alarm rang across the castle, and Halfdan turned to see that, while other attacks might be primarily decoys, they were also serious attempts. At the lower south wall, enemy archers were using fire arrows, which were coming over the parapet in clouds, occasionally striking a defender, though most were ducked behind cover. Soldiers were not their targets, though. The arrows were coming down among the timber buildings in the bailey, some hitting home. Already, thatched roofs had turned into infernos, some buildings belching black smoke as they burned. Some in the castle had argued against William's plan to move the entire winter supplies into the lower level of the stone keep, instead of the outbuildings where grain and other such stuff was traditionally stored. Halfdan could imagine how they would not be arguing while the granaries and warehouses so recently emptied erupted in flames. Back to the view from the wall. The enemy units down there were on the move again. They were being smart, hurrying almost horizontally at times, slowly zigzagging up the steep slope, moving from rock face to rock face and pausing each time, safe from view at the wall. Halfdan looked this way and that. They could get perhaps 20 paces from the wall that way before they were in open ground with no cover. Only a few small units were coming. He wondered why, and began to picture the coming events. The enemy would do their best to get to the walls.
Somehow, they intended to use the ropes to deal with the walls themselves and reach the walkway above. Then they hoped they had enough men to overwhelm the defenders, and they knew what they were facing after that little archery stunt. He nodded to himself. The rest of the castle would then come to the north wall to help, but it would be too late. The enemy would have control of the wall, and the ropes would be long enough to reach the slope. Then more and more men would start to move as soon as the defenders on the wall were engaged. In theory, the whole siege could be over at the north wall on the first day of action. But not now, for Halfdan had anticipated them, and he knew what they were up to. The only real failing point for the enemy was how they intended to use the ropes to crest the wall without falling foul of Halfdan and his men. First, though, was to remove their most valuable assets. He waved at Ketil. "Stop! Watch them carefully as they move. Find the ones carrying ropes and drop them." Ketil simply nodded and nocked another arrow, looking down, waiting for the next move below. Bjorn, Thurston, and the others were bringing the baskets of heavy boulders up and placing them every few paces along the wall walk. Halfdan watched. The enemy were halfway up the slope, though a few had slowed and dropped back, and 3 bodies lay unmoving in the open with Ketil's arrows buried in them. He heard the Icelander hiss a promise to Odin, and a moment later an arrow thrummed from the wall down into the leading group, moving from cliff to cliff. Halfdan couldn't resist a smile as the man carrying the huge coiled rope over his shoulder gave a sudden cry of pain and alarm. One hand went up to his face, and he was thrown out of the line, tumbling away down 20 feet of steep slope, the rope flying free and uncoiling, slithering this way and that on the hillside. He could feel the air of smugness settling around the Icelander, even from where he stood. The next movement came, groups zigzagging from rock to rock. Another arrow from Ketil, this time unfortunately missing the man with the rope, though it did strike the man beside him, who fell with a shout of alarm, clutching at his shoulder. They were getting closer and closer. "Everyone take a stretch of wall as long as a man is tall," Halfdan called to the others. "Find a rock." Similar tactics were being employed by the Norman defenders to each side, further along the walls, but Halfdan had to concentrate on his own section for now. There were 4 units coming at their part of the walls, each with a rope. One such had already fallen, and though they had sent a man to collect the fallen rope, that had been a mistake. Ketil had simply put an arrow in the man sent to retrieve it before he even reached it. No further attempt had been made. That meant 3 more ropes coming, though he adjusted that as a second rope-bearer screamed, clutched at a buried arrow shaft and fell, tumbling back down the slope with his rope. The enemy finally reached the highest crags where they could hide, and everything stopped for a moment. From here, they would be in the open, vulnerable. Then Halfdan heard the creak, and his eyes lifted past the slope and across the gathered rebel forces to the siege engines. While they had been concentrating on the approaching infantry, the wolves had missed the men manning the artillery and preparing them. He watched as the catapults, 6 of them, reached their maximum tension. "Down!" he shouted. "Behind the walls!" They did so, and a moment later there was an almighty crash, as though the Jötnar were falling to earth, and the parapet shook as though Thor had struck it with his mighty hammer. Dust and mortar boiled up in a grey-white cloud, and flakes of stone flew over their ducked heads like 1,000 rocky darts. One of the Apulian wolves a little further along, damn it, but he really had to learn their names, bellowed in pain and reached up to the new bloody parting in his hair, where a flying shard had carved a deep line in his scalp. The moment the barrage stopped, Halfdan yelled at the others to stay down, but rose sharply himself to look over the wall. The catapults had not been loosing at them the giant boulders which sat in heaps waiting. but baskets of rocks, not unlike the ones Halfdan had on the walls. That was their intent, to remove the defenders or keep them pinned down so that they could not fight off the attack. Below, those 4 teams of men had braved all the falling rocks of their own barrage, holding their shields over their heads for protection. Even now they were closing on the wall, only a few lying immobile with injuries from falling rocks. His gaze rose to the artillery. Already the catapults were almost at full stretch once more, their crews working fast, shouting orders at one another. He could see 2 more baskets beside each weapon. This time he remained standing as long as he dared as they released their shrapnel at the walls, while the men below crossed the last few paces with their shields up. Halfdan dropped, only just in time, as fist-sized rocks swept through the air just above him, pounding against the battlements and sending more dust and mortar through the air in clouds. By the time it had begun to clear, the assault had begun in earnest. A grapple clanked between the merlons over by Ketil, then slid and chinked into place, digging into stone and mortar as someone outside put weight on the rope. Even as Halfdan looked that way, he heard another land on the other side, and looked back to see the same happening there. At least there were only 2. Without Ketil's arrows, there could have been 4. Over by the artillery, the final basket was being loaded into each catapult. This would take careful timing. "Ketil, Thurston, use your saxes, cut the ropes." The 2 men drew their short, sharp blades and rose, leaning out, going to work. Halfdan also looked out. Men were still tugging on the ropes, shields held above them, anticipating the 3rd barrage. No one wanted to be climbing when that happened. Ketil and Thurston were busy sawing through the ropes as fast as they could, though it was tough going. He looked back at the siege engines, which were being ratcheted back into place. "Drop when I say." He waited, listening to his friends sawing at the ropes furiously. The catapults were pulled fully back, loaded. Shouts issued. Still he waited. Then the weapons' arms were flung up, and the baskets flew into the air, covering half the distance to the walls before emptying of their stony contents. "No!" he bellowed, and Ketil and Thurston disappeared along with their jarl behind the battlements just as the barrage struck. By the time the shards had stopped flying and the dust began to settle, and Halfdan and the others had risen to look over the wall, the enemy were already on the ropes, starting to climb. Without needing to be told, the other 2 were already at work again, sawing at the ropes. "Rocks now!" he bellowed to the others. Everyone leaned out, looking down at the climbers and the gathered soldiers. Moments later, huge boulders were dropping on them. Those at the wall's base lifted their shields above them again, largely protecting them from the falling missiles. Those climbing were less lucky. 6 were on the ropes already, and the top man at each climb took a rock straight to the head, screaming and falling away. The second man on Thurston's rope similarly disappearing injured. More rocks. Another man fell, badly injured. Arguments had broken out below. None of those gathered in any hurry to be the next climber. Then Ketil gave a grunt of triumph. Halfdan glanced his way and could see that the rope there was about to give. He waved to the Icelander to stop cutting. Ketil frowned for a moment. Then his mouth curved into a vicious grin, and he nodded. Halfdan had his wolves concentrating their falling rocks on Thurston's rope, and the men gathered around it below, where they began to take a heavy toll. Ketil, on the other hand, was making pretend sawing motions with his sax as more and more men began to climb that rope, unimpeded by falling rocks. Halfdan could see from the Icelander's face that he knew what to do, and so didn't bother with an order. Ketil waited until the top climber was almost close enough to touch, 6 more below him, hurrying to reach the top and to gain a foothold in the fortress, opening the door for the rest of the army. Then the Icelander, with a laugh, gave the final cut, and the rope frayed, creaked, and snapped. The rope and the climbers fell, smashing hard to the rocky slope, where those who lived through the fall with broken bones or bruises fell and rolled away down the slope. Hardly had Halfdan time to take in the whole scene before he heard another rope give, and in moments the entire attack was retreating. All those groups who had climbed, scampering and sliding and falling away back down the slope to safety. Just to be sure, the wolves continued to throw stones, landing a few blows on the retreating rebels, the last man to fall doing so with one of Ketil's arrows in his calf. They watched, jeering, as the man pulled himself up to his feet with difficulty, limping away. Ketil was ready to put a second arrow into him, but Halfdan stood the Icelander down. Better to let the man live, wounded. That way he was useless in a fight, but still a drain on the enemy's supplies. The other attacks to each side along the north wall had had marginally better success. The defenders not as prepared as the wolves, but they had still not managed to crest the battlements, and the failure of their fellows at the centre of the wall had a predictable effect on their morale. In moments, the other attacks were similarly retreating, pulling back to their own lines. The northern defences were clear once more. The cheer that went up along the wall was premature, though. The assaults on the other walls were clearly still underway, and as the cheering faded, Halfdan could see the catapults preparing once more. This time, huge boulders being manhandled in their direction. The enemy attack ended with men disappearing back among their own ranks, and by the time the other three attacks had faltered and failed almost an hour later, the true barrage had begun. The wolves were crouched behind the walls as massive rocks pounded the defences of Falaise, shaking the stonework as though it were but a flimsy wattle fence. Dust, mortar, and fragments of stone were everywhere, while a fresh assault of fire arrows began at the far side of the castle, attempting to burn down anything combustible within. 9 crews of men with buckets were pulled together, and while Halfdan and his wolves took shelter from the almost continual bombardment, men ran hither and thither in the bailey, hurling water from their buckets into the many new flames. Noon came and went, with nothing to mark it. Even the apex of a watery winter sun they could not see through the iron-grey clouds. A light repast of barley bread and pork broth was delivered in bowls to all those on the walls, which they ate with no conversation or social engagement, and with the constant battering of artillery and swirling of dust. The dust became less of an issue into the afternoon, but only because not long after their lunch the snow began, coming first in light, swirling eddies, before settling into a steady fall, slanted south as the clouds blew in from the sea. The wolves huddled behind their walls, protecting them from the worst of the blizzard, wrapped in their cloaks for warmth. They accepted the snow willingly, despite their discomfort. Not only would it be so much worse for the besieging rebels in their tents and in the open, but it also made fire arrows impossible, and nullified all attacks against the timber buildings within, helping to extinguish the last untouched flames. The barrage continued for perhaps an hour, and then great covers made from ships' sails were dragged over each of the siege weapons to prevent the smaller, more delicate timbers from warping and the ropes from slackening at all, the wax already applied having protected them thus far. The snow continued unabated for the afternoon, and only began to lighten and then fully peter out as the sun slid behind the western horizon and the gloom of evening came on. A brief flurry of fire arrows came once more half an hour later, but the houses were so covered in snow and saturated by then that the attack was quickly proved futile, and the enemy withdrew their archers. Then, of course, the siege engines were uncovered, and a fresh barrage began in the gathering darkness. Someone came around the walls with a couple of twig brooms, and the drifted snow was brushed off to the ground below. Then someone brought out the ashes from the previous night's fires in the keep and spread them across every available path to allow the defenders a good grip as they walked, and to nullify the threat of the walls dangerously icing over. Torches and braziers were lit all around the castle, as well as out among the rebels, great campfires growing there. Fireplaces inside the castle buildings were set and lit, black clouds belching up and out of smoke holes above. Were it not for the pounding of rocks against the castle walls, it might almost have been peaceful. Men came round soon after with an evening meal, and Halfdan asked of them news of the other positions. It seemed that artillery was at work on every wall, the whole castle being pounded from all sides. The rebel lords knew their time to carry out the siege was short, and that winter would soon put an end to it, and so they were doing their very best to finish as swiftly as possible, even if that meant turning Falaise into a pile of rubble. The fortress, though, was of strong construction, and was holding up remarkably well to the battering. It was, by Halfdan's estimation, close to midnight when a figure came wandering around the walls, head down and covered with a cloak's hood, shrugged deep into the wool for warmth. It came to a halt next to Halfdan, and when the head rose, he recognized the face of Archbishop Aelfric of Jorvik. "You're out late." Aelfric shrugged. "Though a man of God, I am not above lifting a mace and using it to crown the ungodly," he chuckled. "But here and now I can be of little martial use. Besides, I am not sure how my king would view one of his archbishops going to war for a foreign duke. I have been wandering the castle's many ways, and attempting to bring spiritual peace to those who suffer." Halfdan gave him a wry smile. "And you even bring spiritual peace to the pagan?" The archbishop's hand emerged from the folds of his cloak, gripping a bottle. "I do, but the spirits I use are different." With a laugh, he handed the bottle to Halfdan, who took it, uncorked it, and breathed in the acrid, strong aroma with delight. "Thank you." "You are most welcome. It is the only one I could find, though, so you may have to share it with your men." Halfdan nodded. "Not with Bjorn, though. One swig of his and half the bottle would go. It's quantity that matters to him, not quality." Another chuckle from Aelfric, though he swiftly became serious. "So, you truly intend to stay the course of this siege, Gotlander?" Halfdan took a swig and smiled. "As long as we must and no longer. Gunhild seems to think that we are not done here, though I think now that it is but a matter of waiting for Ulver in his ship. I think I have found out all I needed to know about the men I seek, but there is no point in fleeing into enemy-controlled lands without a destination awaiting." "When you go, you will go suddenly, will you not? No farewells, no audience with Duke William?" Halfdan nodded. "I think so. We will go when the opportunity arises, and the window might be brief. Then I must ask if I may stay with you, join your wolves for our brief time here. I have no desire to fight another man's war among an army of heathens, but I would truly hate even more to miss my one opportunity to leave Falaise and get away." Halfdan laughed. "How senior are archbishops in your nailed god church?" "Very. There are only 2 in Angleland." "So you must be rich." "I shall take that as an invitation," the archbishop grinned, "as long as I do not have to scribe your ungodly symbols on my person." "No, you don't." "Good," sighed Aelfric, crouching beside him. "We have Gunhild to do that." Chapter 22. The low timber building was one of the few in the castle that remained entirely unharmed by either thrown stone or blazing arrow. Nestled up against the north wall atop that cliff, it was far enough from the other side of the castle to be out of the reach of the archers, but the angle below the walls also meant that all missiles hurled from this side went clean over the top. Still, they could hear and feel the barrage continuing as the castle wall reverberated to the blows of the catapults, every one sending a shower of dust down from the building's thatched roof. The place had been a tanner's workshop, which was clear from the racks for stretching pelts, the blood-stained table and the runnels cut into everything, all leading to another stained drain that ran under the building's wall and through a small pipe in the ramparts out to the cliffside. Halfdan's gaze followed the drain, and he rolled his eyes as they met the hole in the wall to find Bjorn standing there, trousers open, pissing into the channel while humming a happy melody. Everyone else stood around the room's edge, watching intently. The building's 11 occupants were silent, barring the spattering stream and gentle humming from Bjorn. The wolves, Halfdan, Bjorn, Ketil, Leif, and Gunhild, the 5 of them who had been together since the day they left Hedeby and sailed for Kiev. Rurik, for now Halfdan had committed his name to memory, a man who had joined them on the beach in Italy during the revolt of Maniakes, a former Rus Varangian, but unquestionably one of the wolves. Solid Thurston, who had left the uncertainty of Apulia with his Normans and had travelled alongside Halfdan and his friends for so long that when they had become part of the wolves it had seemed only natural. And, of course, 2 of those very same Apulian warriors, Abbe and Robert, he believed. And then, of course, Anna and Cassandra. The wolves of Odin. They were only missing Ulver and Varlov, and the 6 who had been left with them. How things had changed since Kiev, he mused to the eerie melody at the heart of the room. Of the 11 in this place, more than half prayed to the nailed god, yet here they were, part of Halfdan's hirth. Here they were, in fact, witnessing one of the most sacred moments of a believer in the old gods. In truth, Abbe and Robert looked more than a little uncomfortable, for they had never seen this before. Yet here they were, and they did not look away. Halfdan had managed to persuade one of the units who ran around the bailey, extinguishing fires and fetching and carrying, to take their place on the wall for an hour, while they ostensibly got a little indoor rest and warmth. In truth, they needed somewhere sheltered and hidden so that Gunhild could walk with the Vanir. Her song rose, as it always had, like the lapping of waves against rocks in an incredibly swiftly rising tide, ever higher, always cresting, new, glorious and bleak, sad and eternal. But these days it had become so much more, with Cassandra and Anna joining their melodic tones to that of the Volva, a rite as old as mankind, invoking the savour and the companionship of Freya, given heart and power by women who kissed the cross. It was truly a strange world. As the Volva slowly rose, her staff turning and whirling, Halfdan found himself thinking back over their time together, and over what their collective faiths meant. His youth had been steeped in the old ways, on an island that staunchly resisted the encroachment of the White Christ, who had claimed most of the north. He had sworn a blood oath against Jarl Yngvar for killing his father and pulling down the Odin stone of their village in an attempt to stamp out the old ways for the king, Olov. But for all Yngvar's crimes, it had been the priest Hjálmvigi who had been behind them all, urging his master, and it had been Hjálmvigi, to the end of that year in the east, who had dominated Halfdan's life, his hated face becoming the face of all nailed god-men everywhere. Even though he had sailed in companionship with Leif, who had always been a Christian, Halfdan had not only clung to the old ways, but he had carried in his heart a burning hatred for the White Christ and his priests, who could not let the world live without them, who tore down sacred stones, and who killed good men because they remembered the power of Odin. When, he wondered, had that begun to change? On arriving at Miklagarða, The wolves had hidden their true faiths and played the Christian for simple expediency. There and beyond, all the way to that beach in Italy, he had met men who prayed to the nailed god, yet who were good men, still with the ice and rock of the north in their blood, who bonded together in brotherhood. And even though he had met another rabid priest, desperate to burn the heathen in Acerenza, he had also met more good men in Apulia, Normans this time, who prayed to the nailed Christ, yet joined that same brotherhood. He'd not really thought about how comfortable he'd become around Christians until he'd met this Archbishop Aelfric, apparently one of the world's most important priests, yet a man who seemed content to accept Halfdan and his wolves as a picturesque aberration in his world, something that he did not like or approve of, but could watch with fascination, like a scorpion. The ritual's crescendo came at the same time as one of the most powerful strikes of boulder against wall. The whole building shook wildly as the three women reached the heights of their song, and Gunhild dropped like a hammer blow from the heavens, sinking into a crouch, her handful of bones and beads, coins and feathers and silver fragments scattering across the dirt before her. "Tell me," he breathed. "The golden threads are gone from our weaving," she said quietly. "Gone before this night even, gone their own way, in their own tapestries." "Hathravi," Halfdan said, crestfallen. He had been so hopeful. It had felt so close. That the Duke and the thief might be connected had given him hope that they would soon find the man and the ship he had stolen. Yet it seemed things had changed. He did wonder for one guilty little moment how Gunhild felt, given her own feelings for Hathravi. She had almost left the wolves for him, and had defied even fate to stay with her Jarl after all. "He is not gone forever," she said, as though reading his thoughts, and with a certainty that at least reassured him a little. "But that is in days to come. Your connection to the golden thread of the Byzantine bear himself is not severed, just separated for a while longer. But the other golden thread that is William, I see it with us no more. Whatever our connection to the Lion of Normandy has been, we have done what we came to do. He is no longer your concern, my Jarl." Halfdan thought back over the past few weeks. Things had changed. He had learned of Hathravi's new place at the court in Kiev, as heir to several kingdoms, all to the west, where he must surely be bound in the coming days. He knew where the man was then, and he had an idea of the man's plans, and he knew of Hjálmvígi's role as chief priest to the new king of Swedes, Onund. And he had saved the life of the Duke, an assassination attempt that could very well have changed everything in this land. Though the bastard was outnumbered and besieged, William was confident that this siege was but the opening move in a war he felt he could win. Halfdan did not doubt for a moment that the Duke would be triumphant. There was something about the bastard Duke that spoke of great destiny. Had he been born 200 years earlier, he would have made a great Jarl himself, possibly the greatest. Perhaps that was all they had needed, after all, to learn of Hathravi and Hjálmvígi, and to stop the Duke dying before he could win his war. Was that what they had been waiting for? Could they leave? He became aware that Gunhild had been talking while he had gone off on his mental tangent, and was silent again, watching him with an irritated arched eyebrow. "Sorry." "I still see the dragon," she repeated patiently, "but I think our time here is done. Watch for signs, for the white thread has bound to yours, my Jarl. The priest will lead you to great things, and only through him can the wolves ever hope to face Hjálmvígi and Hathravi and regain what was lost. We are besieged, but the path will become open, and the priest will lead the way." There was something more in her eyes that she didn't like. He could sense it,
something unsaid. "What else?" Halfdan said. She took a long, slow breath. "Loki's chains weaken." Skies red as blood, shaking and booming, as though being torn apart. A black crack looming over him as he stood, sword in hand, watching his enemy emerge from the doorway of the stone hall. A tall man in a glittering shirt of silver, eyes shining almost gold in the reflected light of the dreadful sky. In his hands, a sword that was the death of men, and a beautiful and terrible horn. Ragnarok. Halfdan had to clench his fists to stop the trembling that began in his fingertips and threatened to engulf his body. "We should return to the wall," he said. There were nods all round, some rather relieved ones from the Apulians who'd not witnessed such a spectacle as this before. Halfdan sighed. Gunhild had not been as clear as he'd hoped, with the exception of the part about Loki that he could have done without. He'd wanted to see a path laid out before him by the Volva, a simple road he could follow that would take him to the sea-wolf and its thief, and then to Hjolmvigi and vengeance. Instead, she had produced only nebulous notions, although at least they could move on. Or they could have, if they weren't trapped in a castle under siege. At a nod from his Jarl, Bjorn, who had finished his business and fastened his trousers once more, stepped across and opened the door, an arctic chill sweeping in with fresh flakes of snow in the air. Halfdan led the way, stepping out into the open, pulling up his cloak's hood against the light dusting of snow. With luck, the fresh fall would silence the siege engines once more, for they had been pounding the walls of Falaise for 4 solid days since the wolves had fought off the assault on the northern approach. As they left the room, he placed a hand on Gunhild's arm. "How are we to leave Falaise, and when?" "When the signs tell us to." "But you said we could leave." "Could and should are not the same thing, Halfdan. We wait for Ulfr." Halfdan sighed with sagging shoulders. This was not the first time she had said that, but there were problems with such a thing. Even if Ulfr and the other 7 men they had left at Piru were free and healthy, even if they'd built a ship the likes of which Rand's daughters had never before witnessed, what use would they be at Falaise? "Gunhild, we're 30 miles or more from the sea and the Duke's port at Diva, and have you seen the river here? It couldn't carry a toy boat. It's just a stream most of the way to the coast. How is Ulfr supposed to come to us? It makes no sense. He can only come as far as Diva, and we can't even guarantee that's not in rebel hands now. We have to make a break for it somehow ourselves and make for the coast." "No," was her simple answer, as she pulled free of his grip and walked on into the cold. Halfdan sighed yet again and followed. Aelfric of Jorvik stood beneath a half-ruined veranda outside a damaged smithy opposite. A small group of his attendants gathered around him, mostly lesser priest people. The archbishop had refused to stay away, remaining with the wolves throughout the siege, ready to leave at any moment, though he had drawn the line at actually attending a pagan ceremony, and had waited patiently in the cold. "You can't bring them with you," Halfdan said to the archbishop, as the man emerged from the veranda with his entourage to fall in beside them. He was taking out on them the irritability he felt after his conversation with Gunhild, and he knew it. "Oh?" Halfdan bit his lip. In truth, that was just down to him. He didn't mind giving a lift to Aelfric, with whom he'd struck up an odd and very unlikely friendship over their time at Falaise, but he definitely drew the line at becoming a ferry service for nailed god priests in general. He had no idea how they were going to leave. Gunhild seemed insistent that Ulfr would come, and if so, then it seemed undeniable that Ulfr had managed to build their new ship. There were so many unanswerable questions, though. He left 8 of them in Piru. Even with the best will in the world, it would be a struggle indeed for 8 men to row even the smallest longship. Of course, perhaps he would be waiting for the rest of the wolves before starting to use the oars and relying on the sail. But where he would dock and how they would meet up with him were questions to which he really could find no answer. He was aware that the Archbishop was patiently waiting for an explanation. "Our ships, they are not merchant ships with lots of hold space or beds for guests. They are raiders and warships. There is only room for those who sail her." He eyed the motley bunch following Aelfric, entirely composed of gangly youths, pale and thin-limbed, or small wizened monks with their shaved heads and wrinkled parchment skin. "Your people cannot row. They cannot come, that is all." The Archbishop frowned. "It is unseemly for a man in my position to travel so rudely, and you are asking me to place my personal safety in the hands of pagans on their warship." "Swap the ship for a castle wall and you've been in that position for at least a week already," Halfdan countered. Aelfric's frown deepened. "This we will discuss when the time comes. I can be quite generous, although I will concede that if left behind, a man of God will not be harmed by the other side when the fighting concludes." They were approaching the wall and climbed the stairs, Halfdan leading the way and arriving at the top. The stones had stopped striking the walls at some point between house and wall, for the snow had become heavier once more. The soldier in charge of the unit that had been watching in their stead gave him a nervous look as they met. "Anything happened?" "They're pulling back," the man said, though his voice did not carry confidence, "and the artillery is being covered because of the snow." "Pulling back," Halfdan said, crossing to the parapet and peering down. It was true, though only marginally so. The enemy was still massed down there below the slope, gathered in their units around the castle, but the front lines had been withdrawn perhaps 20 paces. He drummed his fingers on the snow-encrusted battlements. Why? What did it mean? If they had pulled back, then they were afraid of something from the walls, but neither the wolves nor any of the Duke's men had done anything new that might warrant such fear. And if they had not, then it could only be something of the enemy's doing. His heart started to pound, and with a sense of impending dread, he leaned out over the wall. He could see nothing down at the base. It was late afternoon in a snowstorm, the natural light already failing without being hidden behind huge, thick, boiling clouds and sheets of white. He could just about see the slope as a vaguely grey tableau, and could occasionally, between gusts, make out the patches of rocky cliff here and there. But just because he couldn't see something didn't mean it wasn't there. "Shh!" he called to the others on the wall. Each of them was making a noise, from Bjorn's humming to Leif's foot-tapping, keeping him moving and helping warm him, to Cassandra, Anna, and Gunhild's ongoing conversation, to Robert, rhythmically sliding his sword in and out of its scabbard an inch or so to work out some tightness in the leather. Piece by piece, the whole symphony of boredom ceased, leaving that rare, true silence, a stillness so complete that you can hear snowflakes landing. Then Halfdan could hear it. "Listen," he hissed. The others crossed to the wall carefully, cupping hands to ears. The blows were being carefully struck so that they were truly arrhythmic, so that they did not leap to one's attention as a pattern, a man-made thing. They could almost be the sounds of wild animals. But they were not. They were the sounds of tools against mortar, dampened and almost hidden beneath the blanket of snow. Halfdan leaned back. Someone was chipping away the mortar at the base of the wall above the slope, and if the enemy lines had pulled back, that meant they anticipated the wall falling, which meant they hadn't just started it. They'd been doing it for some time.
He thought back over the past few hours. When he considered it, he realized that the siege machines had been hurling their stones to the left and right of this position, but not directly at it. Of course not, for they hardly wished to kill their own engineers who'd been working to collapse the wall, and a continual barrage of stones all around would have perfectly hidden the work of their picks until the snow had silenced the artillery. Then they had slowed and started to work in that arrhythmic way, without the cover of the smashing rocks. He sucked on his teeth, drumming fingers on the snowy stonework. If they were allowed to continue, and the wall went, then only a rocky slope protected this approach. The castle would fall swiftly. Though on the surface it might not appear to be Halfdan's problem, even if the wolves were planning to leave as soon as possible, they had to deal with this. "They're going to collapse the wall," he hissed to the others. "Get a rope." The silence fell again. He listened carefully. He could hear what appeared to be 2 picks at work, and only 2, which made sense. Any more than 2, and they would be hard to hide in the shadowy rocks at the base of the wall. He waited, still listening, until Leif and Thurston reappeared with 2 coils of rope. "Can't find one long enough," the Russ explained, as Thurston busied himself knotting the ends of the 2 coils together, then testing them for strength. Satisfied, he handed his coil to Halfdan, who waved to Bjorn and Ketil, by far the 2 largest men among the wolves. "Take the other end and brace yourselves," he said, as he looped the rope around his chest, making sure to leave sufficient breathing room, and then tied it as tight as he could. "I need you to lower me. Steadily but fast, all right?" The 2 men nodded. Ketil took the other coil from Leif, while Bjorn spat on his hands, and then took the rope some 8 feet from the knot at Halfdan's chest. "Go with Loki's own luck," Ketil said. Bjorn simply farted and grinned. Halfdan took a deep breath and climbed up onto the battlements. He'd never had a trouble with heights, and that had been tested more than once on the high walls of Miklagartha and on the abandoned roofs of Genosa more recently. But somehow, standing in a howling gale, with icy snow slapping him in the face repeatedly, looking down into the monochrome world below that consisted of 20 feet of fortress wall, and then perhaps 60 feet of steep slope with rocky cliffs, his stomach began to churn. Forcing down the queasiness, he turned, dropping to his knees on the battlements, arms gripping snow-covered merlons, and then lay down, belly cold on the stone, as his legs slid out over the drop. He pushed off. For a moment, he felt a touch of panic that Bjorn had somehow forgotten what he was supposed to be doing, as he seemed to plummet without any kind of support. He managed not to yell, and then couldn't anyway, as the rope snapped tight, anchored by the 2 great Northmen, and the breath was slammed out of his chest. Gasping, he swung this way and that for a few moments, recovering and trying to regain control. He managed to get a little swing going, and pushed out away from the wall, then back, landing against the stone with the balls of his feet. His breath returned, and with it his confidence. He kicked away again, and swung away from the wall. To his relief, Bjorn and Ketil had got their act together, for as he swung out, the rope slowly extended, and he slid almost half his height down the wall, reaching over halfway before his feet hit and bounced once more. His confidence growing all the time as he worked, he reached down with his right hand and pulled his sacks free, using only his left on the rope to steady himself. He had fretted for just the briefest moment over whether to use his sacks or sword, but if he dropped a weapon, he would probably lose it forever, and whereas he could easily replace the sacks, the sword was truly one of a kind. As he bounced out again, he was still descending, and he could see the 2 men just below working hard, hacking at the mortar between the stone blocks of the wall. Half a dozen blocks were missing already, and they were digging inwards. Fortunately, between the falling snow and their own labour and the noise it made, they remained unaware of the danger descending from above. Halfdan was conversely aware of everything, and so timed his next jump. He kicked out from the wall harder than before, swinging back some distance, just as Ketil and Bjorn dropped him the last 6 feet. But instead of landing, he swung back inwards with both feet out in front of him, spaced wide. He was rewarded as planned, with a well-placed boot heel hard in the back of each of the 2 men hacking at the mortar. One yelped and fell forward, gripping his pick as he slammed against the stone and dropped to one side, trying to recover himself from the sudden, unexpected attack. The other folded up in an instant without a sound and toppled to the rough, stony ground, the tool falling from open fingers. Even in that heartbeat, as he swung back again and dropped to his feet on the ground, Halfdan realized that the impact had broken the second man's back. All well and good. That left only one. The other man pulled himself up and turned to face Halfdan, pickaxe in hand, face a grimaced mix of pain and anger. He bellowed something unintelligible in the blizzard, lost to the elements, as the cloud of steam from his breath barely made it out. Halfdan thanked Odin and Thor and Loki all for their part in his success. It was never a bad thing to acknowledge all the Aesir when great things happened, even if you weren't sure they had all played a part, for the gods could be both jealous and petty. He didn't bother with the Vanir, though. Freyja and her siblings were the province of Gunhild, and he would assume that they were always happy, as long as the Völva seemed to be. The man swung his pick with the expertise of a miner, not a warrior. Halfdan simply stepped closer, threw his arm in the way of the haft, taking a blow that would leave a bruise, and grabbed it with that hand, while the other came round, gleaming sacks jutting from the fist. The blade slammed into the man's chest. Halfdan would normally, faced with such a situation, assume there was a chain shirt and strike for an area unlikely to be covered with protective armour. A man who had climbed this hill, though, and who worked as they did, had to be wearing only warm clothes. He'd been correct, for the sacks slid easily between ribs, robbing the man of his next heartbeat, and then his life. The miner gave a horrified gasp and collapsed into Halfdan's arms. The Jarl smiled a grimly victorious smile, and then heaved the man out and away across the slope, where he fell and rolled away before coming to a halt beside a rock, black blood pumping out into the white world. The sacks was easy to clean, wiped in the snow 3 times, and then on his trousers before being sheathed again. Then Halfdan paused. He looked up. The enemy might possibly have seen all this, though the odds were against it, and the moment the snow stopped, he'd be willing to bet that in a single minute the covers would be off the machines of war and rocks would start to fly again. Whatever the case, staying here was asking for trouble, and he realistically should try and climb back up, or jerk the rope and hope that Bjorn and Ketil realized that was the signal to pull him back in. But he also looked at the hole the men had already carved out in the short time they'd been working. It probably wouldn't be enough to put any strain on the wall as it was without extra work, but then one well-placed rock from a catapult, and they might just be able to capitalize on their damage. He sighed. He didn't relish the idea of such hard and grueling physical work, especially on a freezing, exposed slope in a blizzard, watched by the enemy and within range of their archers and artillery. But he figured he didn't really have a choice. He couldn't do much about the mortar, of course, but even the stones on their own would both help support the courses above and make the location of their work very hard for catapults to find at a distance. Consequently, singing an old song his father had sung when working at his lathe, Halfdan began looking around the slope nearby, finding the stones that had been cut out and pulled away, dusting them off of the coating of snow, and then hauling them with curses and sweat back to the wall. In a short time, he had managed to locate what he believed to be all the missing blocks, and then set about the puzzle of fitting them back into place so that they were relatively snug, despite the lack of mortar. It was long and troublesome work, and more than once he had to remove several of the blocks and begin again to get it right. Finally, he had only 2 blocks left to replace, though they were almost identical. He tried one in the lower of the 2 courses, but it did not fit. He then turned it end on and tried again, still with no luck. Swapping it for the other block, he did the same, and then began to curse, realizing that if neither block fitted, he'd gone wrong somewhere else and would need to remove quite an area to test the other blocks. He was holding the last failure, sweating under the weight and the effort of building, when the voice spoke up just behind him.
"The furthest one on the left, I think, 2 courses down."
Halfdan turned sharply, sax leaping back out of its scabbard into his hand. The barrel-chested man grinned at him as he pulled his pale grey cloak tighter, the material just the right colour to make the big shipwright barely visible in the blizzard.
"Ulver! I approve of men trying to learn a trade. Even kings and warriors should know how to build a ship, or shape a table leg, or skin a reindeer, or thatch a hut. But you did pick an odd time to learn your new skill."
Halfdan looked down at the stone and laughed.
"I think the Lion of Normandy can take care of his own castle wall for now."
Without another word, he dropped the stone, took 3 steps, and embraced the stoic, red-headed wolf as though he'd never thought to see him again. His eyes rose over Ulver's shoulder, and it was with no small surprise that he recognized Geoffroy, the Norman from Valognes, and the man's friend. Geoffroy gave him a fierce smile.
"Let me take it from here."
Chapter 23. It took almost half an hour to get everyone moved. Halfdan had more cause than ever to be grateful for the snowfall that kept them obscured from the enemy positions, for rebel arrows would not have found it hard to pick a target. While Halfdan and Ulver had reworked the stones in the wall, and the solid shipwright, ever a practical man, had found small pebbles and lodged them between the larger stones in temporary place of mortar, Geoffroy and his friend had been hauled to the top of the wall by Bjorn and Ketil, where they helped the big albino and the tall Icelander anchor the rope. There, the wolves began to come down the rope and join the 2 men as they admired their handiwork. The wall would still be weaker here than elsewhere, but not nearly as weak as it had been, and it would be very hard to target by artillery, looking much the same as the rest of the rampart. Gradually, the others had come to rest on the snowy slope. Leif, then Gunhild, followed by her ever-present companions Anna and Cassandra, then Thorsten, Rurik, Abbe, and Robert, and then, close to the end, Ketil, Bjorn remaining at the top until the end. Second to last came Archbishop Aelfric, sliding down the height of the wall with some difficulty in his long robes, clutching his staff of office, and coming to rest on the snow, looking exhausted. Halfdan looked at him, frowning.
"You'll have to lose the cloak."
Aelfric frowned, plucking at his chasuble with 2 fingers.
"It's freezing out here. And your cloak is bright red, hard to hide in snow. Take it off."
Grumbling, the Saxon cleric shrugged off the crimson garment, and with it unravelled a long strip of brightly coloured and gold-threaded silk. The former he let fall to the ground, though the latter he folded tight and tucked it into the belt that held his white ankle-length tunic tight. He pointed down at the red heap.
"If only you knew how much such robes cost." "Are they worth more than your life?"
Halfdan said pointedly. He looked up to see Bjorn sliding down the stone face, Geoffroy and his friend struggling to hold the rope atop the wall, given the big man's massive weight. To save them what he could, Bjorn let go and dropped the last 8 feet, almost falling as he hit the slippery slope, arms flailing comically as he kept his footing with difficulty. Aelfric turned sharply as the rope began to disappear upwards. "My retinue! I told you before there wasn't room." The Archbishop's eyes narrowed. "I would make you swear upon the holy book to preserve my life and freedom, if such an oath were worth a wet fart to you people." That made Halfdan chuckle, especially given the wry smile that hovered on the edge of the man's face as he finished. "You will be safer with us than here, believe me." "I do," Aelfric replied earnestly, looking up at the wall and the now disappeared rope. Atop the rampart, Geoffroy and his companion leaned over the parapet and waved at them. "Farewell and good luck. We will give you a quarter of an hour. God be with you." "I sincerely hope so," the Archbishop called back up, eyeing the pagans around him. Halfdan and the others called up their fond farewells. A quarter of an hour. The 2 Normans would stand vigil in the place of the wolves for that time, and then hurry off to report their arrival to William and bring the damaged wall to the Duke's attention. A quarter of an hour should allow sufficient time for the wolves to be gone from the area before reinforcements came to the wall and discovered their absence. While there was no official agreement keeping the wolves among the ducal forces, it seemed likely that William would be at best reluctant to let them leave. With a last wave up at them, Halfdan turned. He saw genuine regret in Ulver's eyes as the shipwright said his farewell and turned with the rest of them, and wondered what had happened back at Piru. Whatever it was had forged a certain brotherhood between his friend and the 2 Normans, clearly. But either Ulver had not thought to invite them to join the crew, or the Normans had turned down the offer, opting to remain and support their duke. It was Gunhild who led the first leg, taking the wolves and their Saxon priest down to the first large rocky overhang, which would protect them from the worst of the snow, and also make them very hard to spot from both above and below. The moment they were in the lee of the rocks and in shelter, Halfdan grasped Ulver by the shoulders with a wide grin. "By Thor's mighty bollocks, it's good to see you, my friend. But how came you? We're 30 miles from the sea." Ulver nodded. "There we were lucky. My skill with steering oar and prow, combined with Geoffroy's knowledge of the coast and the region, made it possible. We have a new ship, my Jarl. The Sea Dragon is almost as swift and almost as powerful as the Sea Wolf." Halfdan registered the name of their new ship, given in passing with a smile, and turned to Gunhild to see the satisfaction settle over her as the dragon in her vision became clear. She turned back as Ulver continued. "She sits in the last navigable stretch of a river at a place called Clessy, about 10 miles from here. I left most of the crew with her for safety." "Crew? Long story. I'll tell you when we have time. For now, I have 3 men in a wood on the far side of the rebel force, and they have 2 carts and a number of horses. Enough for us to get back to the ship, and once we're off at speed downriver for the coast, no one but Sleipnir could catch us." He eyed the gathering at the base of the rock. "Good job I brought carts. You seem to have picked up a priest." Halfdan laughed. "Also a long story, but he's coming with us. Going to be a crowded ship, but we'll manage. We'll need to keep moving, make use of the blizzard. We waited half a day out there for the weather to turn bad and give us the chance to get this close." The Jarl nodded. "Lead on." With that, Ulver turned and began to move swiftly down the slope, slipping here and there, but keeping his footing with the sureness of a man born and bred in the rocky lands of the north. Halfdan followed, and the others came in his wake. In a turn of events that surprised the Jarl, he saw the Archbishop, shivering in only his tunic in the snow, slipping and almost falling as they descended the difficult slope, using his crook for stability. Suddenly, it was Bjorn of all people who was next to Aelfric, grabbing him when he slipped and preventing him from falling. Halfdan made a mental note to check into that later, for it seemed oddly out of character for the big man. With care, and helping one another where necessary, the wolves made their way down the slope, from craggy cliff to craggy cliff, slowly and silently descending to the flat ground below. The snow was still thick, coming down in a blanket, and had left a carpet 1/2 foot deep on the grass. Ulver had them stop at the bottom of the slope in the cover of the last jagged outcropping of rock that jutted, black, from the snow-covered long grass. There, they peered off into the snowstorm. "That way," Ulver said finally, pointing off in a direction that looked to Halfdan just like all the others, a curtain of falling snow, with the indistinct shape of gathered men in the distance, little more than a dark ribbon in the white. "Are you sure?" Ulver gave his Jarl a withering look. "Who has navigated the Whale Road for more years than you have lived?" Halfdan laughed. "All right, that way it is. Lead on." Ulver did just that, stepping out from the rock and pulling his cloak tight around him. As they moved closer to the enemy force, Halfdan started to see differences. The enemy were not one unbroken line of men surrounding the castle as they had been earlier. With the onslaught of the weather, many units had been stood down and were taking shelter in tents or by fires, and the cordon around Falaise was maintained by small, unlucky units left on guard, gathered in knots here and there, the gaps between them filled with picket positions of 1 or 2 men. It was one such picket for which they were making, the wolves' position adequate to keep just enough falling snow between them and the units on either side to mask their movement. At one point, Ulver held up his hand to them, and they all stopped dead, silent in the falling white. The snow had lessened for just a moment, a freak wind sending it flurrying in various directions high up, and for just a few heartbeats, before the wind changed once more and the deluge returned, they were worryingly visible. Such was clear from the fact that Halfdan could then see a unit of archers not far off, and if he could see them, there was every chance they could see him. Still, unmoving and silent, they must have blended in with the rocks and bushes that formed a mottled landscape with the snow, and by the time they were moving again, no alarm had gone up. After what seemed an eternity, they were approaching the picket, and Halfdan's hand went to the hilt of his sword, wondering what Ulver's plan might be to overwhelm the 2 men, before realizing that no such move would be necessary after all. The 2 pickets watched the castle ahead, but as they came close, Halfdan could see the mute evidence of Ulver's earlier passage alongside the 2 Normans. One man was only upright because the spear he appeared to be holding was driven through his forearm, and he was propped against it, the butt wedged into the ground. The other appeared to be sitting on a tree stump, but the dark stain all down his front and in a puddle around his feet spoke eloquently of the cut throat he had suffered as the 3 men sneaked up behind him. Another flurry of snow in fresh breezes caused the falling blanket of white to falter, and the whole group of escapees paused alongside the pickets, creating a shadowed tableau that, from a distance, could be mistaken for a small rebel unit in their rightful position. They remained there for what seemed hours. Halfdan saw Gunhild looking up at the sky and followed suit. When he looked back down, her eyes were on him. "The snowfall is ending. Very soon we will lose our cover. The enemy will come out of their tents, the siege engines will start again, and we will be caught in the middle of the enemy camp." Halfdan nodded, turning to Ulver. "How far?" "Not far now." The shipwright looked up as they had. The snowfall was increasing once more, though the clouds were higher and lighter, and inevitably it would soon be nowhere near as heavy as it had been. This would, they all realized, be the last cover they would get.
"Go," Halfdan said, "and move fast now. Follow over."
The shipwright began to move at speed, hurrying through the ankle-deep snow, huddling in his cloak, but with a hand on his axe. They followed, clustered together, and through the quickly diminishing downfall, Halfdan began to see more clearly the units to either side. For now they were unnoticed, for the enemy were intent on, if anything at all, the fortress ahead, not paying attention to unauthorized movement among their own forces. Occasionally, men glanced their way, but still no alarm went up. Dark shapes of warriors in the snow, moving among their own lines, could easily be mistaken for their own units assembling. It was all just a matter of time, though.
"Fuck,"
Ulver said in little more than a hiss, coming to a sudden halt. Such a reaction from the usually stoic shipwright drew Halfdan's concern, and as he stumbled to a halt behind him, the Jarl peered off ahead. He could see the shapes of men on horses, and other infantry too, gathered near the edge of a wood. A man was giving orders, and Halfdan was about to ask the shipwright what was happening when he realized the answer himself, for he recognized one of the figures. Serlo de Hautville, Lord of Piru, and brother of both Beatrix and Ironarm, a man whom Duke William had welcomed into his own council, but who had watched the balance of power with the eye of a survivor, and had, in the end, abandoned his duty and thrown in his lot with the rebels. Halfdan cursed. Ulver had said their friends were in the woodland. Ahead was clearly that woodland, but Hautville was there too, and the wolves were trapped among the enemy.
"What now?" Ulver hissed. "We need to get into those woods."
Halfdan nodded, frowning, looking about him. They had all been at Piru, and there was little chance the lord of that place would not recognize one of the wolves who had escorted his sister north from Apulia. He counted up quickly. There were 9 riders and 8 footmen with Hautville, 18 altogether. With Ulver, the wolves leaving Falaise numbered 12. Not encouraging odds, but with the element of surprise they could be a lot more even. That element became clear as his gaze settled on the one man among them whom Hautville would not know. His smile broke free as he gestured to the Archbishop of Jorvik.
"Aelfric, Halfdan, I need you to take the lead. Bluster and blather as we come close to those men. Buy us time before they are alert."
The man looked doubtful for a moment, but resolve fell across him quickly. In leaving the castle, he had thrown in his lot with the wolves for good or ill, and their survival meant his. He thought for a moment, and then nodded and struggled out ahead of them. He plodded off through the white with his staff in hand, making straight for the gathered group of riders. Halfdan followed with Ulver, and hissed back at the others.
"Weapons out. The moment they notice something wrong or I shout, kill them all."
And that was it. The wolves of Odin, bristling with weapons, followed the shivering, half-dressed archbishop out across the snow in the last drifting flakes. Just as the Jarl had hoped, there was no sudden cry of alarm from the gathered Normans. The man leading the group took the majority of their attention, and he was a nailed god priest, a figure above suspicion, seemingly. Some of the riders, including Serlo de Hautville himself, glanced at the wolves following on, but they were armed and armoured men in the middle of an army of armed and armoured men, and with cloaks and amid the last snowfall, their identity was not immediately clear.
"Father?"
Hautville called, confusing Halfdan for a moment, before he remembered that this was a term of respect for a Christian priest, and not just a familial relation.
"Thank the good Lord!"
Aelfric shouted, relief filling his tone. Hautville stared at the man, frowning. Halfdan tensed as they neared. The wolves each had a weapon in hand. As yet, none of the enemy had moved to draw a sword. The Loki serpents on his arm were tingling.
"I never thought I would escape Falaise alive," the Archbishop gasped. "I took advantage of the blizzard. The Duke's men never even—"
He needed to go no further. By that time, Aelfric was almost at arm's length from the Lord of Piru, the wolves too close to the enemy to maintain a fiction any longer, and the riders had sensed something was wrong. Even as the Archbishop's words tumbled out, one of the Piru horsemen shouted a warning and drew his sword. He never got any further. Leif's throwing axe hit him in the face, and he was robbed of senses and consciousness, if not his life, in an instant, lolling in the saddle, sword falling away. Ketil was the second to strike, his massive stride coming into play as he covered the remaining distance to another rider in 3 great steps, leaping with the last, his axe coming round in a wide swing and smashing into the man's side, breaking several ribs even through the chain hauberk he wore. The man cried out and doubled over, out of the fight. The other Normans were drawing their own weapons, crying out with alarm and preparing to hold off the wolves, but they were too late to do anything more than defend themselves. Bjorn swamped 2 of the infantry, dispatching one with a single axe blow that left a crumpled and dented head inside a crumpled and dented helmet, even as he grasped the other by the throat in one great, pale, meaty hand and lifted him from the ground. The rest were piling in, Ulver and Rurik with powerful axes, Thurston, Abbe, and Robert with swords. Gunhild had her staff out and had already smacked a rider with it, the man reeling in his saddle and trying to push away the weapon long enough to draw his own sword, his head spinning from the blow. Even Cassandra and Anna were together, keeping one of the footmen busy, the man struggling with the morality of fighting women while they repeatedly battered him. Halfdan turned to the one man in the gathering who mattered more than anyone, and found, to his surprise, that he wasn't there. Serlo de Hautville's horse was stepping away, its rider struggling up from the snow, furious as he drew his sword. Halfdan caught the look of astonishment on Archbishop Aelfric's face as he lifted his crozier, the ornate top of which was broken from the blow he had landed on the Lord of Piru, unhorsing him. "Finish them," Halfdan called to his wolves. "Riders first. Stop them going for help." Even as his Hirth did just that, Halfdan found himself facing Hautville. The man's eyes slit in a face of pure anger as he shook the snow from his shoulders and braced himself, feet apart, sword in hand. "So now you show your true colours," the Norman spat. "Mercenaries and thieves." Halfdan snorted. "I hardly think a man who heaped praise on his Jarl at the dinner table and barely waited for him to walk out of the door before betraying him and signing up with his enemies is in any position to sneer." Though Hautville said nothing in reply, the look that crossed his face, momentarily interrupting the anger, made it clear that Halfdan's words had hit home. Serlo knew his own treachery, and the guilt was already gnawing at him. "You will not escape," he said, taking a step forward. Halfdan looked about him. The wolves had mounted a true surprise attack on these men, and had overwhelmed most before they had even managed to draw a sword. Not a single rider had got away, and the last few men were fighting for their lives against the overwhelming force of Halfdan's Hirth. "I think we will," he said, and then he took the one step that put him within reach of the Lord of Piru. Each man took in his opponent in that heartbeat. Both combatants wore chain shirts, Halfdan's a simple sleeved garment that came down to his hips, belted around the waist. Serlo's one of those great Norman affairs that reached to the wrist, with a square flap on the chest that could be pulled up in the form of a veil, the hem reaching below the knees, with a slit up the front, dividing it and making riding easier. Similarly, while Halfdan wielded his Alani blade, short and straight, with an eagle carved into the hilt. Hautville held a long, heavy sword, tapering gently from a solid crossguard, of the sort favoured by most warriors, Normans and Swedes alike. It was clear in an instant who was the heaviest armed and armoured, but that also meant that their fighting styles had been determined from the start. Serlo came first, swinging that sword wide with impressive strength, gripping the hilt with both hands as the blade sliced through the air, coming round at diaphragm height. Halfdan had anticipated the blow, for he knew how limited the options were for a man with such a sword. As the blade swept round, instead of trying to parry it, which would likely fail, or leap out of the way, which would put him on the back foot, he stepped into the blow, inside the arc of the blade, slamming into Hautville. The sweeping blow met no target as the two men fell to the snowy ground, Halfdan atop his opponent. As he'd hoped, the fall knocked the breath from Hautville, and the man's arms slammed out against the ground in a pose not unlike the white Christ Halfdan had seen on his cross in churches. The Jarl pulled back his sword hand, gripping that short, razor-sharp blade, ready to slam it down into the V-shape of the man's neck, above where his collarbones met, the only sizable exposed patch of flesh. But before Halfdan could deliver the killing blow, Hautville suddenly bucked, displaying more strength than Halfdan had expected, sending the Jarl flying backwards, staggering to his feet. Halfdan was not to be stopped, though. Even as the Norman rose, longsword in hand, ready to come for another swing, Halfdan charged. Hautville saw him coming, and, anticipating a repeat strike, being driven to the ground once more, he ducked to the side. Good. Just as Halfdan had hoped. As the man stepped aside, the Jarl threw himself down into the snowy ground, his sharp, short blade lancing out as he passed. He took precious moments sliding to a stop in the snow, turning and clambering to his feet, but during that time he could hear his victory calling in the form of a shrill cry of agony from the Lord of Piru. As Halfdan settled into a steady stance once more, facing Hautville, the Norman stopped bellowing and began to pant as he forced down the pain and panic. He even managed to take a step on his good leg and drag forward the one that had had the hamstrings scythed through by the Jarl's blade. He was having trouble staying upright, the left leg trembling and wobbling, threatening to give way at any moment. But still, Hautville glared at him, eyes coal-black, sword unwavering in his strong hand. Halfdan had watched men suffer the wound that would end them more than once in his long life of war, and had seen wounds less than this drive a man to panic and flight. Not so Serlo de Hautville. If Halfdan had ever needed a reminder that the blood and bone of the men of this land was that same blood and bone that had defeated the monster Grendel, that had sailed the whale road in raiding ships and delighted in battle in a manner that would make Odin proud, he saw it in the struggling lord. The Normans were no longer Halfdan's people, but somewhere, deep down, there was the power of the North still in them. "You're finished," he said. "Not while you breathe," Hautville replied, and miraculously managed another step without collapsing in a heap. Halfdan took a step himself. Hautville was tottering, barely staying on his feet. He was close to overbalancing altogether, and Halfdan felt the weaving before him become clear. He smiled. He lowered his own blade and took one more step. When Hautville swung, it was a mighty blow, meant to be the final one, the one that would end Halfdan and allow the Norman a satisfying revenge for his own disfigurement. But Halfdan was ready. That weaving of the Norns had shown him the way. As the huge blade swung, this time Halfdan dropped to a crouch, and the sword sliced through the air above his head, powerful enough that if it had struck him, it would have broken a dozen bones in his side. Instead, it met only air. and the momentum of the swing caused the inevitable. With only one stable leg holding him up, the swing sent Hautville staggering 3 paces before falling to the ground. This time, Halfdan did not give him time to recover. As Hautville gasped with both effort and pain, struggling even to lift the heavy sword out of the deep snow, the Jarl was on him, springing like a starved wolf on its stricken prey, reversing his grip on the weapon. His knee slammed into Hautville's chest, knocking the breath from him once more, that big sword slamming back down into the snow. The tip of Halfdan's short blade found that V in the Norman's throat again, and this time he struck before his opponent could throw him or pull away. He drove the blade into the unprotected flesh, and, unwilling to even allow a chance for Hautville to survive, he added his other hand to the hilt, pushing down hard. The blade slid deep into Serlo de Hautville's throat, keeping going until Halfdan felt it graze the spine, and then meet the resistance of the frozen earth beneath the man. He stopped there, his work done, and watched as the Norman's eyes widened, blinked, and then, very, very slowly, glazed and fell still. Even then, unwilling to leave anything to chance, he rose, leaning back, and watched Hautville's chest for a long moment, making sure it neither rose nor fell, but lay still. Finally confident that his opponent was dead, Halfdan pulled his sword free with both hands and a great deal of difficulty. Then, trembling with both the effort and the cold, he rose, stepping back, away from the body lying spread-eagled in the snow. Hautville lay immobile, dead, that long sword in his hand. Halfdan looked down at him for a long moment, trying to decide how he felt about the man. He had been a strong warrior in life, and had proved that right to the very end. He had the rock and ice of the north still in his bones. But he had betrayed his own Jarl. He had broken an oath, and that was bad. Of course, Halfdan mentally brushed aside his own oath-breaking when they had fled the Byzantine forces. That, of course, was entirely different. No, neither Odin nor Freya would likely even look at Serlo de Hautville for their great mead halls as a traitor and a follower of the nailed god. But just in case, Halfdan decided to be sure. He bent once more and plucked the warrior's sword from his hand, casting it away, far from his reach. Task complete, he rose once more and looked at the others. Abbe was clutching his arm and cursing, though the bloodstains on the limb were small and not too alarming, and it did not appear that anything had been broken. Anna was nursing her face, which was black and purple around one eye and cheek, where she had taken a blow from a chain-wrapped fist. But that seemed to be the grand total of the damage they'd taken, while Hautville's small guard were dead to a man. He became aware that both Ulfr and Aelfric were waving frantically at him and pointing off to one side. As he recovered and turned that way, peering into the last few falling flakes, he realized that they had been spotted. The alarm had been raised. People were shouting and pointing their way. He turned to the wolves. They had to go. Now. "Ulfr, lead the way to your friends." Then to the others. "Gather these horses. We need to move fast. Take the horses and leave the carts." This was it. They had to run before the rebel army began to hunt them down. Chapter 24. The ride was fraught from the very beginning, and the only reason the wolves managed to gain distance on their pursuers was the lack of enemy preparation. As Halfdan and the others pelted through the woodland after Ulfr, ignoring the thin branches whipping at them and the tangling undergrowth of the forest floor, the enemy were still huddled in their tents against the snow, unprepared for action. The Jarl could hear the desperate calls and blasts, trying to pull together a force to pursue these men who had escaped Falaise. The wolves led the horses, saving their strength for the ride to come, for it was easier to push through the woods on foot anyway.
"Why are we so important?"
Anna gasped as they ran.
"Surely a dozen men and women escaping their clutches is hardly worth devoting such effort to."
Halfdan turned to look over his shoulder at the small yet spirited Byzantine woman.
"They do not know who we are yet or what our purpose is. For all they know, we are messengers William has sent to reinforcements. They cannot let anyone escape Falaise, just in case."
They mounted up swiftly, blessed with sufficient horses to carry everyone. Halfdan was almost overwhelmed to see Varlov, the trusty Varangian, along with 4 other of the wolves there already. It almost felt as though the crew was whole again. Soon. They burst from the western edge of the woods on horseback and began a breakneck ride, their route selected by Ulver and Varlov, who had already traced the path from the ship to Falaise and could work out the reverse even in fresh snowfall. They had at best a half-mile lead, with 10 miles or more to ride, and even Halfdan, not the greatest of horsemen, knew what that meant. It came down not to the distance or their route or planning. It came down to a simple equation: the endurance and speed of the wolves' horses combined with their skill in the saddle against the same from the enemy. Half a mile was easy to make up. They cantered across open fields, jumping irrigation ditches and skirting small copses and bushy hedges, always heading west, the shipwright confidently leading the way. Halfdan began to think that his worries had been unfounded, for by the time they had been travelling for perhaps half an hour, roughly halfway to their destination, according to Ulver, a glance over his shoulder in the clear air revealed riders in pursuit, maybe half a mile back, having gained no distance on them. Then things changed. As they rounded the southern fringe of a densely packed forest, he spied movement off to the right, and, squinting into the grey, he could see a second group of riders bearing down on them, cutting across at a tangent. They were moving extraordinarily fast, and looked certain to catch the wolves.
"Look!"
he bellowed, pointing off toward them. Ulver, just ahead, turned and followed his indication, face creasing into a frown.
"We have to go faster!"
Halfdan shouted.
"No!"
Varlov put in.
"We can't. We're going as fast as we can if we want the horses to make it 10 miles. Any faster and you'll ruin it."
He looked across at the approaching men.
"They're killing their horses to catch us. We can't do the same."
They rode on, Halfdan's heart pounding, watching the men. They were still closing, and it was clear they would reach the wolves before the wolves reached safety. He reasoned it out. The men chasing them had to have been commanded by someone with authority among the rebel leaders, and the man had realized that he might not catch them. He had therefore commanded a second unit to risk killing their own horses to catch them. There were maybe 20 riders over there, and 18 of the wolves, if he included Anna, Cassandra, and the Archbishop.
"Can we speed up for a short while?" he called.
"A mile," Varlov conceded. "No more, else we might not get there."
"Then do it. Ride like Sleipnir with his 8 legs for 1 mile."
The Varangian gave the shout, and the wolves picked up the pace, driving their tired horses from the steady canter they had maintained throughout the ride into a gallop. Halfdan could feel the reluctance of his steed, could feel the sheer effort that was already beginning to sap his horse's strength as they pounded across the countryside. He glanced back and right. The enemy behind were keeping pace, more or less. The second group of riders attempting to cut them off were pushing as hard as they could, but they were suffering for it. Even as Halfdan glanced at them, trying to estimate distance, one of the riders fell out of the line, his horse collapsing beneath him. They might be animals bred and trained for war, but the Norman warrior was a heavy burden, chain-shirted to cuffs and shins, with helm and shield and spear. Those horses were being punished in the desperate attempt to stop the wolves. They kept up the gallop, but Halfdan knew it had to stop soon, and the frustration was almost overwhelming when Varlov bellowed the order to slow once more. The Jarl looked back again. The main pursuit had dropped a little further back, saving their horses as much as they dared. The intercepting unit was still coming on like diving seabirds, but even a glance told Halfdan that the speed was costing them dearly. There were at most a dozen riders coming, the rest having ridden their mounts to near death, and even as he watched, another animal fell. "We need to slow to a trot," Varlov shouted. "No! We need to ride!" The man fixed Halfdan with a stern look. "If we do not rest them, my Jarl, you will walk the last 2 miles. There was no arguing with that, and Halfdan gave a reluctant nod as the entire column slowed to a trot, allowing their horses a little time to recover. "As soon as you think we dare, we need to speed again," he said. Varlov simply nodded. Halfdan's hand went to his side, ready to draw his sword. Those 11 riders, 10 as the next fell away, were going to reach the wolves. There would be a fight, but it had to be at high speed, for they couldn't afford to stop. The Jarl blinked in surprise as an arrow suddenly whipped out from behind him across the open ground, burying itself in the chest of the leading Norman horse. The front runner fell, his horse injured, and the rider behind ploughed into him before he could jerk the reins and avoid the collision. In a heartbeat, the 10 men had dropped to 8. Halfdan turned to see Kettil and Leif riding side by side, the small Russ holding not only his own reins, but those of the Icelander's horse too, keeping them on course while Kettil, free to use both hands, was busy knocking another arrow to his bow. Halfdan was more than a little impressed. The shot had not been over any astounding distance, but from a moving horse it was stunning. Only a year ago, the Iceland had been barely able to use a bow at all, fresh from the loss of an eye. His legendary skill seemed to have returned. The second arrow missed, but that did not deter Kettil, and he knocked a third immediately as those remaining riders closed. This one plunged into the neck of a horse. The riders behind him made every effort to avoid a collision, but this cost them. They broke off pursuit momentarily to veer around the stricken animal, and in that moment 2 more horses staggered and collapsed from exhaustion. 5 men remained, but the heart had gone out of them, and even before Kettil managed to sink an arrow shaft into another mount, they had broken off their desperate pursuit. At a reluctant call from Varlov, the wolves broke into a canter once more, and Halfdan could feel how unwilling his mount was. The animals had little left to give. "How far?" he called. 3 miles, Ulver shouted back. "Maybe 2, he corrected himself, as a narrow, shallow river came into view on their left, curving to meet them, with bush and tree-lined banks. Then they were racing along the side of the flow, and Halfdan felt hope course through him. "That's the river." "It is," Ulver confirmed. "The Orne, and soon the Sea Dragon." Halfdan looked back again. Still the enemy were in pursuit, but they were at least half a mile behind. The unit making to cut them off were finished, gone from view. Unless their own horses failed, they should make it. Tension rising, they raced along the riverbank, across even, flat fields, and finally, as their pace ate another mile, Halfdan could see the river curving, coming around from their left and crossing ahead of them, bearing north toward a cluster of buildings, sitting grey and uninviting in the winter air, smoke issuing from roofs. Then a sail. Halfdan felt his spirits soar. Another glance over his shoulder, and he could see the enemy were no closer. His horse was flagging, but they were almost there. Ahead, Ulver kicked his own mount into speed, ignoring the rest of them, pulling ahead, and Halfdan could just hear him as he bore down on that sail and the ship beneath it. "Cut the ropes! Get 'em moving!" he bellowed to someone on the ship. Then the shipwright himself was leaping from his mount, even before it had fully stopped, hurtling across to the bank where a small timber jetty that had seen far better days played host to a ship. Halfdan marvelled as his own mount staggered to a walk, closing on the jetty. The ship was a thing of beauty. The same sleek, narrow lines as the Sea-Wolf, perhaps a little smaller but not much, built with the skill and precision he would only expect of Ulfr. A sail was already unfurled. There would be no hiding this ship, and Halfdan wondered how Ulfr had managed to sail her through such troubled rebel lands, given the bright red sail with its 2 golden lions, the banner of Duke William. But other than that, it was a true longship in the old manner. There was even a figurehead carved in the form of an ancient dragon, the like of Fafnir. Ulfr had etched the first runes along the sheer strakes and begun the work of intricate carving, presumably during the quieter moments of his journey. Halfdan had not been at all convinced that the shipwright, great as he was, could truly achieve completion of a vessel in such a short time, and yet there was the Sea Dragon in all its glory, not just a seaworthy ship, but a hunter, a work of art. The second thing that made him boggle was the crew. Somehow, far from the 6 men he had left at Piru, the new ship was fully crewed, a man at every oar, in sweat-soaked tunic and cloak, other men at the prow, the steering oar, hauling in ropes. He'd not seen such a number of men on his side since before Miklagartha, before even Sacereti. The others were arriving, their horses slowing, men and women leaping clear and hurrying down to the jetty. The ropes had been thrown clear, and already the oars were being lifted, ready to push off and then begin their work. The river was narrow and shallow, and most ships would surely run aground or become stuck. But Ulfr knew his vessel. Halfdan was the third to leap aboard from the dock, behind Ulfr and Varlof. The latter ran to the prow and started shouting orders to the crew like a man born to the whale road, while Ulfr crossed to the steering oar, the man controlling it relinquishing it readily. As Halfdan moved to the stern, the others began to jump aboard, Bjorn helping Archbishop Aelfric, who was struggling with his long tunic. Gunhild joined him at the rear a moment later, the 2 of them watching the enemy horses bearing rapidly down upon them. It was still close. Then they were being manoeuvred out into mid-flow, oars pushing against the jetty, while others began to dip and turn the prow. Varlov gave a bellowed order, and the crew began a chant, an ancient rowing cadence that had to have come from Ulfr, for no one else on this ship would know such a song, sung long ago by great warriors of Odin as they brought iron and terror to the coasts of their enemies. The Sea Dragon suddenly surged forward like a great beast on the hunt, carving a path through the still, dark water, sending white waves to both shores in its passage. The enemy caught up with them. Even as the ship ploughed downstream, the first riders of their pursuit were there, riding along the bank, shouting, pointing, impotent, unable to do anything to reach their prey out in the water. Already some of the pursuers had stopped, reining in, knowing the futility of chasing any further. A small group of riders continued to keep pace with them, one of them a nobleman. Halfdan recognized the colours, then the face, but it was Gunhild who spoke to him first. "See now, Nail Lord de Cotentin, what a true sea monster looks like. Return to your castle and have your tapestry finished." And then they were ahead. Somehow, a gust of strong wind caught the sail and gave them extra speed, pushing them on through the water. Halfdan watched as the riders were left behind, slowly at first, then with pace, as the Sea Dragon picked up an impressive speed. racing through the town of Clessy, the riders finally stopping, their mounts exhausted. The rebel baron who had sought the duke's death at Valognes had chased him and Halfdan and the others across the peninsula and to a dangerous tidal crossing, had sought them at Regia, and who had trapped and attempted to break them at Falaise, had failed. Somehow, as he watched that figure grow smaller until he and his horse were but a dot in the white, Halfdan knew that Cotentin was not destined for success. The Duke, at a tender 15, had the mark of greatness, such an aura of power that there was no way these rebels would finish him. Falaise was but a step. As they slid from Clessy out into the countryside once more, the river widened slightly, and the oars worked with the sail to give them an impressive pace that would carry them to the sea long before the rebel barons could get men anywhere near them. They had done it. They were free. Halfdan had been grateful for many things over the years, but he had never felt quite as grateful as he did at that moment. They were free to sail the whale road. They had a new ship, a new crew that Ulfr would tell him all about soon, plenty of gold remaining, and, best of all, he knew where Hardradi was, and had an idea of what the man planned. And he knew where the hated priest Hjálmvigi was, if not how he was going to get to him. He relaxed. He didn't realize that he'd actually dozed off, sitting propped beside the stern post, until Ulfr shook him awake. He could smell the salt of seawater. Looking over the side, he could see they were still in Normandy, but the river was broad, deep, and fast, and the smell and the cries of gulls made it clear that they were almost at the sea. He smiled at the shipwright as he stretched into wakefulness. "How long?" "5 hours. Gunhild said none of you had slept in days, so we let you rest as long as we could. But now we approach the open sea, and there are decisions ahead that only a Jarl can make. Speaking of which, your traveller wished to speak with you when you woke." It took Halfdan a few moments to realize that Ulfr meant Aelfric. He rose, noting that several of those who had ridden with him from Falaise were still asleep, Bjorn snoring like a bear with a head cold. He smiled and tottered across the ship between the unfamiliar faces of the new crew to where the Archbishop, clad in a borrowed cloak, stood at the prow, holding on tight as he peered off ahead. He turned at Halfdan's approach. "Ah, the Jarl returns. Priest? I need to go home." Halfdan nodded, thinking back to the map he'd seen in the castle at Falaise. "Angelland is just a few miles across the water. Consider it done." The man shook his head. "I need to go home, to Jorvik, which is far in the north." Halfdan shook his head. "We have business in the east. I can take you to your island, though." He became aware that they were not alone, and turned to see Gunhild standing behind him, eyes bright. "You can spare the time," Aelfric said with a knowing smile. "You seek 2 men, but the one who stole your ship is still in Russlands, yet to come west, where you can meet him and reclaim what is yours. And your priest friend? Yes, I may be able to help you there." Halfdan flinched. He felt every sign at once, the savour in the air, the itching of the Loki serpent on his arm, the sense of anticipation from the vulva behind him. It was as though all the gods had stopped what they were doing and watched the exchange, possibly even the nailed god among them. The very air crackled. "Tell me." A man of the cloth derives all his power from the respect of his position. Your priest, who, from all you have said, is as wicked as a man can be, and may be a devil in God's church, is the most powerful priest in your land, untouchable. Yes? What if he lost that position? Halfdan frowned.
This can be done.
It is called excommunication. On behalf of God, the Pope in Rome, and the Holy Church, as an archbishop, it is within my power to call excommunication on any man below the rank of cardinal in Rome. It is no small matter. Excommunicated, your enemy would not only cease to be the most powerful priest in your land, but would be stripped of everything. He would no longer be a priest at all. He would no longer be welcomed by the church, no longer permitted into the temples of God, no longer able to attend Mass or any service, nor granted the right of burial on sacred ground. He would be nothing, less than nothing, hated, abhorred.
Halfdan blinked.
You can do this. I can. And you would do this. In return for a favour? Aelfric smiled. What? Take me back to Jorvik, and there you will remove a troublesome enemy for me. You remove my enemy for me, and I will do the same for you. Moreover, to sweeten the deal, I will offer you a bag of gold the weight of a man.
Any man? Halfdan probed, avarice getting the better of him.
Not your pale giant, the Archbishop chuckled.
Halfdan turned to Gunhild. Without her confirmation, he could never strike such a deal. She kept his gaze for a long moment, and then smiled wolfishly, and nodded. Halfdan turned back to the Archbishop. It would seem we have a deal. He grinned as his gaze rose from the man over the prow. They were entering a broad harbour, and ahead, between stone piers, he could see the wide grey whale road, Ran's daughters dancing as whitecaps on the rolling waves. He turned to Ulver at the other end of the ship. It seemed they were committed, and there was no need to hide anything from the crew. Set your course for the north of Angleland, for a town called Jorvik. Ulver at the rear nodded, guiding them toward the open waves. Halfdan looked out ahead. All things seemed to be coming together. One more favour, and then vengeance would be theirs. Jorvik. Of small sands, of small seas, small minds are made. Not all men are matched in wisdom. The imperfect are easy to find. On Spirit, from the Havermouth. Historical note. This book was written partly to tell the story of what the wolves' part in the history of the Duchy of Normandy might be, and partly to explore the character of Ulver and of Viking ships and shipbuilding. First, though, the Normans. In Britain, we tend to compartmentalize our invaders. I remember my history lessons being at times almost a dizzying blur of successive invasions. There were the Romans, of course, and I tend to focus on them myself. And then, during what are often called the Dark Ages, there were the Jutes, the Saxons, the Angles, the Danes, the Vikings, and then the Normans. What we largely miss by separating out these invaders is that many of them were very much the same people, or variations on a theme. The Danes were Vikings. The Jutes, Angles, and Saxons were all people from modern Denmark or Baltic Germany, and were close enough to Vikings in many ways that by the time you'd argued the difference, they'd have punched you in the face, burned your monastery, and run away with your money and children. And then there's the Normans. We in Britain definitely see the Normans as different from the Vikings, and yet they were perhaps the closest connected of all. The Normans had only been in France for 5 generations between Rollo arriving on his dragon ship and bellowing about Odin, and William the Bastard fighting for his dukedom against the rebels. 5 generations is not that long. The only real difference between Halfdan and William, aside from religion,
is that William's people had been in Normandy long enough to have assimilated some language and habits from the Frankish peoples. It would be doing a disservice to the Normans not to give them some credit, mind. In those 5 generations, they had developed socially, linguistically, religiously, politically, and in many other ways into a distinct people. But that distinct people was still surprisingly close to Viking in many ways. So to some extent, after their time in the south, the wolves are almost on home ground now, or at least familiar enough that they can relate. Normandy had undergone several periods of aggressive expansion by the early 1040s, carving out a nation that the French and Burgundians would have loved to see the back of, and then annexing the Cotentin Peninsula from the Bretons. There had been an unbroken line of dukes, but suddenly, with Robert's death, only an illegitimate son remained. William inherited his title and lands at an age so young he was probably seen as little more than an inconvenience by powerful lords. Yet he held on. He secured his throne. He survived a number of assassination attempts, lovingly portrayed herein, and finally, in 1047, sadly a little after the scope of this novel, he led an army against a much larger rebel force at the Battle of Valais-Dunes, and in doing so, defeated them and secured his power for good. For your edification, be consoled that the rebel lords Neil de Cotentin and Ranulph de Bessin, along with many other powerful rebels, met their end at Valais-Dunes, trying to bring down the Duke and his new ally, the King of France. Let us examine the story I have told, then, with this background in mind. I suspect I have little to clarify from Part 1 of the audiobook, which takes place mostly on the road, with a last section at Pirou, of which more will follow in relation to Part 3. The attack at Valognes is recorded in sources, though I have played with it a little. The original comes across as considerably more fantastical than my more prosaic version. I used a number of sources for the background to this novel, including Duncan's The Dukes of Normandy, but the main source for this part, and the one that gives the best view of the rebellion itself, is The Conspiracy of the Norman Barons against William the Bastard, Duke of Normandy, by Charles Edmund Prudent Lecointe. Catchy, eh? This work is the best source, and tells us of that first attempt on the Duke at Valognes. In Lecointe's work, we are told that the conspiracy was born at Bayeux between 4 lords, Neil de Cotentin, Ranulph de Bayeux, Viscount de Bessin, Grimaud de Plessis, and Hamon, or Hammond of the Teeth, de Evresis, Torigny, and Cruly. Lecointe tells us that the 4 rebel barons came to Valognes to deal with William, and that on the night of the deed they prepared in a local house, where they were overheard by a fool called Gallet, who happened to be favoured by William, and who ran to the castle, raising the alarm, in time for William to escape their clutches. The fool then held off the enemy and saved the Duke, and William fled alone, crossing the tidal river and finding aid at the house of Hubert de Rais, who led the enemy away and saved him. This is, of course, chivalric high adventure, and very unlikely to bear any resemblance to what actually happened. I suspect my version is probably actually closer to the truth than the sources, for all of its being fiction. The movements after their meeting with Hubert are my own interpretation, including a fight among the ruins of Vieux-la-Romaine. It is, in our sources, the attempt on William's life at Valognes that triggers the full-scale revolt of the barons. Of Ulver's shipbuilding in Part 3, I have been forced to make leaps in logic and judgment in many ways. Firstly, in the construction technique. Much of what I describe comes from the Osseberg and Gokstad ships, which are considerably earlier, dated to the 9th century. By the time of the 11th century, things had moved on in the world of shipbuilding. I have nodded to the changing times of Norse ships with the realization that their first ship would have had the oarsmen seated on their own sea chests in old-fashioned Viking style, while now they are installing oar benches. But I hope you will forgive my anachronisms, for there is a purpose. Ulfr is old-fashioned. He is building an old-fashioned ship in an old-fashioned way, and so it seems appropriate to have the techniques solidly anchored in an earlier century. Also, I have sped up production. Normally, of course, it would take a lot longer to create such a ship. However, when studies are made of Viking ship creation, there is always an assumption as to the level of effort and manpower that can be applied. A traditional longship's construction begins with the shipwright walking the forests and choosing the trees for his ship, long before they are even cut and shaped. Given that Ulfr has ready-made parts, a vast workforce and unlimited funds, I was forced to extrapolate as best I could how much faster work could be completed. The result here is not, I believe, outside the bounds of reason, for all its impressive speed. After all, the ship was not entirely finished. A quick note before we move on the lords and locations in the Cotentin. Firstly, the castle at Pirou remains, though the place that can now be visited is a much later construction on the same spot. A stone castle with a moat has replaced the timber palisade of early Norman days, but Pirou is a real place, as is Pirou Plage, where Ulfr built his ship. The place was indeed built to guard two small tidal harbours. I have used old names for them, but the one to the north, from which Ulfr steals the oars, is now Saint-Germain-sur-Aie, while the southern one is at Jeufosse. My descriptions will not match up to their current visibility, for much has changed on the coast in 1,000 years. The hazards that lie along that coast, which Ulfr braves in his new ship, are based on descriptions and maps of the local coastline in the 18th and 19th centuries. The central clear channel named the Passage de la Déroule, the three hazards I name marked on maps as Bonfély, Basse de Porpaille, and Rocher de Taillepied. The narrow defile where Ulfr rides out pursuit lies on the rocky north coast of the peninsula, just to the west of Le Long de Mer. My descriptions of Valognes, where the hunt is planned and the first attempt on the Duke's life takes place, are largely conjectural, based on other surviving Norman fortresses of the early 11th century. Of the Valognes of William's time, nothing remains. Even the medieval castle that followed was later demolished, barring one tower, which fell to bombing in World War II. That Serlo de Hautville, senior brother of the family, was part of the rebellion against William is again conjectural. However, Serlo's date of death is not confirmed, and he is not named among the many companions of the Duke during the invasion of England in 1066, just 2 decades later, which suggests that he did not enjoy favour or prominence in Normandy by then. I have killed Serlo off here in the last chapters of the audiobook in the winter of 1043. Various sources give Serlo's year of death as anywhere between 1027 and 1035, and yet he is also recorded as having inherited the family estate on his father's death in 1041, and so an earlier date of demise seems unlikely, barring some kind of zombie activity. Thus I have him on record as alive in 1041, but unrecorded by 1066, and so I am unrepentant in placing his demise in 1043 at the hands of the wolves. I have left Beatrix's fate outside the scope of this novel. Be assured that Serlo did let her live, for she ended up married twice, the first time to that very Armand de Mortain. The second may well be one Geoffroy de Conversano, who had been a companion of the other Hautevilles in Apulia. I have been vague in this, much like the sources. It is complex, as is so much in this era. The Counts of Mortain and remained William's supporters, and so Beatrix must have fallen on her feet in the end. Moving on to the final part of the tale. The siege I have described at Falaise is not recorded in texts, though the sources are scanty and tend to leap about and concentrate on the more peculiar events. William's activity after the attempt on his life at Valognes and the outbreak of the rebellion and his bringing on side of the French king and making the rebels pay for their actions are touch and go. The attempted assassination in his room there, which I have portrayed, comes from Duncan, though in that source it is the Seneschal's lieutenant who saves William, and the event takes place at Le Vaudreuil. I have conflated events for ease of description. Once again, the sources of this era and region are extremely vague, often contradictory, at best suspicious, and jump about, missing huge important sections. The tithe barn at the village, now known as Épinay, still exists, as does the church, and it was, as described, subject to the monks of Ouche and Perrières. As you may have already surmised, just as I introduced Beatrix in Iron and Gold as a hook to drag the wolves into this new story, the presence of the Archbishop of York, at Falaise, is clearly a link to what is to come in Book 5. There is no record of Aelfric being in Normandy, but then his movements between his part in the crowning of Edward the Confessor in the spring of 1043 and his death in 1051 are unrecorded. The former queen, Edward's mother, is known to history as Emma of Normandy. She had blood ties to the Dukes of Normandy, and when Edward stripped her of her wealth, we know that she fled abroad to Bruges, not to Normandy, but she had ties to the Archbishop, and there is no reason he could not have been used by her as an intermediary with her distant family. Certainly she had her goods returned to her in due course. So that brings us to the end of the 4th book in the series, with 2 books remaining in my plan. You will already have more than an inkling where the next one at least is set. Halfdan and his friends have, in their journeys, lost almost everything, and yet now they have regained most of it, with an eye to settling the remaining scores, and have gained to boot. They have some fame and infamy, great tales for the mead halls of their dotage, and a small fortune in gold, not to mention a new ship and a new crew. Heaven help the enemies of Archbishop Aelfric. See you in Book 5, Loki Unbound. Simon Turney, April 2023. Glossary. Aesir, or Aesir, one of the 2 groups of Viking gods, including Thor, Odin, Loki, and Tyr. Berserker, plural berserkir, literally bear shirts, the berserkers of Viking fame who were overtaken by battle madness in the name of Odin. Draugr, plural draugar, the zombie-like restless dead, occupying graves and guarding their treasure jealously. Dromon, a Byzantine warship powered by sails or by banks of oars akin to the Roman trireme or Ottoman galley. Excubitores, an elite Byzantine regiment with an origin as imperial bodyguards, by this time part of the garrison of Constantinople. Freya, the most powerful goddess of the Vanir, whose realm includes magic, fertility, war, and the gathering of the slain to her land of Folkvanger. Gotlander, one of the 3 peoples of modern Sweden. The Goths occupied the island of Gotland. Holmgong, an official ritual form of duel between 2 opponents. Jarl, a noble of power, the derivation of the English earl, who receives fealty from all free men of a region. Carl, a free man, neither a noble nor a slave. Katapan, regional governor of the Byzantine Empire. Loki, a trickster god, a shapeshifter, who is destined to fight alongside the giants against the other gods at the end of days. Miklogartha, Viking name for Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, now Istanbul. Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. Norns, the female entities who control the fates of both men and gods. Odin, most powerful of the Aesir, the chief god and father of Thor, who gave an eye in return for wisdom, and who has twin ravens and twin wolves, and an 8-legged horse. Ragnarok, the end of the universe, including a great battle between gods, giants, monsters, and the slain who have been gathered by Odin and Freyja. Rak, a Viking version of a mast parrel, the sliding wooden collar by which a yard or spar is held to a mast in such a way that it may be hoisted or lowered. Rus, the descendants of the Vikings who settled Kiev and Novgorod and areas of Belarus and Ukraine, from whom the name Russian derives. Rusland. Sax, a short sword or long knife of Germanic origin, known to the Saxons as the seax. Seidr, a form of magic that flows around men and gods, which can be used and understood by few, the source of divination. Svir, one of the 3 peoples of modern Sweden. The Svirs occupied the northern regions of Sweden, around Uppsala. Toffel, a Viking board game akin to chess or Go, where one player has to bring his Jarl piece to the edge of the board. Theotokos, Pamakaristos, literally Mother of God, Greek terms of Mary, Mother of Jesus. Thor, son of Odin, the god of thunder, one of the most powerful of the Aesir. Thrall, a slave with no will beyond that of his master, often a captive of war. Volknut, a symbol of interlocked triangles believed to bind an object or person to Odin. Varangian, the Byzantine imperial bodyguard, formed of Northmen. Varangi, Greek term for the Varangian Guard. Völva, plural, völvur, a wise woman or witch or seeress with the power of prophecy and the ability to understand and manipulate Seidr. You've been listening to Wolves Around the Throne by S.J.A.Turney, narrated by Malk Williams. Published by Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This recording is copyrighted by W.F. Howes Limited.